Can we get a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Barajas?
Present.
Blaisdell?
Present.
Harpster?
Present.
Perales?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Here.
And Mayor Milne?
I am present.
Thank you.
Well, with that, let's say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, well, with that, we are moving right along. We are now on 4, so we are going to move into exec session, and it looks like we're going to need, I thought I saw somewhere 20 minutes. Is that what we're still looking at? All right, so we should be back at 7:22. See you then.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I just realized that you didn't say the RCW that we're supposed to go in under. Oh,
Well, my bad on that. Yes. I don't know what I was thinking on that. It's to evaluate the qualifications of a candidate for appointment to executive office per RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection H.
and who will be in attendance?
Got city manager, Mr. Ferguson.
Sure, I'll go.
All right. Anybody else? All right. It doesn't say on here. All right, we are back from exec session, right on time. Imagine that. Anyway, we are going to move on to number 5, which is the council position number 4 vacancy. We have number 5A, which is selection of finalists for interviews for city council district 4 vacancy. I think we're still waiting on Harold Stewart. Well, Mr. Harold Stewart, while you were gone, we rolled into you. So if you'd like to say anything before we have our discussion or whatever. So we're on 5A. Did you want to say anything or?
Am I on now? Okay. Just a real quick update. So it's been a whirlwind of a few weeks coming on board, which is not unexpected, and I've kind of enjoyed it. Great staff, great community members. Just started today getting out to do department tours and a couple of community functions here over the last couple weeks. So right now I'm in a phase where I'm just trying to learn and observe and understand how and why Pasco does what it does. However, that being said, there is a change that I'm anticipating making with regards to how updates and communications are provided to the council and to the public. So I've directed department heads that beginning the first meeting in October, the council and the public will now see a memo from my office called the city manager memo.
It's just relating to the selection of finalists for interviews.
I'm sorry. I thought we were talking.
I think you're jumping ahead here.
I thought we were talking general agenda.
Oh, no. It says, on 5, says council position number 4 vacancy, selection of finalists for interviews for city council district 4 vacancy. And I didn't know if you wanted to have any words before we got a motion.
I don't. I appreciate all that have applied and been interested in serving the city of Pasco and the community. At this point, the council has discussed a lot of the qualifications and those kinds of things. So at this point, it would be fitting for there to be a motion of who the council would like to invite to interview. I believe the plan is to interview them at the next week's regular council meeting and a special meeting, and then have them appointed immediately so they can take the seat on the dais with the council during the regular meeting. I also have the questions that council would like to ask, so I will work with staff and have those ready for your meeting next week as well. Apologize for the tangent.
All right, well, I appreciate that. I appreciate your words. So do we have anybody that would like to give a motion? Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve the following candidates: Joe Cotta, Patrick Jones, Abel Campos, and Tanya Bowers for council position number 4 to be interviewed by City Council on Monday, September 15th, 2025, starting at 6 p.m.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. Do we need a roll call, or are we going to just do a?
Unless you want.
Let's just do a roll call, just make sure we're doing it legit.
Councilmember Barajas,
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Councilmember no, darn it. Councilmember Harpster,
Yes.
Councilmember Prowlis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm,
Yes.
and Mayor Milne.
That would be a yes for me as well.
Thank you. It passes unanimously.
All right, so with that, we are finished with the special session, and we are going to move on to our regular city council workshop meeting. So we've already done 2 and 3, and so we're going to move on to 4, which is verbal reports from council members. So let's, I think Councilman Harpster was first, so let's.
Thank you. Been a couple weeks, but I did attend the Employee Appreciation Barbecue that was held here 2 or 3 weeks ago, and always enjoy that, getting a chance to talk with folks who work here at the city. And shortly after that, a few days later, attended a Trideck board meeting and continued discussion over the Hanford Area Economic Investment Fund, HAFEC for short, and then continued discussion regarding what we feel is complete and total overreach by Department of Fish and Wildlife to request mitigation for shrub step, especially in areas inside UGAs that are designated for development. And Rep. Connors is working on that at the state level. We started with some questions from her that were sent to Fish and Wildlife. Their responses were very vague, and so she's going to go to work on that next session next year and see what progress they can make to that end. Also discussed ecology permitting practices at the Hanford site that continue to drive up costs and continue to lengthen the duration of the cleanup, which of course is already well over schedule and well over budget. More discussion on that. And then tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., Trideck is hosting Donuts and Development at the Bechtel Boardroom at Visit Tri-Cities. Discussion tomorrow, they started this series, I think spring this year. The discussion tomorrow will be on the Tri-Cities housing market, and that will be featuring April Connors, Matt Heyer from Tri-Cities Association of Realtors, and Jeff Losey from the Home Builders Association. And then finally today attended promotion ceremony for Benton County Prosecutor's Office, which was attended by several elected officials, all of them from the other side of the river. But they did promote 3 attorneys to the roles of Chief Deputy Criminal, Assistant Chief Deputy Criminal, and Assistant Chief Deputy Civil. And that's all I got. Thanks.
All right, well, thank you for that informative report. I appreciate it. We're just going to move down the way here, so let's go with Councilwoman Barajas.
Thank you. I want to just say that several of us attended the Pasco Chamber of Commerce luncheon today, and we had the presentation by Pasco PD Drone Department or Sergeant Parks. Although I did know that we have that apparatus and that system available to us for their service to help keep our city safer, I did not know the extension of the detail it goes into and making sure that we are a safe community. We as a community don't know all the background work that goes in making sure that some of these individuals that like to commit crimes are apprehended. So I just wanted to shout out and thank you, Sergeant Parks, and thank you, Pasco PD Chief, for that department, for that extra effort to keeping us safe. So thank you.
Yeah, that was a great presentation. I much appreciated that. I was hoping they would let us play with the drones, but as elected officials, they wouldn't let us do that. But it was a really good presentation, especially seeing the thermal imaging where the guy's hiding in the bushes, and then all of a sudden you see him and you see Pasco PD surround the guy. So it was pretty cool. It's amazing what they could do with modern technology. So let's move on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I was just going to speak about the same event and I guess just bring up the fact that I was recognized today and given a plaque for my advocacy on behalf of the business community and being a board member of the Pasco Chamber for the last few years. But I turned off, and so it's basically, thanks, here you go, next. And so, no, it's just a really great organization there, you know, fighting for the business community and on behalf of the business community. It was really a great honor to serve them the last few years. But yeah, that was kind of my swan song there today. So thank you.
Thank you, and again, thank you for your service. We much appreciate it. So let's go on to Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Well, Pasco Chamber was very busy this last week. I also went to the Sunshine Ball today, but as well as the Crop Fest at Osprey Point that was put on by Pasco Chamber. It was live music. The crawfish was good. A little on the spicy side, but it was very, very well put together. So kudos to Colin and his team for 2 great events in the last 3 days. So thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for attending Crawfest. Let's go back to Councilwoman Barras.
Thank you. I forgot to mention one other event happening this weekend. Thank you for reminding me, Melissa. There was the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, in coordination with City of Pasco, had a cultural event called Raíces del Corazón, where there was folkloric dancing and partners coming in from, if I'm not mistaken, Walla Walla, Sunnyside, throughout the Tri-Cities. It was held at Peanuts Park. It was, again, a cultural event that brought out families and just gathered to listen to music, to see dancing, to, buy food from the local vendors. So it was a great event. No incidents happened. And so just wanted to report that it was a great community event, and thanks for the efforts in regards to Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and City of Pasco for coordinating that.
All right. Well, thank you for that report. I'm not seeing any other lights, so let's move on to 5, which is items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. The public may comment on each topic scheduled for discussion, up to 2 minutes per person, with a total of 8 minutes per item. If opposing sides wish to speak, then both sides receive an equal amount of time to speak, up to 4 minutes each side. So we're going to go on to 5A, which is Community and Economic Development Department Work Plan, and that is going to be Director Haley Matson.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I am very pleased to present the Community and Economic Development Work Plan to the group tonight. And tonight's format is going to be a presentation, and I'll stop at certain points and ask if you have questions, since there's a lot of data to go through. So I'll just get started here. And there's a copy of the work plan in your packets. And the work plan was assembled based on feedback from City Council, from the City Manager's Office, from staff and applicants and state regulations. So I've been collecting this the last few months, and I've put it all in one place with some anticipated deadlines for the work plan. And this is for the Community and Economic Development Department. So this department oversees development in the City of Pasco and long-range development, where we're going in the next 20 years. We are working on the comprehensive plan, and then we assist applicants through the process with permitting and helping them develop properties. And there's also a CDBG component and code enforcement under our department. And I'm happy for any input on these mission and vision statements. The department did not have this previously, and this is the first draft of it. So if council has input, happy to hear it either now or if you'd like to shoot us emails after this with ideas. I think it can be shortened a bit, but we have a vision statement for the department and then a mission statement as well for the department. And what we're after is delivering transparent customer service to the community, that is the public, the residents, and our applicants in the department, and make the experience as good as we can. I started in the private industry before coming into government, and I was the person tasked with putting together permit applications. This was several years ago, and I had some bad experiences with the planners at different entities I was submitting these permits to, and I just thought one day, why not make it better and more efficient and easy for applicants? So I have struggled on the other side, and I'm sensitive to it and know how, time is money for these customers, and these customers do not have a choice. They come to the city of Pasco to get permits. They can't go to Kennewick and get permits. They have to go to the city that they're building in. So we especially want to make that experience great. We do have a great group of people here, and what I've observed since being here is that our systems and processes are out of date and haven't been updated in several years, and that's evident with the the applicants are soon going to be offered the ability to pay for permits online and over the phone. So we'll come up with the times with our permit system and fix that. So I'll go into more detail there, but this is the mission for the department here for our customers, and the vision statement here for this department in Pasco. And then I have some preliminary goals. I like to look ahead and shoot for metrics that we can measure along the way to show improvement. So the first goal is to reduce permit processing times by 20% by the end of 2026. And I believe with some of the improvements to the system, we can do this and cut down our time. Right now, it's hard to measure exactly where we're at with some staffing shortages. So we'll start tracking the timelines now, and the goal is to get this posted online and then show customers before they submit a permit what our target timelines are, but what our actual timelines are, so that they can see. And ideally, you want both of those to match over time, but to be transparent, we'll show what we're hitting now and what our targets are, and then over time, hopefully get those to mesh together so that people can have a real sense of what our timelines are. And then support growth in a responsible way. Growth can be challenging for the community, specifically for existing residents who have lived here for several years, and just the mix of the old and the new population. So we're not ignorant to the fact that growth can be challenging for the community, but growth is important. It does bring more amenities. It's also a key point I'd like to address is that growth is required at the state level. So even if Pasco or the decision makers decided maybe we should take a breather and relax for a few years and stop growing until we can fix things around the city that we need to get to. Well, that is actually not an option for cities planning under the Growth Management Act. It is mandated by the state that cities grow and densify so that you have large groups of people near facilities, near transportation centers, near commercial, so that you have compact, efficient development. So that's how it is in Washington State. And all cities are required to go, and Pasco is not unique to this requirement. We do have allocated growth numbers from the state, and we are required to accommodate that growth. So going into the policy improvements, the work plan here is divided into two sections. So the first part of the work plan covers the policy and legislative items, and I have listed these generally in order of priority for now. And to start, the work plan is listed here. My plan was to run this by City Council, get input, and then we are holding a developers forum in October at the Home Builders Association facility. We are going to go there for a lunch and share our plan with the development community and applicants and get their input and just show them, a lot of things that have been requested by applicants are built into the plan, and we'll prioritize as we can get to it. So the first item in here, legislative changes from 2023 to 2025, and legislative changes in this sense refers to the state House bills, Senate bills that have gone through that cities are required to address. And the state has really picked up speed in the land use arena over the last few years. So the last time the city went through its comprehensive plan update, it was more straightforward. It was, here's your growth figures, please plan to accommodate these new houses and this new population coming into town. And that was a fairly straightforward process. Since that time, the state has been working toward providing more housing options throughout the state. So a lot of these legislative changes that are listed here have to do with middle housing, being more flexible with middle housing options, accessory dwelling units, lot splitting is also in there. So more creative ways to allow for people to own their homes in ways that previously weren't available to customers. And climate change initiatives, that's a big one that's coming through, and we'll have more to share with the group on this when we go through the comprehensive plan update. And then, yeah, mostly housing options, and then reducing parking in any way available for middle housing or accessory dwelling units. So the first list has 16 items that need to be looked into by staff that haven't been looked into prior to 2025. So some of these may be overdue, and we do have a list, which is a good starting place. So when we have the resources, we'll be able to go through and hopefully do a couple of these, similar topics at the same time and bring forward these code changes. And I did want to point out that this list, so for pre-2025, there's 16 items. And then for 2025, this recent session, there are 30 items. And this is a big list. I just wanted to let you know it's a lot bigger than what we're used to seeing. So there's 30 items to go through, and we'll have a staff look through these and then build these in. This will be done at a staff level. We may look at outside resources if needed, but our plan is to recruit a senior planner to help with most of this work. And this isn't covered by the consultant that was hired for the comprehensive plan update. We used the state grant funds for a consultant to help with the comprehensive plan. So the consultant will be helping with the comprehensive plan, the overarching policies, community outreach. And then this work listed under legislative changes will be municipal code changes that will be brought to council and planning commission as we work through these. So this is a staff item to be working on. And the list is mighty, but I think that since there's similar patterns, we should be able to address all of these by the deadlines and then focus first on any that are overdue. And if there is an overdue item, we would honor the state regulations in that case for the applicant. So we're tracking these fairly closely. I'm going to pause there since this is a big list. If anybody has any questions about the state legislative changes.
I'm not seeing any lights, but I did have a question. Like when I read through these the other day, when it talks about, like, say for instance, 6 residential driveway parking. House Bill 1061 allows residential parking owners to park vehicles across their driveways if permitted by local ordinance and resolutions. I mean, if it's your own driveway, can't you park wherever you want? Or, I don't understand how this is going to help Pasco, or, what was the whole point of that? That just seems kind of...
Yeah, I have not looked into this one in great detail yet, or this whole list, to be honest.
Okay.
I'm familiar with the themes, so that one is interesting how it's worded, so I'd be curious to look into it. So that is the first task, is to go through all of these, figure out what is being asked, and then draft a code and bring it forward. So
Okay.
not actually sure what that one means, but it is definitely interesting how it's worded.
Yeah, there's a couple other ones that were, I don't know, they just seemed odd to me, but again, I don't want to get into the weeds on this. I guess we got a lot going on, so
Yep.
I guess if I have other issues, like, again, the child care zoning, I don't know, some of it just seemed, I don't know, really ticky-tacky, but I'm not seeing any light, so I guess, I guess we do have one with Councilman Perales.
Yeah, I mentioned this before, but it has to do more with PFCOG, but we don't have a building code board of appeals that's current right now. It's aside from this. You're talking more about planning, but you do oversee the building department. So I think we should be driving that. At one point, I believe the city of Pasco was administering, or a big part of that appeals board. So if someone has a problem with their building and they have an issue with the building official, they could go towards that board to find a resolution. We don't have that. It's not currently happening. So on a list that I created a long time ago, a lot of this stuff, almost everything is on this work plan, except that piece.
Sure. And I can add that to the work plan. I'm not sure how Pasco does it currently. Like, most cities either have a board of appeals for building code matters, and it's like an elected 3 people, one with
Right.
architectural background and whatnot. A lot of cities have shifted from that in recent years and have gone to the hearing examiner to handle building code appeals and land use appeals. And we actually made that switch in the city I was working at before I came here, and it seemed to work better just because building code appeals are so far and few between. By the time you get one, it's like your group that you put together 10 years ago is disbanded, or people have moved away. So having it under the hearing examiner authority worked really well for Marysville and other cities that I talked to. So I can add that to the list, see what our current process is now for appeals, that it's not getting appealed to the same person, or there's got to be some sort of a separation, but I'll look into that
Okay. Yeah, I think
Add it.
that would be appropriate. I mean, if that's the route we want to go, I know that essentially this entity had to go out and find like a fire engineer, or fire engineering, architect, and all different types of disciplines, and they were a part of the board. And so they would hear stuff. I mean, we haven't had one since 2018, I think, something like that. So I know it's part of the National Building Code. We should have one, but yet we don't. So and everything else that I see on there, you're really big on customer improvement, customer service. So like that's good. That was something I had on my list, which was about 15 bullet points. A lot of it was just kind of comments, but increasing the building permit timeframes. You have the trip generation letters on there, going over traffic impact analysis. We're doing the SEPA review, thresholds, parking impact fee credits, city's concurrency review process. I think you kind of hit everything, and you even had all those state legislation with all the changes we've had. So I guess the point of that is to make sure that our policies are in line with all of those that are currently changed everything, but then we'll have another legislative session that will change more. So when it says TBD, I guess, can you shed a light on that? I mean,
Yes,
because I see these a lot.
For council, so that's under council goals here for legislative changes. This could fall, since there's 50 items here, I mean, I guess I could just list all council goals here. I think that those would hit most of them. I had that there as a placeholder. Once we start looking into these, I think we'll divide them into groups and put them on the work plan. And this work plan is meant to be live too, so updated, I would say at least monthly, bi-monthly, so we'll always have an updated plan as we peel it off. But I just put that there as a placeholder because I wasn't sure. I didn't want to insinuate that the state regulations matched exactly with council goals, so I just put to be determined as we go through it, and I can note that on the work plan.
My follow-up would be, you say you don't want to use an outside consultant agency. This being so robust, why do you want to just go ahead and use the staff currently? You guys are busy doing other things for the city. So how do we know that this is going to get done in a timely manner, I guess, without additional help?
Yes, and I think my first preference would be no help. That's just how I've always been trained at, the cities I've worked at prior. I think that's not reality here. So that just might be a little bit of me coming out in that statement. So if we do need help, we will certainly get it to finish this on time as long as we're in budget and have the funds for it. I know that myself and Craig can do these code changes. It's just hard to get to during the normal working hours, so that's not sustainable. But if we do hit a point where we feel like we do need outside help, that is something we'll approach with the city manager's office and talk through our options.
Another question, I guess, in there you talk about training and what have you, and perhaps staying on top of the ever-changing landscape of some of these policies and stuff. I guess what I'm asking is there a plank in there you can put in there of just more like common sense stuff? Meaning, like, for instance, a developer in South Pasco wants to do a subdivision. No one around them has sidewalks and curb and gutter, but yet he wants to do an infill development, and we're going to make him put in sidewalks, curb and gutter, and then they're on an island. You go past that subdivision, and it's back to what it was like in a county.
Sure.
I mean, maybe in my lifetime we may never ever see that street on both sides have sidewalks, curb and gutter. Like, what's the point of doing that right now?
Yep.
Why don't we just leave some areas the way they are? So I guess what I'm trying to say is, are we going to look through the whole code and just make it be a little more flexible, and then put that on the people that work under you? It just add a little bit more common sense, because to me some of that stuff doesn't even make any sense, and some of the stuff we actually do have in our PMCs, but we don't really implement it. It's really at the discretion of the person at the counter or the people above them. They have to go and ask, well, let me go ask this person, because I think if you're gonna, when you go to that lunch next month, that's what they're gonna tell you. I know that because I talk to them all the time. Hey, what's your issues? What are you dealing with? And there's just a laundry list of different stuff that I think we need to be more flexible about. So I just don't see a plank in there that says common sense planning, working with developers. I mean, we need them, right? You just said we can't stop growing or the state's going to come in. I have my reservations and comments about that, but I think if we want to continue growing and continue building, then we need to be working with these people, whether it's letting them do grinder pumps, whether it's letting them do septic tank in some areas where they're far, far away from city services, like working with developers so they can build. That's what I want to see from this plan, I guess. Because again, I had my comments a year ago, and you know, we started working on all sorts of stuff, developer review fees. I mean, the TIF stuff, like, you know, a lot of the stuff was put on us as we got onto the council to help finish, to help see some change. And so I like this, but at the same time, like you just said, you were in the private sector, you like to see these things get done, but now you're on this side. So I'm not saying I'm pessimistic, but at the same time, I would like to see things actually get done in a more timely manner as opposed to, well, I guess we'll get there when we get there. We're going to do it ourselves, and we all know that you don't. I mean, we have a staff shortage.
Yep,
So I don't
understood.
like seeing TBD, to be determined. It's like, okay, and it's never going to get done. Like you just said, some of the stuff hasn't been done in years, hasn't been updating in years.
Yep.
So, I mean, there needs to be like a plan in the private sector, right? I work in the private sector, right? My boss gets on me if I don't get something done within a week. Are we doing the same thing here? You know, like you said, we have a dime holding up $1 half the time around here when it comes to the development stuff. So I'm not trying to rain on the parade here. I think it just needs to be said. But I love the plan. I like what I'm seeing here. I just, you know, we need more defined dates. That's what I would like to see and what we're working on. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And I did just want to respond, the TBD was just really under the council goal section. I believe everything has dates on here, so all of the legislative items are required to be done by the end of 2026, whether we do it or we have outside help. And then just on your comment about training, I think that I know that our staff has common sense. They're all fully capable. They're working with codes that just haven't been updated, so I wouldn't really necessarily say that we're not using common sense. We're just using codes that are extremely hard to use in some cases. I was working on the SEPA threshold changes a few days ago and noticed there was a code reference from like 1938 or something in the code. So there's just, you know, it's not as easy. I have heard that from applicants too. Why can't staff just use common sense? And I appreciate that, but at the same time, it's not them, it's the codes. So the code does say you have to put in these sidewalks in these remote areas. That is an item that's on the work plan, by the way, to look into more to see where we can use common sense, but the code has to be a common sense approach for staff to be able to use it correctly, or else, you know, they are coming to the director for interpretations each time, and ideally, you have the codes so clear that you don't need that. Right now, we need that with most of the codes we're using outside of the new TIF program adopted, so I would say it's not so much as a staff issue. I think that they do want to help and be flexible. The code just says you can't do this, so we need to change the code and look at it and talk through that. But I hear what you mean about that, and especially remote situations, and then, you know, helping applicants facilitate development. You'd mentioned grinder pumps. It's just, you know, when we look at the city and how it should function long-term and properly, these short-term solutions and infrastructure to help facilitate one development and have them, you know, do their development and, you know, move on to the next one, then the city's left with maybe these grinder pumps. They fail, and the homeowner, they're going to call us first and say, there's an issue, I have a single grinder pump, what do I do? And then it just comes back on the city. So if we do those things, you know, there's consequences long-term. So it's definitely something we all look at to try and facilitate development, but we definitely don't want to do it at the detriment of the community where it's going to cost everyone more later. But I hear you, and I hear the sentiment, and it's a lot similar to applicants that I've talked to as well. And I'm sure that they'll say the same thing at the developer forum, which was the point, and I'm planning on bringing multiple staff to that so that we can just have a good conversation and hear input on the plan. So appreciate your input.
Okay, well, thank you for that, and it's quite an explanation. Getting back to what I was talking about earlier, like, you know, when I was reading the list, like there was number 15, which talks about diaper changing stations and public restrooms, and then number 17, electronic security alarms, the operation of electronic security systems in jurisdictions without existing regulations. Are these just somehow they weren't supposed to be in here, or are these actually things that it didn't seem like these things were such weird things in the whole list? I was thinking to me, I thought, well, baby station, I mean, crap, if you put baby stations in every public restroom, we have a hard time keeping certain public restrooms open as it is in case people set fires to things. Are you guys just trying to waste our money? Or, you know, maybe it's, I mean, it's true, if they're setting fire to things, they're going to rip that off the wall too. But I mean, to me, it didn't really seem like it went with the rest of the list So my question is, do they just throw in these odd things, or was that actually supposed to be in the list?
This was lumped in with the land use changes adopted at the state level. So that
Okay.
was looked at as a land use issue because it's a building code requirement, I would assume. So when we're reviewing building plans, we need to ensure the restroom has, lit, emergency lighting, and now diaper stations in the restroom. So that's it seems a little out of place, but it does fall under the land use category. So this includes the bigger building code changes. Like there's an update every few years for the IBC, but anything that is slid in at the state level that sort of supersedes the international building codes, that's where it would fall on this list. So that's a state mandate. Everything on that first big chunk is state regulations.
Okay, well, I don't understand what the state does anyways, all the time, so I'm good with it. We have Councilwoman Barajas.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment. Well, first, thank you for bringing the list again, bringing it back. And, in regards to code enforcement or the issues in regards to not having a code enforcement board, and there was a date mentioned, 2018, and if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Richa, I think you can correct me here, or Mr. Ferguson, was it 2018, 2019 when we brought on the hearing examiner for this purpose to then delegate some of these, I wouldn't say nuisance, but to delegate some of this extra work to the hearing examiner to alleviate and make sure that we are staying on the right side and not causing any litigation to what we're deciding and doing. So a hearing examiner does pick up on a lot of that extra work. So it was around 2018, 2019. And again, some of the comments that I hear is in regards to restrooms and the uses and additions to these restrooms is, again, because there's a state mandate or there's a state regulation that we must follow in regards to accommodations to the public. So yeah, it's going to cost us money. It's going to cost us money to keep it up, to maintain it, but there's a regulation that is kind of pushing us that way to do things that way. So correct, it was 2018, 2019.
So yeah, that's so the hearing examiner system that the city implemented to go away from mainly the planning commission for specific quasi judicial matters. That was the main role there. So, but the particular issue that a lot of folks are talking about, and we can come back with a more in-depth briefing, but essentially the issue that Mr. Prowse was bringing up with regard to building code interpretation. So that is currently in our code as well as the two other cities' code to be delegated to the BF-COG. They're supposed to put that board together with some folks, and so they're the ones who have to take that lead. We would need to take that out of the code. The concern with that, it's still an open question what the other two cities want to do as well. It's been something that hasn't been a hot topic because, quite frankly, as Ms. Mattson pointed out, it doesn't get used very often. And then conversely, it also doesn't do what a lot of people think it's going to do, which is it doesn't interpret city code, it interprets the building code. And that is, those are two different things. And so people there has been a group of people who wanted to reconstitute that board to interpretate, or for this separate board to interpret your municipal code, which is not what it would do. It would interpret the building code, which is a much different thing. So anyway, we can get into what the unique aspect of that particular topic is and look at it, but it hasn't been something that BF-COG and or the other two cities have really been in a hurry to go after, and so it hasn't really gotten a lot of traction. But happy to work on it.
Thank you very much. So all in all, Ms. Now Mattson.
Yeah, if it officially changed my name, but I'm working on it.
So I just want to say thank you for updating this list. I know it's a work in progress. It's a live document, and it's constantly being looked at and checked into. So again, thank you and your team.
Thank you. So I'll just keep going through,
okay.
and I'll pick up the pace a little bit here. TIA scoping procedures, we will be bringing you a workshop item related to this, an update in October, and we have Brian Cartwright has done a great job streamlining the process for that, so you'll be hopefully happy to hear the details and what we've done with the scoping procedures. I've heard good feedback from applicants so far, and it's work in progress, but we'll be updating you soon on that. And then there's code changes, the SEPA categorical exemptions, that should be coming back to council here in the next month or two. There is, we have aligned with Kennewick's policies and mirrored what Kennewick has. The difference between Pasco and Kennewick is we have lots more areas that are identified as high probability for cultural resources. And so Kennewick has listed that as still requiring a SEPA, and Pasco will be too doing that. So there will be SEPAs required for cultural review. I am working on a phase 2 of that where we can hopefully take SEPA out altogether for those reviews and do that administratively. That will likely require an MOU with the tribes and will be a lengthy process to go through. So first phase will be matching what Kennewick has, and then we'll just keep chipping away at the SEPA regulations. So that's moving along. And we'll be coming back to the group soon. I have 2 comprehensive plan amendments related to school impact fees and the RS20 zone that are on the list that'll be coming to council by the end of the year. And then, of course, the 2046 update for the comp plan is due at the end of next year. That will take priority over the code changes that is required to be completed. That is being assisted by a consultant. So we have help with that, but it will include lots of collaboration between the department directors here in Pasco and the community. And we do have some fun outreach ideas that we'll be bringing to the group and asking for input on too. Critical areas ordinance update, that's required by the end of the year. And then we have some local streamlining permit requirements to address. Accessory dwelling units I've touched on, and then parking regulations, noise regulations is on the list to look at closer. And then some other code changes, and many of these items, like I said, were either requested by council or applicants or identified by staff. So I've listed there who requested the item, I believe, in this version. Yes, requested by. So you can see who requested the changes. Anything else? Frontage improvement requirements. I believe we touched on most things in your comments. So before I move on to process improvements, are there any questions on the legislative work plan or changes? Okay.
I got one.
All right,
I got one. Sorry.
Councilman Prowse.
How are we documenting legacy conversations? To, let's say, like Road 40, a lot of stuff happened there over years and years, and no one doesn't remember what. How is that documented here at the city?
I'm not sure how it has previously been documented in the past, so I don't actually have a good answer. Best practice would be to hold a meeting and then send a follow-up email to everyone in the meeting and say, here's what we discussed, because that does happen too. You have a meeting and you're all going one direction, and then a few people either leave the city or the applicants lose interest in said topic, and then you're just kind of scratching your head, left wondering what happened. But I would say email is the best way to keep track of that. That would be the best way in my mind how to document it, but I'm not sure how we're currently doing that.
So we don't have like a database where we have a potential project down the line, especially when it's like a city one, where we're having correspondence with a applicant or adjacent landholder, and we don't like document those conversations. Email?
Yeah, I have to actually apply for the permit, and that's where we start respecting the vesting rules and those guidelines. If you're not submitting a formal permit for a development application, everything before that is discussion, and there's case law on that. If you submit a pre-app, you're not vested until you submit, and that's protecting both sides from misinformation or he said, she said kind of thing. So I would say if it's an issue, we can look into documenting it, but I do, some of us have meetings 8 to 5 all day, every day, so I don't think tracking every meeting is the best use of time, but if it's a bigger discussion, I think it is good to put together a memo, like I would do that.
Right.
They just summarize what everyone discussed and what we stated, but the danger to that is codes, as you can see with this list from the state, these 30 items, codes can change rapidly. So, if an applicant doesn't submit for a few years and come back, the situation could have drastically changed, especially with the roads. So I have mixed feelings about it, and then someone comes in with this memo from a previous director and it's like, okay, this actually isn't binding. It's just a heads up on something because you can't really guarantee, you know, you want to follow your word, what you give to people as much as possible. If something changes though, that's the downside to that. But I would say a memo after a meeting. Save it to the file.
Thank you.
Okay, so the process improvements, and this is very fun for me to work on these kinds of things, and happy to go through the list here briefly because I could talk about this for the longest time. I'm still working on credit card payments. We're looking at payments citywide and the options for the department, and the best option for community and economic development is likely going to be integrating the payment system into Track It. So there's some hangups that we've experienced, but we are still very focused on moving forward with the online payment option so the applicants have the ability to pay from the comfort of their home or from their cell phone, and that is being worked on and is very close to the top of my list to get done. So that's moving forward. We've just hit some unforeseen issues with contracts, and we'll move forward on that. And then developer forum, I touched on that. That's in October, and I'm hoping to establish a more routine check-in with the HBA if they are up for it. I did meet with the HBA in the last city I was at quarterly, just over Zoom. So people, if they had issues, they'd just log into that meeting and share them. And so we were able to communicate with them. So we'll start with the first developer forum and then go from there. We have a development map online that hasn't been updated in a few years, but my idea is to get it linked on the front page of the community development site so that anybody in the city can, or anybody anywhere, can log on to our website and see where the current projects are around town, and there'll be details on number of units, square footage, and then eventually I'd love to link it to the project documents so people can just click on the map and go straight to the publicly available submittal materials so that they can cruise through it and then ask staff if they have questions. I've seen that done before and it's very helpful, and working on that. So the first phase of the map, which will just show the project location and details, will be in the next month or two. And then when we figure out what we're doing with our file system and how we can make some of the files public, we'll link it to the map. So that'll happen, I would say, next year sometime, but we'll have the first version out here in the next few months on our page so you can see what is being developed around town all in one location. And then we'd like to establish a customer service survey that's linked on all of staff's emails. So when they're interacting with customers, we can see our progress with customer service over time. Right now I'm expecting, not 100% customer service feedback, not necessarily based on the staff. It's just our systems in place are a bit clunky. So I would imagine we'd get better feedback over time as we can fix the systems in the department, and that's just one way to measure our customer service numbers and share back with as a measurement. And then I have a fee study on here where we would be looking at fees to cover the cost of staff. I just have it on here as a place item for when we're ready to discuss that. But a fee study, I've just noticed the fees we're charging are very low and not covering a fraction of the staff cost at this point for development. And a fee study can be used to cover full cost or a portion of the cost depending on the policy direction there on that. And then creating process sheets for all steps in the permit process. And this is extremely helpful for staff turnover or training and consistency. And if you have a step-by-step procedure that's created for all steps, then everyone's working off the same system and not doing it slightly different. So it's just a way to provide consistency throughout the department. And we have started this process, and this will likely take 2 or 3 years to get completely finalized as we go through and build the process sheets. We're not just writing down the steps, we're writing down the steps and then analyzing it. Like, do we really need to send everything to Haley for final review before the permit's issued? Or, this person, what are some logical steps that we can cut out? Or why are 2 people looking at the exact same thing? So you can start seeing themes when you write down the process, and then you can go through and start cutting out steps, which is the fun part, and then it starts becoming more efficient. And then you can put the process sheets on a quarterly review time frame, so you're not changing them too much and fatiguing staff with too much change after you establish these. Then you look at them quarterly and update as needed, and it goes through a committee so that myself or just any one staff member can't walk up to the process sheet and rewrite it and do something different. It just needs to go through a little mini process internally to change it. So I've done that in the past. It's worked really great. That's on the list. And then just updating our permit system to become current with the times and allow for applicants to log in online, apply for their permits online, pay for their permits online, receive their permits online. So we still would love to see customers come in and say hello to us in person, but when we did a similar fix in a similar sized city that I worked at before, the customers just stopped coming in altogether, and it sort of freaked us out, but they were really happy with the change and they were able to apply online, and it went really well. So still would love to see people in person, but also allow for an option online to be ideally as easy as shopping on Amazon or, fun things that you like to do online. We want permits to be fun, or at least, just easy to do and follow. And we do have a staff person hired to help with this and fix the system, and we're moving forward on that. I have a kickoff meeting with the company that owns Trackit this week, and we're going to make a plan to start moving into the portal and make the forms easy online. So instead of filling out a PDF and submitting it to us via email, there's no PDFs. You just go online and fill out an interactive form. So the information is going in one time, and then it goes into the system, so it reduces error for staff and for applicants throughout the process. And then permit turnaround information, I've cited that already earlier in the presentation. We want to post our actual review times and target timelines online, and those get adjusted frequently if we are short-staffed. Let's say maybe the timelines go up by 2 weeks, but at least people know when they come in, hey, here's our current timelines. So that will be online. Working on that currently. And let's see here. Temporary occupancy and final occupancy procedures, like to look into that. It's usually a bit of a panic at the end when a business is looking to move in by a certain date and maybe hasn't finished all of their items. It's usually the paperwork or the as-built or backup documentation that seems to sneak up on applicants the most, and they're eager to move into the building, and we're eager to get the rest of our items that we need, because once you issue occupancy, you really don't have a way to get it, unless you do compliance or code enforcement. So I'd like to work on that process to make it smoother for staff and applicants. Website updates, training program. This was mainly just for staff, if they would like more training on certain items. Okay.
Quick
I
question.
want to interrupt real quick, real quick. Taking it back to the Trackit, making sure that individuals make use of Trackit. So what happens then if there's not enough information in there, or they just put wrong information? Is there a potential for the Trackit to not go through?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
And
it's
get kicked
designed
out?
to, so before a permit application is routed to the reviewers, it needs to be deemed complete. So the system, you can build it to force good submittals, and just say you can't hit submit until you have at least 10 items uploaded under site plan, archaeological report, and all these items. They could just upload a piece of paper with a big smiley face on it and, get through that step, but then the permit techs will review the documents, and if it's not deemed complete, we would give them a notice. We're required to within 28 days, but we do that much sooner, and say it's not complete, please resubmit. So it doesn't really move until it's complete. Yep. And the system, once we update it, can automatically notify people over time. Right now it's done by hand, but it should be something where we can just send an automatic notice, and then the system can also update people through the process. That's one of the biggest feedback I've received since I've been here, is people submit their permits and they're not sure where it is in the process until they get a bill or until it's done. So the system can update them. It's been routed to planning, it's been routed here, and give them timelines so you can follow it more in a live sense. Then just a couple more items and I'll be done talking and let you ask questions. We have other initiatives on here to organize the business license process and make that more streamlined. It's working good now. We've switched to the state system, but we're trying to figure out a way to process these quicker, and currently working on process sheets for that. And then I have one-stop permit center signage. That's a pretty minor detail, but I did want to emphasize that we do have a one-stop permit center now down on the first floor. That happened before I got here, but we have most of our staff, and it's worked great so far for customers. And we've added a sign at the bottom of the stairs, so people don't need to go upstairs anymore. They just need to go to one spot in the permit center. So those are the items on the list. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. I plan to fine-tune this a little bit, maybe tighten up the vision and mission statement to be a little more concise, and my plan is to roll this out to the development community and get their input. And I've told the development community, since we do get a lot of requests, that when they do ask for a code change, I will be putting it on the list and then working with, my managers basically to prioritize it, because there's so many things to do at once, but we will at least add it on here and identify if it's an applicant request. That way everything's in one spot, and whether or not we act on it, that's a different thing, but I'd like to keep this list, pretty comprehensive of what our department's doing. Happy to
All right,
answer
well,
any
thank you for that
questions.
the great CED work plan presentation. Looks like we're going to start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Mattson. I appreciate you setting goals. It keeps challenging your team and gives transparency to the public and the development of community. Your goals of streamlining and process changes are many of the same goals that I had when I ran for office. You are a complete breath of fresh air. I want you to know that. And I'm excited to continue to see your work as it benefits ratepayers and those who do business with the city. I do have a couple of questions, or at least comments, regarding just kind of the philosophy behind all this, though. You mentioned, I think quite well, not everyone is crazy about growth, especially if they're long-term residents, and growth causes ratepayers higher rates and sometimes fees. You use that word, the state requiring us to add density, and I think there's a lot of public, at least that I interact with, who think density is a pretty dirty word over here. And I was just wondering, for the sake of the public, if you would flesh that out a little further, for several reasons, because I know, some people hear density and the first thing that goes to their mind are these 15-minute cities, which is very concerning for those with families who are alarmed about the loss of open spaces that can be injurious to a child's development. And also, not to mention that if the rat race ever happens, you'll have lots of people in small places. So I'm wondering, just to restate that a little bit, just for the sake of the public, if you would, just flesh that out a little bit more, because I think there's a lot of concerns that we hear about growth and density.
Thank you. And we will be sharing that message, as long as everyone's okay with that message, with the community during the comp plan outreach, and just explain that it is a requirement, because we do hear that a lot. And I don't want to speak for council, but I do. When we do present about growth, we always add in, this is a state mandate, because people say, well, can't you just slow down if you wanted to? And we can't. So if it's just not, it's out of our hands, and the state is not slowing down on these statewide mandates related to zoning for cities, so I don't see it slowing down anytime soon. But yes.
Can I ask just a little follow-up on that? Are we unique in that way, or is this other states? Do you know, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, are we at like one end of the spectrum where we have, like extreme growth?
We are all the way, we are on one side of the spectrum, and probably the most progressive state with land use regulations that I've seen. I would say close second would be California, maybe third is Oregon.
Okay,
But
and I really
Washington's very
appreciate that.
progressive, like the middle housing stipulation, that middle housing is required on all residential lots in the state. Basically, that's a very forward progressive requirement, and I believe there are other states looking at Washington to sort of mirror that are also in housing crisis. The state has said, we have a housing shortage of 300,000 units, so their solution to it was mandating that all cities allow middle housing everywhere. So yeah, Washington is definitely ahead of the pack, the leader of these initiatives that I've seen.
Thank you so much for expressing that, because really one of my guiding principles of government is, that of subsidiarity, which is government at the most local level possible. I think we are going to make the best decisions for Pasco, and I think it's really beneficial for the public to know, the only way of fixing this is for our voter turnout to be higher than 30% in statewide elections, and really just change Olympia is kind of what I'm hearing from you.
Yeah, based on your question, the growth, the mandates here are at the state, and it's definitely unique compared to other states.
So,
Okay.
yes.
And I think it's worth, just mentioning again for the sake of the public, and I know it was in your notes there or whatever, but just some of the wins that we've already had that you brought up as far as some of the deregulation of permits and fees of common home improvement projects like re-roofing, residing, fences shorter than 7 feet and the retaining walls shorter than 4 feet, I believe. And that's just a huge win for the city of Pasco. And I know Deputy City Manager Sigdell kind of started a lot of this in the interim, but I really appreciate you taking it and running with it. And again, I'm excited to see where you go with all this. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Let's go with Councilman Harpster.
Thank you for the presentation. It's similar to Mr. Grimm's comments. Appreciate in the 4 or 5, 6 months you've been here, you've come up with this work plan, which tells me, and I hope the rest of us, that you understand the work that needs to be done. And one thing I definitely appreciate is the switch to track it and developer forums and things like that. One part I wanted to mention that, again, Mr. Grimm brought up was, in the work plan was divided into 2 parts. In part 1, I like how you put, requested by those applicant or council or whatever. There's 37 total changes or requests or mandates from the state compared to 4 from council. And so those lead to, as you mentioned, wait times. And so what I hope folks listening or watching understand is there may be extended waiting periods for permits to be processed. And a lot of that would be, our state and all their magnificent wisdom creating 37 different regulations or laws or things that we need to implement. Not to mention then staff's own initiatives, council's initiatives. And so that's just, I think sometimes the sentiment is they're just so slow because, for whatever reason, but to some extent there's a good reason because the department's so busy with other things. And then one thing that I would maybe recommend adding to the work plan, not to totally shoot hole my last argument, but in 2023, that council passed residential design standards update, which allowed a lot of the housing that we're now seeing going in north of Burns Road and smaller lots, more opportunities for more folks to be able to purchase a home. Some of those updates, though, that have been in place for 2.5 years now, have presented some issues. One example that I know of is in 21-20-010, there's a sentence that states that streets, alleys, and bikeways shall be designed to provide continuous, efficient, economical travel ways, including pedestrian and bicycle travel, and create a safe and pleasant environment. So continuous and safe. And in some instances, that's been interpreted to mean that every single road in Pasco from its existing terminus will be continued in a straight manner to the urban growth boundary. And the council at the time, staff at the time, wanted a grid system. I think what some folks would rather see is that language has been interpreted to basically prohibit T-intersections. And so what I think some developers have done in the past all over the city and would still like to do is allow those T-intersections, and once you're in a plat, then have the continuous streets. And I had so many examples I looked at in our city right now that they're not even worth mentioning because they're everywhere. But essentially, you come off a collector road like Sandifer, make a right or left turn into a neighborhood, and then from there you make a left or right, and then in that neighborhood you've got your grid system, and that in some instances could be safer. In other instances, maybe it is safer for the continuous roads. But some kind of a hey, let's go back and look at this update that took place 2.5 years ago and see how it's working. Are there any other updates we need to make? Do we need to peel back portions of the code that maybe were implemented? Just sort of a, how is it going? Check-in. And then 2 more comments. I think this plan could be helpful to have on the department's website. May prohibit people from calling and complaining about something if they see, it's on the work plan, they're working on it. I'm sure people will still call and complain, but could be helpful. And then lastly, we keep talking about the state, and go figure, I love growth. But at the prosecutor's promotion ceremony today, one thing that all the attorneys kept bringing up was we can't control what the state does, but we can control how we work together in response. And so I think it's important that we recognize that, realize that, and just remember that, not to say Olympia is our collective enemy, but we are all not each other's enemy. Staff, council, developers, we can all work together to continue to make this a great place to live and develop. So, thanks.
All right, thank you with that. I'm not seeing any other council questions or comments, so do we have a public comment? Anybody from the audience that would like to comment on this? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Well, thank you, Director Mattson, and I really appreciate it.
Yep, thank you.
All right, well, let's move on to number 5B, which is adjustment of utility tax rate for city-owned utilities. And we are going to go with our Deputy City Manager, Regis Siddell.
Thank you, Mayor, and evening, Council. Today, what you have in front of you is a discussion on utility tax rates for city-owned utilities. Overall, for within state of Washington, next slide. Oh, thank you. Right. Within state of Washington, a maximum tax rate for utility services like electric, gas, steam, telephone services, and water, sewer, solid waste can be at 6%, unless additional amount is voted in by taxpayers or the residents of the city. And I apologize, I made a mistake. Only for electric, gas, steam, and telephone services, it can be up to 6%. And anything additional to that needs to be voted in by people. There are other utilities beside those categories, like water, sewer, and solid waste, that have no limit, and they can be councilmanic in nature. So, for example, the city provides utilities like water and sewer, reuse facility, irrigation, and all of those can be taxed at any rate that the council finds feasible. At this time, all of our, I'm going to go right here, all of our tax rates, the utility tax rates for the utilities are 8.5%, and you will see that some of the utilities that I mentioned who are capped to 6%, you'll see 8.5% here, like telephone and electric, and that is because the city of Pasco residents at one point voted in to increase that tax by 2.5%, making it an 8.5% tax rate. The city of Pasco, as I mentioned, has the water and sewer, irrigation, and stormwater. Additionally, we contract with basin disposal for our solid waste. Today, we're here to talk about the utility tax overall in context of need for more revenues, as we are looking at a budget deficit for our general fund, and also inflation and all of the impacts that we've experienced in the last 5 years, and how we provide services while we're facing some of those challenges. And with that, what we have in front of you is a grid of how much of a 1% increase in utility tax would result for some of the city-owned utilities. So you're looking at about $600,000 per year if you increase the utility tax for just the city-owned utilities by 1%. At 1.5, you're looking at $900,000, and at 3%, you're looking at 1.8. Overall impact of these increases to the utility rates is not one-on-one, as in 1% increase in utility tax rate does not mean that it will increase the rate by about 1%. The ratio for some of our major utilities like water and sewer is about an increase of 0.25% on the utility rates. So this time, what we're asking council is if you'd like for us to come back to you with any increases to the utility tax and a discussion from council, so we can understand what your policy choices are and at what rate you would like for us to come back with, if the answer is yes.
All right, do we have any, let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Sigdell, for the presentation. I guess just if not today, maybe if you do come back at some point, I think the citizens, and I know everybody's kind of feeling the pinch of inflation and some of those other pressures you were talking about, but could you be a little bit more specific as far as what the need is? I think that would be, perhaps easier for the public to digest rather than just saying that the general fund, could use the money. Is there, because I think we all, it's kind of like when we give to a fundraiser, we like to know what it's specifically going for. And I think just having that as part of the discussion would help the public a lot.
Absolutely. You're looking at about $5.5–6 million per year annually for this biennium. Deficit, so essentially expenses over revenues in operational cost. And general fund is a fund that usually is used for what people view local government, the services that local government provides, like police and fire, permitting, even though permitting has its own revenues, parks and recreation, city manager's office, things like that. So that's what it funds. And you're looking at about $5.5–6 million in deficit, and part of that we have fairly healthy savings, for the lack of better words, and but at this point, as you're using your savings for your operational expenses, you have to be extremely careful about when that is going to run out, when your savings is going to run out. So we're trying to mitigate using up all of our savings and ensuring that we have a sustainable budget and sustainable services that we can provide to the community.
Thank you. Two more questions. One, do these funds have to be used, are they utility specific, or can we put more cops on the road with them, for instance?
There is no restrictions to these funds. It can be used for any general fund purposes, which would be police, fire, anything that council chooses to use it for.
Okay, last question. I noticed somewhere on here it said, I think it was up here at the very top, it said, alternatives. Council could choose not to increase the utility tax rate and direct staff to find other revenue sources or reduce expenses to reduce the current general fund deficit. What would those be? What are those other options?
There's plenty of options. I don't think any of them are easy. So one is increasing property taxes, so that would require levy lid lift, which would need to be voted in by people. Increasing fees for, like Director Mattson just mentioned. Once we do a full fee review, if you choose that 100% of the permitting activity needs to be supported by the permit ratepayers, then that lessens the burden just a little bit, not a huge amount. You can increase utility tax, you can decrease services overall. So some of the things that our fire department looks at is service time or call times. There's a specific word for it. Response time, thank you. There's a certain service level that you are promising to the community that would need to be reduced. And what that means is essentially maybe instead of 7-minute response time, you're looking at 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 10 minutes. There's many ways of reducing expenses by reducing services. And in terms of revenues, there's just as many, but not as palatable as well.
Okay, and I guess I guess it's also worth mentioning, I think we have several unfilled positions of public safety already, don't we, on police and fire that just are really kind of that way mostly because of budget constraints. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have about 8 positions in public safety and another 19 positions from general fund overall that are vacant for this biennium. And so that, to be frank, is another service level reduction in a sense, because those people would be able to serve the community if those positions were filled.
Thank you. And I know, yes, that eyes have also been on overtime and other things like that. So anyways, thank you, Ms. Sigdell. Mr. Mayor, that's all the questions for now.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, did you have a druthers on this? Did you just council's asking for, or the staff's looking for feedback? What is your opinion on this? Since you went first.
Boy. I would actually, I'm not known to be a man of few words, but I would like to digest this a little more myself first, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, granted on that. Let's go with Councilman Harpster.
Thank you. Yeah, I hate to say it, but I mean, I'd be in favor of the 1.5% increase for all the reasons that were stated previously and in the staff report. This, would bring in nearly, if we go to 1.5%, bring in nearly $1 million in additional revenue, and going with the 1.5 versus 3, as mentioned in the staff report, doesn't overburden ratepayers. And then the fact that there's a legitimate need, it's not like we'd be doing this to, do cosmetic updates in this room. I don't even, it would just be closing the gap, a little bit, not all the way, but getting us there a little bit more. Knowing that we've been having and will continue to have lengthy discussions over increasing revenue and also decreasing expenses. That's another key part that we need to keep talking about. I'd be in favor of that. If we were looking at not decreasing any expenses, this would be harder to swallow, but since we're looking for options on both sides, it's a little easier to, for me to tell my constituents, yeah, it's going up 1.5%, and here's things we're cutting from the budget to help on that side as well. So I get that tax increases are never fun and they're not popular, but the reality is I think it's very necessary in this situation. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you for your opinion. I do appreciate it, Councilman Harpster. Let's go to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I would just like to know what exactly, I know you said this money would go towards general fund stuff, but I've gotten a lot of phone calls in the last few days, and almost every phone call I got from residents in my district they were telling me, don't vote for this. Don't vote for the Transportation Benefit District as well. We want to see this money go towards something of value. You always talk about value-added services, projects. What exactly is this money going to go? I mean, they want to know the specifics. I'm like, those are very, very good questions. And I would just like to know, what are we looking at to do with this additional revenue? I mean, obviously, this wouldn't, a year from now, if we were to implement this, then we would see roughly that amount, right? So it'd be like next year we get this money. So, just more specifics and what we're cutting and really looking at some of those other options that you talked about. Have we looked at everything? We've talked about the Mid-Columbia Library annexation, a levy lid lift, Transportation Benefit District. What are all the things? And it makes sense because when you get to the next general fund monthly report, it looks like we're going to look to get an additional $1.5 million because we're that much in the red and we're foreseeing that. So it makes sense, but I just have a hard time. I want to be able to look at people in the eye and tell them this money went towards this that I know. So as of right now, I would be a no for this. So thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Let's jump on over to Councilwoman Barajas.
Thank you. I'd like to add that, I agree with Councilman Harpster's points. We have been discussing this, and if we're supposed to give some sort of guidance to our staff, from discussions we've had, meetings that we've all attended, based on what we've been informed and the need for the city, I think a 1.5 rate increase is our best route. And one question that I do recall asking a couple of weeks ago was that if council in the future wanted to change their mind, you could change it, reduce it back to, maybe remove it. We've heard about alternatives, and I'm pretty sure staff has been looking into those alternatives already. And we're at the point that the alternatives are possibly not working out or not enough. And so we are at the point that an increase is needed. I would rather see a 1.5 increase on utilities than an increase on my property taxes. That is my take on that. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. I do appreciate it. I guess since nobody else is, I'll chime in as well. I don't think anybody likes tax increases. Nobody likes inflation either. I mean, this is all definitely difficult choices, but I mean, that's why we are voted in, is to make difficult choices. I mean, I don't want to see obviously 6 million, or even, you know, you look at the next report, we're talking about $1 million now, or an additional $1 million down. And it needs to come from somewhere. And again, if you were in an accident or had a heart attack, you don't want the fire department taking 7 minutes. You want them, or 9 minutes, you want them in 7, 6, or hopefully a lot less than that. So when your life is on the line, you know, you're thinking, okay, I'd rather the city pay a little bit more on utility taxes if it's going to mean saving the life of my brother, husband, daughter, wife. Again, I do not like taxes. I really actually hate taxes because it seems like that's all I ever do is pay taxes. But on the other hand, I'm willing to throw this out there. I'm willing to make sacrifice. I do believe the city staff has our best interest at heart. I don't think you guys come with us just to line people's pockets. You are actually wanting us to break even and not pull into our reserves. You don't know what's going to happen down the line. So at this particular moment, I am for a utility tax increase of 1.5%. I would vote on that if it was put up for a vote. So I don't think it's staff enough. Looks like we have 3, and then we have 1 no and 2 of them that were, I think, going to think about it. So I don't know if that gives you enough direction, or if you're asking for anything more.
It does, thank you.
Okay. Well, with that, let me. Oh, Harold, and then I will then go to public comment.
Yeah, just a couple of points here, kind of coming in a little bit as an outsider. So maybe a little bit of different perspective here. Maybe if you can go back a slide that shows the rates for, that one. So the last 2 columns there, cable television and telephone. As you can imagine, as our technology changes, those are becoming less and less in demand. We're actually seeing decreases in revenues on that. So, for example, how many people listening to me right now still have a landline in their home? I would say it's in the minority, where it used to be common in every home, right? And so there used to be a revenue stream that came from that. The premise being that a lot of times their infrastructure goes through public right-of-way. It's land owned by the citizens, the public, so they need to, quote-unquote, pay their rent for access to that right-of-way for their infrastructure. But we're seeing that, particularly on the telephone side, as everyone converts to cell phones, those revenues are disappearing. When it comes to cable television, how many people have cut their cable bills to go to streaming services, Disney Plus, YouTube, Netflix, those kinds of things? By federal law, as I understand it, we are not allowed to tax internet service. So that's a revenue stream that local governments have relied on for decades that is drying up and going away. So while it's easy, if you advance to your slide after this on the revenue projections, well, it's easy to look at this as a revenue increase. What we're really trying to do is, one, increase revenues because the status quo is becoming more and more expensive year by year, right? Trust me, I've been shopping for houses for the last few months. The house prices today are not the same as what I was paying 10, 15, or even 5 years ago. It has increased significantly. We as a city organization see that as well, whether it's through construction projects, buying equipment, vehicles. The price on all of that is going up. And so we have to have revenues that either match that, or we have to begin cutting expenses, which means we begin to cannibalize ourselves of decreasing staff, personnel, vehicles. Not saying that there isn't room to do that, but having done this in several communities over almost 2 decades, I continue to hear we want to pay less taxes and those kinds of things, but anytime I propose any cuts anywhere, there's a strong defense to come out to say, no, we need that and we need to keep paying that. And in some cases, we need to pay more for that because you're not doing enough in that area of service that meets our expectations. And so we just need to balance, those needs in our community, and that's what makes this difficult, right, going forward, is that our cost of operation continues to go up. And if we're going to hold the line on taxes and fees, that means we have to begin cutting services, which comes with a decrease in expectation of local government service. Which, if that's where the community wants us to go, we can do that. But you can't hold us to continue to offer a certain level of services to the community because we just can't afford to do it, right? And anyway, I just did want to make a point here too that not all of this is just a revenue grab and an increase, because we're trying to counterbalance the decrease in revenues in other areas that as technology and the habits of our citizenry change, and these old models don't work anymore.
Couldn't agree with you more. All right, so with that, let's open it up for public comment. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to talk on this issue? Going once, going twice, going three times. All right, so with that, we are done with 5B, and I think it would be best, I don't know if there's any other questions, so with that, I think it would be best to take a 5-minute recess. I think the council probably could use that, so right now it's 9:02, so let's come back at 9:07. Thanks. All right, it is 9:07. Are we ready to resume this meeting? All right, okay, well, let's resume. So we're going to jump to 5C, the General Fund Monthly Report for July 2025, and we got Interim Director Garcia.
Good evening, Council. So tonight we have the budget to actual for general fund through the end of July. Because we have a 2-year budget, essentially July represents about 29% of the biennium. So 29% is essentially like the target for the actuals. And overall expenses are around 26% of budget, which is below the target, which really demonstrates the mindful management of expenses, which I know we were just discussing that of overall expenses are being managed, and that message and goal of only as needed type of expenses. For example, supplies are at 11% of the total biennium, so there is really that mindful approach that is being taken by staff. On the revenue side, we are seeing a shortfall of on the revenues. So overall, if the revenues keep on that same pace where we're at now, even though we already budgeted for usage of the reserves, it seems like if we stay on this pace, as of now, the projection is that we would use an additional 1.5 million of reserves. So just for this time frame, expenses were more than revenues by 3.8 million, which means that that's the amount of reserve funds that we use for this time frame. And just to kind of build off of the previous conversation of the utility tax, just to kind of put that into perspective, so the estimated amount of 900,000, if with that increase, the overtime for just public safety through the end of July was 920,000. So that, it's not a one-for-one of if we increase that tax, it would cover this, but that's just to put it in perspective. That's about the same amount of overtime for this time frame. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
All right. We have any questions? We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Garcia, Interim Director Garcia, for the presentation there. I just have a lot of thoughts, actually, just even going back to our previous discussion. And, man, in part of it, we are in a tough spot here in Pasco. We have, I believe it's about 30 or 40% more land than Kennewick. We have about 30 or 40% more population than the city of Richland. And yet, our property tax levy rate, for example, and not that I'm opposed to raising it, has been held down for so long. Every year, those municipalities start with about a $10 million advantage. And yet, it costs the same to do all of our public utility work over here. If we don't pay our officers and our firemen and women a competitive rate, I mean, they just go across the river. And so these are really, really hard decisions we have to make, not only for the retention of employees, but just for the vitality of our city and for the future of our city. And so these, whether it be a rate increase or a tax increase or a fee, I mean, I know there are a lot of people living on fixed incomes where, you know, it's easy just to think, well, you know, man, it's just $10 and we all have to tighten our belt. And I know there are people making hard decisions about medication or meals or other things like that. And so, and I know none of us are being flippant about that. I know we all take it seriously. And on the other hand, we shouldn't be just raising rates just so we can match our neighbors across the creek. By no means should we be doing that. But you know, I agree, as staff has said so many times, that Pasco's prided themselves on doing more with less, but, you know, we can only do that for so long before we just, you know, really have to look around. I noticed that, just looking through all this data, that overtime was, I think I saw 28%, you know, year to date, but here we are, for public safety, we're in September, going to be October really soon. So here we are, almost 3/4 of the way through the year, and yet thank you, both of you chiefs in the audience, for just holding that down and helping, you know, these hard decisions to be made a lot easier. And so, yeah, I think we really have some difficult decisions in days ahead as a council.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. I'm not seeing any other lights come on, so do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, twice, 3 times. Well, okay, Interim Director Garcia, I guess you're off the hook. Thank you for that report. Let's jump to 5D, which is resolution change order number 4 for wastewater treatment plant phase 2A construction contract with Apollo, and we are going to go with Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We are presenting to you a change order. It's change order number 4 for wastewater treatment plant improvements phase 2A. This phase of improvements focuses on the solids treatment train for the facility, which deals with sludge and dewatering and thickening of those solids that then can be hauled off-site. The project is mostly complete. We've accomplished a lot of the bigger items in it, and portions of that facility are being turned over to operations team to be able to operate them and do the startup of those different components. As we've been doing this work, we had found a compilation of small items that need to be addressed, which all add up into what is this change order that has been presented to you. And you are seeing in the screen that our anticipated completion for the project is in the first quarter of 2026, and that is because there is integration of the different components and work within the system so that each system talks to each other, and that process is a bit of a long process, although it's not a huge dollar amount left to be spent. With that, just an overview of what the project looked like. This is a big project in our wastewater treatment facility. That's where the sewer discharges are treated before that cleaner water gets put back into the water. And again, the solids, which is what this project focuses on, we've removed all the liquid component, or as much as we can, off of it, and the solids are then hauled off-site. So the project was awarded to bid for just under $14 million. We had 3 change orders that added up to about $350,000, and the current change order proposed is for just over $314,000. Those components, they're here. These components are a combination of site improvements that were identified as work was being done, some mechanical needs that were, again, identified as we uncover issues with how pumps are functioning or how a system is talking to each other, or replacement of an outdated equipment to identify how dense that sludge is becoming. So there is a list of items in your packet that shows what all those components were and how much each of those could cost. Some of the work associated with this had to do with identifying where the problems were as we were doing work, and then some extended areas of work where we had to then come and resurface, for example, areas that had been kind of crumbled through the construction of the work. So this is, again, a series of items, $314,000. We do not have any other change orders in sight, although I know better than saying that there will be no change orders as a firm statement. But I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on this.
Well, thank you for that update and the report. It's always good to see that there's still $4.5 million difference from what the engineer thought it was going to cost, so that's always good news. Does anybody on the council like to make a comment on this? All right, not see anything. Does anybody in the public like to make a comment, or once, twice, 3 times? All right, well, let's keep moving along here. So let's jump to 5E, Resolution Professional Services Agreement amending number 2 with RH2 Engineering Incorporated for design service for the process water reuse facility, irrigation system farm upgrades project. And again, it's Maria Sarah, Director Maria Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members again. In this case, we are bringing to you a proposed amendment to a professional services agreement with our design engineer, RH2 Engineering. This is for the project that will expand our land treatment system. As you know, our PWRF utility serves industrial processors. The way the system works is there is conveyance systems that come from each of our service areas into a treatment area. It's a plant where treatment occurs to a certain level, but final treatment and disposal actually happens as we land apply that pre-treated wastewater into farm fields that have engineered crop rotation. So that means the crops uptake nitrogen and other constituents. And as you've heard a lot from me, that facility has been expanded. So now this last phase of expansion involves that last component of treatment, which is the land itself. So allowing to incorporate 2 new locations for land application is critical to have compliance with Department of Ecology limits in our permit and be compliant with our engineering report, which shows how much land we need to not contaminate groundwater as we are land applying that pre-treated wastewater. So you're seeing in the screen 2 new parcels that we have already acquired as part of the Phase 2 project, and we are proposing an extension of our irrigation system to be able to get to those and land apply that wastewater. Okay, so this project has gone through a couple of iterations in the design needs. We had various engineering reports that have happened throughout the design process of the treatment plant itself, and so our design engineer has been working with us to try to fit the project within the budget. So the budget has also had some changes along the way where we had bonded for the project for a certain amount, and then we were counting on some ecology low interest loans to come forward. That low interest loan from ecology has not been received, and so we had to tailor our scope to fit closer within our existing budget and look for other funding revenues to be able to make the project whole, as we absolutely need this land operational by the beginning of 2026. So this is a big overview of what we're doing. So the amendment itself with RH2 is to allow them to finalize those plans. We're shooting for a open bid advertisement date in October, so this is coming because work needs to happen this winter. And then the vast majority of this amendment really addresses their support throughout construction. So again, we are having the same company help us through the finishing the design, support us during the bidding, and then provide technical support during construction, which will happen within the next 6 to 8 months. And this amendment is for $306,744. Overall, we believe this project will be in the order of $13 million. So when you look at industry standard for cost of design and construction support, this is a very low estimate, which is a good sign. We are counting on their knowledge and expertise in this area. So with that, we recommend approval of this amendment, but I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
All right, does any of the council have any questions for Director Maria Serra? Looks like we're going to start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one small question. That parcel up at the very top where we are adding there, it looks like it's kind of got a windshield wiper on it now. Is that going to be a full circle? Is that going to be converted to a full pivot? Are you going to move the center of that over, or just add another windshield wiper on the other side?
So actually, and I should have made this clearer in my slide, City of Pasco does not own the parcel adjacent to it.
Oh, to the right.
To the right.
That little windshield wiper there?
Right.
Okay.
So at this point,
So that's a no.
we're only installing infrastructure to place the pivot in the eastern end
Okay.
in the center, right? But it would
Gotcha,
be
just like the adjacent property.
mimicking- yes.
Okay, no, perfect. I didn't realize that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, let's roll on to Councilman Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. One question I had was, so how's the design being funded?
The design is funded with bond revenue currently. So that is local funds through bond revenue through the utility.
Okay, but the project itself, the $13 million will be funded by,
There is a component that is bond revenue, and then the remainder was planned to be funded through a low-interest loan, but that opportunity has not come through. So we are working between other departments of finance and public works to identify a funding source, potentially an interloan fund, or pursue some other allocation before we award bids. So that would be something that would come in front of you.
okay. What fund is this one? Is it the sewer fund?
It's PWRF.
PWRF, its own fund? Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, I'm not seeing any other council lights on, so we'll roll on to the public comment section. Anybody in the chambers like to comment on this? Once, twice, 3 times, all right. Well, that gets us through that, so let's jump on to section 6 and miscellaneous council discussion. Do we have anything you want to talk about? Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you. Since the Director of Fun isn't here, it's Fiery Foods this weekend, right? Yeah, hoping to see everybody in downtown Pasco for all the festivities on Saturday. I believe starting at 11 a.m., right? Oh, thank you.
Yes, that's correct. Let me get my notes. A lot of fun going to be had, as Jesse always brings. I know there's a wing eating contest, lots of spicy food. I hope you all enjoy that. And we will have a lot of cultural performances, music. It's going to be a great time. So 11 to 7 down in Peanuts Park.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Not seeing the lights. Did our new city manager, do you want to make a comment? You were talking about some other stuff that you had.
Yeah, I kind of let a cat out of the bag earlier, so let me follow up
Yeah.
and finish that out. Apologize for that. Anyway, as I was saying, I've directed the department heads we're going to make a change on trying to improve communication and transparency to the council and the public on updates of projects and things that the different departments are working on. So starting October, the first meeting, regular council meeting in October, every regular council meeting will have a city manager memo to the council that'll be available to the council and the public in the council packet. That will outline an update for me on some key highlights and priorities that have happened over the last couple of weeks. And each department head will provide an update in one of those memos once a month. So those memos will be split 50-50 between the departments, half of them reporting at the first council meeting, the second half reporting at the second council meeting, consistently month to month. So let's say fire department is on the first regular council meeting, the first regular council meeting memo, you always have an update from the fire department on that memo. That's an effort to try and keep you up to date on projects and things we're working on, key items and issues that we're facing. So you have that as an ongoing basis. That will replace what we call the hot sheet, so to speak. But we do want to give you regular updates of what's going on, but try to do that in a way that balances our staff workload as well. And two is I just wanted to make it open and available to the public as well, that it's in the packet and any of the public can go read that memo and get an update of what's going on. If there's things that are not outlined in the memo that you would like to see, please let me know, and I will make sure that staff works on that to get that in there. It'll be a balance between regular projects versus just some generalized information of work that the staff is doing on a regular basis and working on. We'll also be working on probably changing the format of the agenda item memos so that we have more consistency from all the departments on how these agenda items help achieve council goals, maybe even provide some financial background on things, so that way, questions like we heard this evening, like how's that getting paid for, is that under budget, is that over budget, those kinds of things are clearly outlined within that memo going forward as well. So that'll be a quick change that we'll be making, and staff is excited to work on that. Finally, I do just want to give an update. We do have two key positions that are open and vacant, or will be coming vacant. One is the city attorney's contract expires the end of this year. So I've been meeting with our HR department and administrative staff to work on that. We will be looking at putting out an RFP for a potential city attorney contract to help meet the temporary needs. Well, at the same time, we'll be putting out, we'll be doing a professional recruitment for that position going forward that we'll be working on here over the next few weeks to get that started. And in addition, the finance director, we will likely be doing a recruitment for that process as well. And that'll be a key piece going forward too. So I just wanted you to know that we're working on those. Those aren't falling by the wayside. Those are a high priority of key fills going forward, and we'll be working on that. Given that both of these, traditionally in my past, I do like to have at least the mayor and maybe one council member sit on an interview panel for these key director level positions. So if you are interested in that, and I like to kind of balance it around so we're not using the same council members all the time for these, to kind of spread that love and share it. So if you're interested in that, then let me know, and I'll talk through. No, we don't want to have a quorum of the council on there, but I would welcome your input on those as well. And I usually also invite some community partners that are also impacted by these departments and their services to participate as well. So it's usually a mix of elected officials, staff, and some community partners that I usually put together on these panels for these director level positions to make sure that we're getting people in place that will do a good job for the city of Pasco. So anyway, there's some updates.
All right, I appreciate that. Not seeing anything else. So moves us on to 7, which is exec session, and nothing is listed.
I'm sorry, I know I'm going to make myself extremely popular, but I need 10 minutes tonight to discuss potential litigation under 4230 110 1I.
Okay. So
Is that okay, Mr. Prowlis? You seem to not be agreeable to that.
This is one time, just tonight.
So that
Just to be clear, legally, the city council can call an executive session at any time under the statute. That's what I'm asking you to do tonight.
okay. Well, I'm fine with having an exec session. So right now it is 9:30. So let's 10 minutes. That would make it 9:40 when we're done. All right, well, it is now 9:50, and a great audience that is in the chambers here. They can all now decide to go home. So it's 9:50, and we are done with the exec session, and so we're moving to 8, which is adjournment. Thank you for joining.
Thank you all.
Well, good evening, and welcome to the City of Pasco's Council Special Meeting, followed by our regular meeting. Today is September 15th, 2025. The council thanks you for being a part of our city government. At meetings, the city council takes formal action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets for both meetings are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. These meetings are also being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191, on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available at the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by asking the Ask Pasco app. With that, let's get a roll call.
Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Present.
Councilmember Harpster.
Present.
Councilmember Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Here.
Mayor Milne.
I am present.
Thank you.
With that, let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so that brings us to 4, which is interviews for our vacant council position number 4. So, do you want me to read the description? All right. So tonight, the council will interview 4 finalists for council position number 4, serving council district number 4. After the interviews are concluded, council will adjourn to executive session to deliberate the attributes of the candidates. Upon return to the meeting, council has the option to appoint a candidate to council position number 4 to serve to December 31st, 2025, when the term for position number 4 ends. While the candidates may stay in the council chambers during the interview process, as this is an open public meeting, council asks that all candidates remain outside the council chambers until it is their turn to be interviewed, so that the interview questions are new to each candidate. After their interview is finished, the candidate may return to the council chambers. At this time, will all council candidates please step outside the council chambers while the council finalize the interview questions. All right, we're moving forward. I'd like to do number 1 and 1A. So start with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Which one would you like?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just go right down the line and take number 2. Thank you.
Okay. Let's keep moving to our right here.
And we're doing 1 each, right?
Yes.
I will do question number 3. We'll just go down the line.
Okay.
I'll do number 6.
Okay. And
I'll do number 5.
okay. Okay, well, and then, number 7 we're not doing. Want to do number 7? So, I guess we'll have Grimm do 2 and 7. Okay, I think we're good. Grim's doing 2 and 7.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for taking time out of your day to come down here.
Thank you.
We'll just, I guess, for the record, let's state your name and.
Joe Cotta, District 4.
All right. Sounds great. So, we'll get right into the questions. Based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
The primary duty?
Yeah, the city councilman.
I think probably it has to do with listening to the constituents. You need to be a good listener. You need to figure out what's on their minds. You know, they're going to really have their hand on the heartbeat of the city, especially if they're heavily involved one way or the other. Usually the people that are involved are the ones that are talking to you, and there's some offense one way or the other. And we want to make sure that we're running the city right. We need to make sure that the people involved are approving of us in some way and that we do our business.
Okay. And then 1A is, what are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
Well, typically their interests are going to be my interests, but there's, maybe two constituents want a couple different things. And so, I'm going to listen to them. I'm going to explain where we stand, why we stand, where we stand, where I stand, where the council stands, and how we got there, and help them understand the practice that we applied to come to that decision.
All right. Well, thank you. That's the end of my questions. And then Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Testing, 1, 2. It's still crackling? Is it better? It's yes, no. Okay, we're back.
All right. Well, let's pass it on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm for the next set of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Cotta, for applying for the position. What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
I was encouraged to see the position you hold of trying to reduce traffic deaths by half. I don't know if you can talk about an issue that's more important than life or death. And so I think that's probably a pretty significant issue. When you're talking about lives, you want to, so I guess in a general category, you could just say safety. And so there's a lot of things involved in safety, less crime, less drugs, supporting law enforcement. I know there's some priorities to ensure that we have district attorneys available and public defenders, and supporting public safety. If we don't have safety, people aren't going to want to come here. They're not going to want to build their businesses here. They're not going to want to live here. And so safety is obviously a big one.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Let's move down to Councilwoman Ross.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for participating, taking interest in being
Thank you.
more involved in the community. So my question to you is, what have you observed as areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What do you think we're not doing correctly or we need to do better?
Well, I think we're all struggling as a culture in a lot of cities with homelessness and behavioral health. And I'll be encouraged to, if I'm appointed, to help with solutions to those problems. In my experience with the Turn for Christ and substance abuse recovery, it's just something that's important to me, dear to my heart. I know a lot of guys who have gone through those programs, who have been homeless, who have suffered from behavioral health issues, and helping those guys get better. And so I think that's something that, it's in a general sense, but, we can always be better there. We need more resources for those guys.
All right, so we're going to jump to, what's that? Well, let's jump to question number 4, and Councilwoman Blaisdell.
How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision of the city council?
Well, you listen. They need to be heard. And there's probably a proper channel and a process that you want to take them go through a grievance process. And whoever that contact person is for that situation, you're going to want to help them. You want to have kind of a kind handoff, introduce them to the person you need to talk to or something in those regards if it's appropriate. And then there's a confidentiality that you want to maintain, and that's probably about it. It's just passing them off kindly. Because I guess in a negative sense, you don't want to start doing an investigation on your own. There's a proper channel for those things.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Let's jump to question number 5, and we're going to go with Councilman Leo Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
Probably my background in agriculture. I'm also a pastor. I think about 20% of the city's land use is situated in agriculture. And so I can bring some things to the table there. I managed a 1,000-acre vineyard, and so I have general management experience in the sense that you're managing assets and employees and capital budgets and operating budgets. And I have a union negotiation experience. Chemical applicator's license, my commercial applicator's license. So I know about chemicals, I know about safety and those kinds of things, process and procedure. As a pastor, I'm going to be experienced with the needs of the community. I'm going to be experienced with managing a nonprofit, those kinds of things.
All right, thank you for that. So we're going to jump to question number 6, which is Councilman Peter Harpster.
Thanks for being here this evening and for applying for the position.
Thank you.
After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
If I'm really dug in on the position, and all of you guys are on the other side of that, you handle that professionally. You got to support the ruling of the council, and so there needs to be some support there. If I want to dissent, there's a professional way to do that. There's a process for that. There's a timing involved in that. But personally, I would like to strive to have good working relationships with all of you, and you don't do that by behaving immaturely when things don't go your way. So the relationships are important to me. Working with all of you is important to me. And then, on the other side of that, if somebody dissents from my position and I have the majority, the person who dissents still has a different perspective on things, and it's good to pay careful attention to those things, especially when the issue comes up again. It's like, well, you were against this before, what do you think now? What do you think we could have done differently here? Those kinds of things. And so there are times when it's important to dissent and bring the issue up again, but it needs to be done in a professional way.
All right, well, thank you for that. So we're going to, the final question for your interview is by Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you. What is your vision for the city of Pasco in the next 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it a better place to live and work?
Well, it looks like our projections over the next 10 to 15 years, we're expecting 40, 50,000 more people. And so it looks like 121,000, in 2046. Anyway, 2046, and 19,000 more housing units, 16,000 more jobs we anticipate. And so really, we're looking at a situation where we just need to be prepared to have the infrastructure for the city to grow that way. And where we're going to do that, I talked about safety already. A lot of the reasons I think people are interested in moving into Pasco, or the reason a lot of people live here, is regarding the transportation resources. We have an airport. The railway is obviously huge. The port. And agriculture is a big reason that people live here. Supporting agriculture in some way. So as far as things I would do to change it, I like the city. We're doing things with the projects, the Martin Luther King Community Center, the downtown project, the development on Broadmoor, the neighborhood parks, all those kinds of things are really great. And I think a lot of that stuff is going to be coming into fruition during this next term. It's just a wonderful thing to be a part of. I just like leadership. I like working with the team. And I think it'd just be a neat opportunity to do that with you guys.
All right, well, you are done, so thank you.
Thank you.
And if we could get the next Ken.
I'm going to leave this here.
So yeah, you could stay if you'd like, or more welcome to do what you'd like.
Thank you.
So this is not working well, so you'll have to use.
Okay, just like karaoke.
Yeah.
Testing, 1, 2. Oh.
Well, we could hear you, so you say your name and we could proceed.
Good evening, Pat Jones.
All right. Well, thank you, Pat Jones, for taking time out of your day to be here. Do appreciate it. So we're going to jump right into the questions. And so based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
There are two answers I'd like to offer to that. First of all, it would be what the law of the cities say that you must perform, the duties that you have to perform, whatever those might be as far as governing and managing the cities, managing the taxpayer dollars, being fiscal in how we do that, making sure that policies are followed, making sure that government is done by listening to the people, making sure that infrastructure is kept in place, and all of those parts that the law says that we must do. I have a set of bulleted items that I have followed as an elected city official for over 14 years myself that I'd like to share with you that specifically answer that question that I have followed for years. I believe firmly in a balanced pattern of growth, a vibrant, livable community, a safe, healthy, inclusive, skilled community, efficient transportation, infrastructure systems that are safe and ongoing, economic stability and growth, outstanding recreational and cultural opportunities, and responsive, accessible, and effective government. So philosophically, those are my beliefs. From a day-to-day standpoint, I believe we have to meet all of the things that I mentioned first and be responsible to the citizens who put us there.
All right. Well, thank you for that answer. Part A of that is, what are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
It's important to know what the needs and the wants are of the people in the area that we represent. We are elected by an area, and it's important to know what the needs and wants are of those folks. Are those needs recreation? Are those needs streets? Are those needs public safety? And to know what they are and bring those to the full council so everyone knows what's going on. There are times when it will be my job to bring those forward and push those from a stronger level. There will be times when I will need to work with the other council members and understand where those fit into the full picture of the city. It's impossible to say at which point those will be pushed more forward, or I will back off and work together to meet the needs of the full city versus my area that I represent. Each and every decision, each and every plan, each and every budgeted item is a discussion that needs to take place. And so it would be short-sighted to say, this is time I will do this, and this time I will do this. Each one needs a fair look and a fair discussion, and then I would make my determination based on my background, experience, and training, and determine how I would push or back off at that point.
All All right, well, thank you for those answers. We're going to be moving to question number 2, which is Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
Right now, I would say infrastructure-wise, making sure that we have a plan for water in the future. I understand that our water system might be at a certain age where we have to start looking at either building a new water tower or investing in the one that we have. We can't grow, we can't support what's going on in our city if we can't guarantee water every time someone turns on their tap or does the flush. So it's our job to make sure that that's there. That's one of the first things I would want to look into as a new council member. I would also want to make sure that we are meeting the needs from a public safety standpoint. We want to make sure that our citizens are safe. We can't be a good growing city if citizens don't feel safe here. So that would be from a public safety, police, and fire standpoint. The next thing that I think needs a lot of attention is retail. It appears to me as a fairly new member to the community, my wife and I have lived here 2 years now, that a lot of retail exists in Kennewick and Richland, but there's not a lot of solid retail in Pasco in a comparison of the three. That's looking at it from a new person standpoint. So those would be my main focuses coming on board.
All right, thanks for coming in, Mr. Jones. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for that. We're going to move on to question number 3, which is Councilwoman Blanche Barras.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you for participating and wanting to be involved in your community at this level. What have you observed in areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What do you think we need to do better or we are not doing at all?
Can I get the question rephrased, ma'am? Are you asking me what do I think right now needs to be done better in the city of Pasco? Is that the question?
Correct. What is it that we're doing or not doing for the city of Pasco? Or if you feel that there's something that we could do better?
Okay, thank you. I understand. Again, from a new person standpoint, lived here 2 years. One of the things I think we need to do more of is take a look at our speeding that's going on throughout the community. It seems like we have a tremendous amount of traffic going on, and it seems like a lot of those people like to drive really fast. And I think we need to take a closer look at that, and I'm sure that's being done. I'm sure that's not a aha moment for anybody, but that is certainly something that I see as a new person living here for 2 years. I believe that's something that certainly needs to be looked at to be done better. I would also say that providing opportunities for the fine arts in our community. We have tremendous recreational opportunities for athletics, but we have little to none in the fine arts, and I think that's something that we need to look at as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Let's move on to question number 5, which is done by Councilman Leo Perales. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped. My bad. Question number 4. Yes, Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision for the city council?
The first thing I would do is listen to what they have to say until they were done talking. I want to make sure that they had a chance to clear their mind and clear their heart of what they have to say. Then I would encourage them to follow the proper procedure that we have. I'm sure there's a complaint policy that the city of Pasco has, and I would ask them to follow that. It's not my job as a city council member to reprimand, to jump into policy or the day-to-day operations of how our departments do their job. We have managers and other things in place to do those things, so I would ask that person to get a hold of the person's manager or however the structure is in that department and ask them to share their concern and follow the process that's in place. I am not elected to be a micromanager of a department, nor would I ever act in that way.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we'll jump to number 5 with Councilman Leo Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
I have 14 years of elected experience as a city council member from South Dakota. I served 11 years on the city council in Leeds, South Dakota, and then just recently before we moved here, 3 years on the city council in Rapid City, South Dakota. Rapid City and Pasco are amazingly similar, both 80,000 people, both have very similar growth situations, both have ethnicity issues and things that go on within their community, both have growth issues, and so it's rather amazing to move here to this wonderful community and have them be so similar. So we have addressed a lot of the same things. Also, just my years of training, like I said, 14 years there, 17 years as a school administrator. I have great amount of training in how to run meetings, how to do proper procedure, how to do the simple things of making motions, how to vote, parliamentary procedure, all of the ways of how we do business. A lot of times for new council members, that can be a large learning curve, which inhibits their ability to be effective. I bring a turnkey operation to the council and will be an effective member almost right off the bat. I've sat on many dioceses, I know how to do the job, and will be able to be effective almost immediately. I have a bachelor's degree in music education, I have a master's degree in education and administration, and a doctorate degree in education and administration. I know how administration works, and I am ready to bring those skills and talents to the city of Pasco.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Let's jump to question number 6, which is done by Councilman Peter Harpster.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, for being here this evening. After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
I've always taken a stand that once the debate is done and once the vote is done, it's done. If I've put my best into it, and I believe that my fellow council members have put their best into it, and we've taken the vote, then we have to be grown up enough, we have to be adult enough, and we have to be professional enough to move forward. I don't believe in parking lot meetings. I don't believe in talking behind people's back. I believe that we have to be able to move forward. I've seen many organizations that when something like that happens, Councilman Harpster, the people who are on the losing side of it, all they do is complain for the next day, week, month, or year, and it hurts the organization. It poisons the organization. And I've been on the losing side of votes before. Many of us have if we've been in this business. And we just have to realize that that one is done, and it's time to move forward to the next one and not waste our energy on one that is done.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So your final question is going to be done by Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you again, Mr. Jones. What is your vision for the city of Pasco in the next 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it a better place to live and work?
I believe to make Pasco a better place the next 10 to 15 years, we need to make sure that we have infrastructure for our water distribution and supply to be securely in place. We need to make sure that we've addressed retail, to have more and better retail in place, to have ongoing sales tax base to take care of the needs of the city, because those things go on well after we are gone. We need to make sure that the public safety needs have been met, properly funded, that there's enough fire and police officers in place, and that there's enough structures in place, police and fire departments, to meet those needs. And that there's enough recreational facilities, both athletic and fine arts, to meet the needs of our vast, diverse communities. If we address those things and do them well, we will have taken this wonderful community and made it even better for the people that come behind us.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thank you for your time. So you're more than welcome to sit in the chambers and listen to the other candidates or whatever you'd like to do.
Thank you all very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening.
Hey, good evening. If you want to state your name and, I know who you are, but state your name.
Yeah, my name is Abel Campos.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we are going to jump right into the questions. So based on your research, this is question number 1. Based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
Well, I think the city council obviously is the legislative body of the city. So they have some important aspects to that. So they go ahead and they make policies and laws. And so part of it's the making sure that they have everything that would make the city very successful. And so they do that. They also oversee, obviously, the staffing and the budget. They also are representative of the city, and so each member is designated to a district, and so they represent that district. And so it's just making sure that they hear from them and then bring that to the council on that. I also know that they also designate different citizens in the city to serve on other commissions and boards to help with that.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Let's jump to 1A. What are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
Yeah, I think that's a good balance to have. I think on one side, the council member needs to obviously represent their district well and hear them out and be willing to listen to any constituents about their concerns for their city. But at the same time, they got to come together as a team for the city council and make the decision that's better for the city itself. So I think it's a very important balance. Definitely a juggling act that needs to be happening, making sure that they're doing both, listening to the constituents, but also working with everyone else and making sure that the city moves forward in a positive way.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we're going to jump to question number 2, which is going to be done by our very own Mayor Pro Tem, Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Campos, for being here this evening and participating, just throwing your name in the hat for it, too. What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
I think there's just so much going on. I mean, just knowing the fact that, by 2038, we're going to continue to grow 40 to 50,000 people. That in itself, managing that and making sure we're putting everything in place to continue to grow our city is very important. But I think obviously making sure that we continue to develop our businesses and our economic plans in place, making sure that we have housing. I know that serving on the Planning Commission, that was a big deal that we had to kind of look at, hearing all this, housing and making sure that we provide for that. But I think it's a big task, and I think that that's something that we need to really look forward to, is making sure that we have not only the right housing and the economic plan, but also just making sure even if everything from traffic and everything else, making sure all those ordinances are in those places that we're ready for the population that is to come.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we are going to move on to question number 3, which is done by Councilwoman Blanche Ross.
Councilman? Councilwoman?
Councilwoman.
I don't know what I heard.
Oh, no, my voice is a little dry. I'll take some
My
water.
ears are
Councilwoman.
failing me. Thank you for participating and wanting to continue working for the city of Pasco. I know you're in the Planning Commission, but this would be a very, very different role. My question to you, what have you observed? What have you seen as areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What can we do better?
I think that it's just all part of gathering and making sure that we are gathering kind of those stakeholders for getting businesses that want to be here, making sure that we're putting all those right ordinances in place and making the system better to go ahead and draw businesses into the community. Also, we got to figure out what we're going to do with the people that are living on our streets and the homeless and the unhoused. Making sure that we establish some type of programs that we want to make sure to help either direct or help them as well. I think those are all very important issues that I think we must address, and knowing that more people are only going to come, I think those are the things that we have to absolutely address and make sure that we have that plan.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 4, which is Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision of the city council?
Yeah, I think that's, depending on what exactly they're saying, but I think it goes back to that previous question of being able to listen to our constituents, making sure that we're providing that ear. However, at the same time, making sure that we also represent our staff and making sure that we, depending again on what's going on, making sure that we somewhat defend our staff if it's something that's not as big of a deal, making sure that we do that, but also bringing it back to the city council. Again, depending on how big the severity of the issue is, communication, making sure that we are bringing that to the table, talking to the mayor and so forth. But I think also talking to the citizen itself, directing them to the right place as well, whether it's an email or a conversation or directing them to somebody director that needs to do that. So I think just making sure that I'm the liaison of not only listening, but also helping them and direct them to the right place.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 5 with Councilman Leo Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
I think that one of the things that I know that I guess kind of pride myself in is just making sure that I have that emotional intelligence to carry on big, serious discussions and situations, but be able to stay calm and collective and patient. I think is one of the things that I kind of really just think that's one of my biggest strengths. I think the other part is just I'm a team player. I love to do teamwork and to work together and get our hands, dirty and trying to figure out a solution. I'm big on that. Let's figure out a solution. Let's talk about issues. Let's talk about problems, but let's work together and let's figure out a solution to that with that. And so I think those are the 2 biggest skill sets that I think that I have that I could bring to the city. Did I answer that full question? I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 6, which is Councilman Peter Hupster.
Thanks for being here this evening, for applying for the position. After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
You support it. You absolutely are on the council, and you trust basically the other council members to make a decision. And so as long as I know that as long as I did my part to represent the voice and my district, and as long as I know that I did that and we discussed it well as a council, then I support the decision of the council, and we make sure that we move forward with that.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we are going to jump to the final question of tonight for you, which is number 7, and this is going to be again by Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Campos, what is your vision for the city of Pasco in 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it better, to make it a better place to live and work?
Well, I think at 10 to 15 years, we'll be at the 120,000 mark as a city, or maybe even more. And so just making sure that we have a productive community where people feel like they are being connected, and doing that by making sure that we have some economic policies that people can find jobs, find a house, and also have gatherings for families to just make sure that support. I think those are going to be the 3 main things that we want. We want people, and I think we already have it, but we definitely want to continue it, is that people love Pasco, we're Pasco, and let's continue to do that. And so I think the 3 things that we need to focus on is making sure that businesses are provided opportunities so jobs can continue to come in, housing affordability, making sure to do that, and also people are proud of Pasco by just having events and different stuff in the community to be a part of that.
All right. Well, it looks like you're done then. So thank you for applying, and if you'd like to sit in the audience, do whatever you think is best.
Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Well, we know you're the 4th person to present, but please say your name just for the record.
I would be happy to. Hello, my name is Tanya Bowers.
All right. Well, thank you again for taking time out of your evening. Thank you for applying for this position, so we're going to dig right in. So question number 1 is, based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
A city council member has to be accountable to their particular district. They have to balance the interests of their particular stakeholders with those of the larger city. The city council member also has to make sure they are judicious about the decisions that they have to vote on. Most of the decisions that they make, of course, have to be things that they have listened to multiple parties within their particular district. And then I'm a big believer that listening to multiple viewpoints helps people come up with the best decisions overall. So as a city council member, that is one of the things that we have to make sure that we are accountable. We also have to make sure that we know what the processes are that we must adhere to so that we do not have conflicts of interest that get in the way with decisions that we are responsible for casting votes on.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So I have a part A on my question. So what are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
I think I just spoke to that.
Kinda did, yeah.
I think it's a very careful balance that one must make. Of course, your actual constituents
Well, good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco's council meeting. The council thanks you for being part of our city government. At meetings, the council takes formal action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meetings video is also available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. So with that, if we could get the roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas?
She is online, supposedly.
Present. Thank you. Blaisdell? Here. Cotta?
Here.
Arpster? I believe he's excused tonight, Mayor.
Okay.
Perales?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Here.
And Mayor Milne.
I am here.
Thank you. 6 here.
All right. So with that, if we get all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you for that. And yes, I do remember Harpster reaching out to me saying he was going to be here. So with that, we're going to roll to the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by roll call vote as one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by the council members, the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. 4A, approval of meeting minutes for October 6th, 13th, and October 14th. B, bills and communications approving claims in the total amount of $5,362,870.22 and a write-off totaling $11,752.58. Item C, resolution number 4661 and 4662, Road 80 Park Acceptance of Grant and Purchase Agreement. Item D, resolution number 4663, Project Acceptance, Highland Park, Southside Landscape. Number E, resolution number 4664, supplement to professional services agreement with Consor North America Incorporated for design services for the Sylvester Street Overpass Pedestrian Bicycle Access Project. Item F, resolution number 4665, project acceptance for the Burton Boulevard Soccer Complex field lighting. Is everybody fine with this, or anything you want to move? Not seeing any, so can I get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
So we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Blaisdell. So if we get a roll call.
Yes. Councilmember Barajas,
Yes.
Blaisdell,
Yes.
Cotta,
Yes.
Corrales,
Yes.
Grimm,
Thank you for that. So we move on to item 5, properties not listed. So that'll bring us to number 6, public comments. The public may address council on any items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of the city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or for the posing of questions with the expectation of an immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberate process with input from a number of different sources, best directed staff members who assist to specific information. Citizens' comments will normally limit to 3 minutes each by the mayor. There's a little timer up there. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and city or county residency into the microphone before providing your comments. Do we have anybody that would like to make a public comment? All right. Yes, let's go with you. Mary Maloney, you're up.
Is this on?
It is now. Now it's off. So if you want to turn it back on.
Pardon me?
If you could turn it back on.
You want the red light on?
I want the red light on.
Yep, now it's off.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, as with Spokane selling their dogs for research to WSU Veterinary School since 1975, our animal control, Tri-City Animal Services, TCAS, has been sending our dogs and cats for WSU research, then they're killed, since 4/16/03. See Animal Control rehire Angela Zeiler in the Tri-City Herald, quote, "The dogs euthanized at WSU were ones we would have had to kill anyhow," end quote. Also, Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr authorized no due process protections at Animal Control, and now, with the usage pay system, a bounty is put on our dogs and cats and a ransom is required to be paid to get our pets out of Animal Control. See Pasco City Manager Report on 10/6/25, page 4, regarding 232 recent animal control cases provide all due process violations and a usage pay fine total. TCAS, Tri-City Animal Control Services, still performs botched, cruel, and barbaric euthanasia methods and has never provided results for the 48 counts of animal cruelty, the stolen $375,000 donated by our veteran in his will, and the missing and or stolen rainy day fund. See Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Zeiler. And with over a $500 million CIP budget made up by our tax dollars, Pasco gives nothing to our homeless people and no funds for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for our dogs and cats. And yet,
Ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins, now Aquatic Director, is paid nearly $11,000 per month plus his travel expenses, provide his passport entries, and the cost for the lazy rivers. For our floodplain, provided permit number 404 for the sewer station and any development and water contamination reports with ruptured sewage lines, see photos. Provide fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers Hayden Homes for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets, see photos. Provide all LID, ULID designs for my property, include costs, start dates, U.S. mail notice to me, and Pasco communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. Provide contracts and tax dollars paid by Pasco to the following. 1, to GMP Consultants with ex-Pasco City Manager Dave Zabel. 2, to ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins and or his LLC. 3, to the Kerr Law Group and proxies. All requests are for the record via RCW 42.56 and to put Pasco on notice.
All right, thank you for that. Do we have, all right, Ms. Crawford?
Thank you. I came here tonight to thank Leo Perales for his astute attention to a derelict property in our neighborhood. And it's not well, but it's a lot better. Better than it was. Where maybe a friend of mine who also lives across the street from them, maybe her realtor will show that property because she has been refusing because of the mess in the neighborhood, which is really scary. Okay, and Leo, thank you for listening to my whining and my persistence because I can kind of be that way sometimes. Rather than come here and complain about the ineffectiveness of some of our code enforcement, I started thinking about the homes in our neighborhood that are not being maintained on the exterior. A lot of these are homeowners, which I found very surprising. First-time homeowners. And I thought, perhaps, let's look for a solution. Yeah, code enforcement is good, but are they aware of the codes? Did they come from a home where yard maintenance, paint maintenance, trash in the trash receptacle was expected, or did they not? Because we're a town of a lot of different cultures. Perhaps we could, at no cost to the city, hopefully, because we sure can't afford it right now, yoke with some realtors. And currently, we have realtors in our area providing homeowner classes on how to finance, what costs to expect, etc. Well, could we get a code enforcement officer in there or a volunteer from our city council to present to these potential new homeowners what our code is, what our expectations are, and kind of bring them along? Okay, I'm assuming your statisticians would know if these are all first-time homeowners or not. Some people are just going to be chronic offenders. But y'all get paid from our taxes. Sure. Property taxes. When Pasco turns back to the bad old days, and there may not be anybody here old enough to remember them, property values were way down. When I was on Planning Commission and City Council, we worked hard to bring Pasco's image back up. I'd really like to see it stay that way. And the cancer from that house spread to next door. I was going, oh, okay, because they started piling their trash out on the street. And I'm just going, this cannot be happening. It's cleaned up right now. But we need to stop this cancer. We need to educate homeowners, let them know we're proud of Pasco. And Pasco pride means taking care of what's yours.
True.
Okay, and off topic, current score, bottom of the sixth is Mariners 3, Blue Jays 1.
All right.
Have a good evening.
All right. Well, thanks for the update. And all All right, do we have anybody else that'd like to make a public comment? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right. Let's move on to item number 7, reports from committees and/or officers. Do we have anybody that would like to talk about what they did this last week? Let's start off with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I attended the Hispanic Chamber Spooky Ball with the COPA board members and the Colima delegation. It was a night of entertainment from the Colima students and dancing and singing. Director Rice was also present. And I also wanted to report on the Colima Pasco Friendship Collaboration. The partners include City of Pasco, Port of Pasco, WSU Tri-Cities, Pasco School District, the UPN Colima. This continued partnership has opened opportunities for so many different reasons. These students had a dream to come to United States, and they had the opportunity to tour Pasco Police Department, the Pasco Fire Department, WSU Tri-Cities, the Pasco School District's Port of Pasco. Then they also attended the Terra Vita ribbon cutting and toured their facility. They toured a handful of daycares in Pasco while they were here, and they also got to eat and experience what we offer downtown Pasco. Over the last week, I got to spend a lot of time with these remarkable students to hear their story and just to understand things through their eyes. They didn't know what to expect when they got here, but they left here feeling the embrace of our community, all wanting to return back to Pasco in the near future. This is what makes our community so special. The community partners united together to make Pasco a great place to live and visit.
Well, thank you for that report, and thank you for all your dedication and helping the city. I seen some pictures online, and you were Johnny on the spot. You were everywhere, so thank you for all that. Let's move on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Benton Franklin Council of Governments meeting. Unfortunately, I was kind of mobile and had to do it on the road on Friday morning for good reason. But anyways, one of the presentations we were given, it was pretty much a business as usual meeting, was given by the Cascadia Consulting Group regarding the regional climate change approach. And it was an excellent presentation that they gave, but near the end when they solicited board member comments, I did speak up on behalf of just meeting the minimum obligations, just because of the status of the climate has been changing for eons, and everything we do has very little effect on it. The whole thing has become so politicized, and really all it does, all of these initiatives we take advantage of, really just puts a burden on the middle class and families with higher energy costs in their home, higher fuel costs when we go to the pump. And so it was my input that our goal just be to meet the minimum obligations as required by the state. And I was grateful that the city of Kennewick also joined in and felt that was also the proper approach. So that was that. And then that was Friday. So then the day before, we had our quarterly Franklin County Emergency Management meeting where we just kind of did year-end budgets. We're still trying to work through an issue out at Franklin County number 5. That's kind of been an ongoing issue for a while. Hopefully we'll bring some resolution to it. But that's what I did this past week on the short week. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for representing the city of Pasco. Let's go with Councilman Cotta.
Less relevant to Pasco, but I was in El Salvador on a mission trip. That was great. One of the highlights there was visiting the women's shelter. It's the only women's shelter in El Salvador that takes in pregnant women. And so we gave them a baby shower, and that was fun. And so there was a lot of cool stuff going on there, and El Salvador is great. I think there's a lot of them that would like to come visit us here. But it was a good trip.
All right. Well, glad to hear it. I'm not seeing anything else, so let's move on. Item number 8 is hearing and council action on ordinance and resolutions related thereto. Item 8A is public hearing and ordinance number 4794, Rocky Hills Management, LP Row Vacation. And we're going to start off with Ms. Director Haley Matson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council. Tonight before you is a public hearing related to a petition by Rocky Hills Management LP to vacate an unused portion of right-of-way along Road 104 near Magnolia Heights Development. This ordinance 4794 is an instrument that would formally vacate that portion of right-of-way, and staff recommends that council adopt the ordinance and authorize publication by summary only. Some details first about the site layout here. The map on the screen shows the subject area on the west side of Road 104, and this is north of Road 100 within Magnolia Heights. The 60-foot strip, originally deeded to Franklin County in 1994 and annexed in 2001, is not currently used for any roadway or pedestrian purposes. And the vacation that is proposed here tonight simply removes a piece of right-of-way that is no longer serving the public and cleans up the boundary for the subdivision shown there on the screen. Going back to the process for the vacation approval criteria, the Pasco Municipal Code outlines 4 criteria that the city must review prior to vacating a right-of-way, and these are shown on the screen. First, it must not negatively impact traffic or circulation, and given that this is not needed for vehicular or pedestrian access, this criteria is met based on staff's analysis. Second, the area must not be planned or needed for future public use, which we've determined is not the case. And third, no property can lose legal or physical access, and this is not creating that situation here. And finally, the action must not harm the public interest. Staff found that this request meets all 4 conditions that are listed on the screen. It's unused, it's not part of future plans, and all parcels retain access, and the action serves a public benefit by aligning property boundaries. And the portion at the bottom of the slide I'll touch on here too. There are 2 additional sections of code that allow council to require survey or compensation. Staff in this case is recommending both those requirements, and the reason being is that the boundaries and the legal description are already well documented, and the applicant has provided substitute right-of-way of equal or greater value as part of the Magnolia Heights plat. And because the vacation primarily corrects a mapping overlap and supports clean property records, the public benefit outweighs the need for an appraisal or payment in this case. So staff is recommending for this vacation that council approve the proposal, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. Does any member of the dais have any questions for the director? Not seeing any, so I guess we're gonna conduct a public hearing?
Correct.
Is there any member of the audience that would like to talk about this? Going once. I guess we got you in the back. Hi there.
Good evening. My name is Jim Malu, and I'm the pastor of Hope Fellowship on 4100 Road 100, which is this right-of-way vacation request is the back part of the parcel that is on our property. And so we approve this request. We're for it. It would clean things up. And I believe the developer has also expressed the same thing.
Okay.
So I don't need to waste any more time. But
All right. Sounds great. Do we have any other members of the public that like to make a comment? Going twice, going 3 times. All right, so we are going to close the public hearing. And if I could get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you. I move to adopt ordinance number 4794, vacating a portion of Road 104 right-of-way as established by special warranty deed under Franklin County Auditor's File number 505754, and further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
So we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We got a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. All right, looks like it passes unanimously. That'll jump us on to number 9, which is ordinance and resolutions not related to hearings. So we have number A, ordinance number 4795, declaring the city's intent to join and be annexed to the Mid-Columbia Libraries District. And we're going to have Deputy City Manager Richa Siddell.
Thank you, Mayor, and evening, members of council. I'm here to seek your consideration for the ordinance in front of you declaring the city's intent to join and be annexed into the Mid-Columbia Libraries District. We have been partners with the Library District for more than 5 decades, and our community is deeply engaged with their services, and Pasco residents are among the highest users in their system. And our 2025 survey reported about over 96% satisfaction rate with the library's services overall. The services is currently funded by the city's general fund and costs around $3 million annually. And it is important for us to secure something that is long-term sustainable and stable fund, and that is also the library's desire as well. With this annexation, if it passes, it would shift the funding model from the general fund to a dedicated Mid-Columbia Library property tax levy. And at this time, it is estimated to be 23 cents per thousand assessed valuation, about $115 per year for a home that is valued at $500,000. The action in front of you, however, is not approval of the annexation itself, and that's important to remember. What you have in front of you is a request to be annexed, which, if approved, will then go to Mid-Columbia Library's Board of Trustees. If they concur, it will go to Franklin County Board of Commissioners to be put on the ballot, and when it goes on the ballot, the residents of Pasco will vote on whether they want this annexation to go through or not. If the voters approve the annexation, Pasco residents would gain direct representation within the library's district. Governance structure and library's operations would shift fully under Mid-Columbia Library's authority. Right now, we have essentially a management operations with them. Some additional agreements, if this passes, we would have to kind of work through, for example, continued use of some of the city-owned facilities. We'd have to work through the lease. And also, we've been discussing opening a branch at Martin Luther King facility, so we'd have to work through that. So there's still some work to be done if the Pasco citizens vote to be annexed into the library district. And with that, I'm open to any questions that you might have.
All right. Is there any members of the council that, let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if I'm understanding you correct, Ms. Signell, in a sense, this is kind of cutting out the middleman, right?
That is correct.
Us being the middleman, okay. I guess, Mr. Mayor, I would be up for, letting the voters decide at that point.
Yep. Let the voter side is always important. Let's move to Councilman Browse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm in total support of this declaration, and hopefully the people of Pasco will approve this. I think strategically this assists us in bridging that deficit gap and utilizing those general fund dollars for other stuff that we need to pay for. So in total support of this.
All right. I'm not seeing any other lights on, so if I could get a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 4795, declaring the city's intent to join and be annexed into the Mid-Columbia Libraries District, finding that the public interest will be served thereby, and requesting the concurrence of the Library District Board of Trustees.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and I have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. We'll also try to give the one online, Councilwoman Bras, a chance to vote as well. I kind of skipped it last time. We were kind of quick. But all those in favor say aye.
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 All right. So all those opposed say nay. So it looks like that passes unanimously as well. So that's going to jump us on to 9B, which is quasi-judicial closed record hearing in ordinance number 4796, Desert Bloom LLC, zoning determination R4, portion of an X property. And this is going to be by Director Haley Matson.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. Tonight before you, actually, point of order,
We need to have
Attorney
Mr.
Ferguson, did you want to read the quasi-judicial proceedings before I start?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So this is a quasi-judicial hearing. It's a hearing or proceeding to render a final decision on the materials that are presented It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, or privileges of the specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies. The hearing must be fair in three respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding, which would affect the council members personally, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to the hearing, prior to hearing the facts. D, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff prior to this hearing. And finally, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make them known. Hearing none, are there any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in these proceedings? Hearing none. And just one follow-up here. This is correct me if I'm wrong here, Haley, I believe this is the closed record hearing matter.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so just one addition that we usually don't read with regard to quasi-judicial matters, but this is a closed record hearing, so there's an additional disclaimer that needs to be read. So it's if a closed record hearing, no new evidence may be presented. Only those who participated in the open record hearing in front of the hearing examiner may testify, and arguments must be summary only and not offer new evidence. So that's something we typically don't have to deal with quasi-judicial, but this time it would apply.
All right, thank you for that. So, Director Haley Madsen, if you want to.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Attorney Ferguson, for reading those guidelines here. So tonight before you is a closed record hearing. And tonight, council is conducting this hearing and considering ordinance number 4796, which would assign R4 high-density residential zoning to the Desert Bloom LLC portion of a recently annexed Broadmoor area. And I will show you a map. I'm going to jump around a little bit on the slides here so that they can follow what I'm talking about here. So this is the slide showing the area. And this ordinance, if approved, would finalize zoning for approximately 8.6 acres located south of Burns Road, east of Shoreline Road, west of Road 122, and north of the future Sandifer Parkway. The proposal was reviewed by the Pasco hearing examiner, and the hearing examiner did recommend approval of this zoning determination. And that recommendation has since been appealed, which is why tonight is under the closed public record hearing format. So I'm going to go into process, and then I will go in a little more depth than normal for land use applications to the council, since there was an appeal, and I believe we have members of the public who are here interested in this. So I'm going to go into detail what the application is and what the appeal was for. And then I'll answer technical questions that you may have before opening the closed record public hearing. So this slide shows the process, and I'll walk you through each of these components and the process that led us to today. On July 9th, 2025, the hearing examiner held the initial public hearing on the proposed R4 zoning for this piece of property I showed you earlier. And to ensure complete notification, the hearing was continued to August 13th, and notice was mailed to all property owners within 300 feet. The public record was closed on August 13th, and the examiner issued his recommendation on August 27th. The hearing examiner found the request was consistent with the comprehensive plan, the Broadmoor master plan, and the city's zoning criteria, and has forwarded this to the city council for review. On September 6th, a timely appeal was filed by nearby residents meeting the 20% signature requirement that's listed under PMC 25-210070, which triggered this closed record hearing. So the purpose of this request, the Desert Bloom LLC property was part of the September 2nd annexation that was brought forward to the city council earlier this year. And under Franklin County, it was zoned RT transitional rural, and the city now must assign a zoning designation to this piece of property that has been annexed into the city, so that when it is formally inserted into the city, it has a city zoning attached to it. And the request tonight is for R4 high-density residential, which is consistent with the medium-density residential designation that is listed within the Broadmoor Master Plan that was approved through the area and adopted under City Code. The zoning action itself does not approve a specific development at this time. It provides regulatory framework for future housing proposals, which will go through a separate review and SEPA evaluation if needed. So tonight is not a project level review. That project specific review will occur at a later date. This is for the zoning on the property. And down here with staff findings and recommendation, the hearing examiner made findings under PMC 25-210-060, concluding that the proposal aligns with the comprehensive plan and Broadmoor master plan. It is compatible with the adjacent residential uses and supports the orderly growth within the urban growth area of the city. This allows for coordinated infrastructure, increasing housing supply and supporting planned growth within city limits, which is also required by the Growth Management Act established in the 1990s by the state of Washington. The state of Washington does require any city planning under the Growth Management Act to densify, and we are assigned housing figures to each city every 10 years, the state says. So for example, during this cycle, they've assigned 18,000 units for City of Pasco to grow in the next 20 years. That is a requirement at the state level, so the city is required to look at different areas of the boundaries of city limits and establish where these densities will go. And that was part of the Broadmoor Master Plan exercise, where the city reviewed all areas and decided where the best place would be for compact mixed-use development in Pasco. So that was determined by the hearing examiner to meet our comprehensive plan, which is based on state law. There was no special conditions or an agreement necessary based on the recommendation because all standard development regulations were still to apply, and staff has concurred with those findings. And so now I'll move into the appeal portion of this. That was the process at the hearing examiner level where a recommendation was issued on this matter, and there was several people in attendance at the hearing. I believe there was 25 to 30 people present. There were several written comments, and then there was a petition signed by the neighborhood with an upward of 722 signatures and 60 written comments. So the hearing examiner took in the feedback at the meeting and the written comments and rendered a recommendation on this matter. On September 6th, the appeal was filed by nearby residents, as I touched on before, and it met the 20% requirement in code. And the purpose of the request here was that, I'm losing my spot here. One moment, please. Okay. Thank you for your patience. So as a summary, the appellants within the appeal raised 6 primary issues, and the issues are detailed in your packet. So every single issue that was appealed was provided in the staff report with the appellant's assertion in the appeal, and then staff went ahead and provided a cohesive response under each of those items in detail. So the summary I'm providing here, which I'm happy to answer any other questions later if you'd like. The summary here is just summarizing the feedback that's provided in the staff report, and I've divided it into 6 categories to present to you. So the first category is the comprehensive plan consistency. The appellants stated that the R4 exceeds the medium density residential limits. And the response staff provided is that the Broadmoor Master Plan, adopted as a comprehensive plan amendment in 2023, established the medium density range up to 29 units per acre. Therefore, the R4 designation is consistent with that plan. There was also a note that the categorical exemption for SEPA review on this zoning determination only was improper. And staff's response is that this is a non-project zoning determination, and the Broadmoor EIS already analyzed area-wide impacts, and the exemption is appropriate based on our review of state code. Then the third major concern related to traffic and school concerns. Traffic could probably be in its own category. We received a lot of comments related to traffic concerns in this area that are existing, and then concerns that traffic would further impact the area for the residents there with this new new proposal coming in, and we had the appellant cite Burns Road capacity and school crowding. The response is that staff provided in the report states that transportation and school impacts were addressed in the Broadmoor EIS and master plan, and future projects must meet the city level of service standards and dedicate right-of-way as needed. And again, I'll point out here that this is a zoning determination on the property, and this zoning determination is embedded within the Broadmoor master plan, which did also include a traffic review of the area. So if there's a future project that comes in and builds on this property shown on the screen, the applicant will be required to comply with the traffic plan prepared for the Broadmoor area. If anything in the project falls outside of scope of that environmental review conducted for the Broadmoor area, the applicant will be required to do further environmental review for the project and cannot exceed the level of service standards and requirements placed on that area for traffic. Neighborhood compatibility was a concern raised by the appellants and at the hearing, and the main concern was that R4 is too dense next to the RS20 zoning, which is in the county. That's a larger designation, and the R1 areas that are located within the city limits. And staff's response is this site is separated by an arterial and planned for medium density transition. The intent is still residential in nature and not detrimental to the adjacent uses. The procedural notice, there was an issue with the public notice that occurred during this process, and staff has identified how that error occurred, and we've since fixed it for future projects. The early notification was incomplete, and the hearing examiner, in light of this, continued the hearing and re-noticed all the owners within 300 feet to circumvent this deficiency. And the sixth theme related to the appeal is the conditions and agreement requirement, and the appellant's requested conditions to limit density or require improvements for this area. Staff's response is conditions aren't needed for a zoning determination. Any specific project will undergo separate public review and infrastructure requirements. Moving on to the conclusion here, staff and the hearing examiner both find that the R4 zoning is consistent with the city's adopted plans and environmental review. The underlying land use of the medium density for the property was part of the 2018 comprehensive plan. So this was designated several years ago. It was updated upon adoption of the Broadmoor master plan. So this is consistent with plans in the area over the past several years. And to note, the R4 zoning does allow for the greatest level of flexibility when subdividing the property into finished single-family residential lots, which is why the applicant has applied for this zoning. There have been statements that the R4 zone is the only zone that allows for multifamily housing, and that's not accurate. All of those R1, R2, R3 zones allow for multifamily development. There's just different ranges of lot sizes and more flexibility offered in the R4 zoning. Again, this project supports Pasco's long-term housing and infrastructure goals for the Broadmoor area. Future projects will still be subject to public hearings if applicable, SEPA review and mitigation is needed. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of this. And if council does approve this ordinance tonight, the city clerk will record it with Franklin County, and staff will issue a notice of decision to all affected parties. Any future subdivisions or development on the site will come back through the public process for review and approval. We do have alternatives for council. Council may modify the recommendation, deny, or direct staff to prepare a commitment agreement. I'm sorry, I struggle with that word, as provided under PMC 25-210-080. And if council would like to be advised more of those steps later on in the process, Attorney Ferguson and myself are happy to walk you through that. But staff is recommending approval. And at this point, Mayor, I'm happy to answer any technical questions that you have, maybe not policy questions, but technical questions related to the staff report. And I can field those with council. After that, we can proceed to opening the closed record public hearing, where we'd be seeking input from folks, as Attorney Ferguson stated, that have already attended the initial hearing and have been a part of the new record, and that no new information may be submitted to the record or brought in. So we do want to be flexible with this requirement, since people are coming this evening to speak on the matter, and we love participation in these processes. So if there is something that's severely out of scope of the materials here. I will turn my microphone on and ask to jump in, Mayor, as a point of clarification to inform you that the testimony provided was out of scope of the testimony that we can take in. So at this point, happy to answer technical
I
questions.
appreciate you clarifying that. Let's go with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I just have one clarification question. The Broadmoor Master Plan traffic study that was done, it says 2019, that was for medium density residential or high density residential?
There was a range of units provided, so it was done based on a mixed use of residential and commercial uses. So there was a range up to 15 dwelling units per acre that was looked at for the whole area. So that wasn't conducted on a site-by-site basis. It was conducted globally for the Broadmoor area. I'm not sure if it was actually listed under medium density residential or high density, but the range of units reviewed by the traffic report was up to 15 dwelling units per acre. And that was mentioned in the appellant's application about the density not quite matching, but it's important to note here that the traffic review is a preliminary transportation analysis for the entire Broadmoor area. It does not dictate zoning. So if the traffic review went up to 15 dwelling units per acre, and we find that the specific proposal falls outside of that range during review of the actual development proposal, the applicant is required to submit another SEPA and an updated traffic report. So it looked at the area collectively, 15 dwelling units per acre. And this is one piece to that entire area. So if this area is higher in density, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not compliant with the Broadmoor TIA.
Okay. You just said a lot of.
It's a very
my mind's
technical.
trying to process
Yeah,
everything you just said.
It's a very technical matter. So very thick packet of information here.
Thank you.
Of course.
All right.
Could I follow up to that?
Yeah, let's jump on to Councilman Nakata.
So with this R4 transition, you're saying that the scope of the traffic study did include a possibility of this amount of density in that area?
Yeah, so that was an average for the whole area, 15 dwelling units per acre. And the area is composed of commercial uses and residential uses. So we're not going to see this amount of density throughout the whole area. That's how an EIS works when you're looking at a established master plan. You look at it collectively as one impact. And then as you get projects that come in, you look and you say, okay, let's give this development as an example. So they're coming in at a higher density. We're looking at the trips collectively for the area. Now, if this project does need more analysis, given that this transportation analysis, again, was preliminary for the master plan, we will require that upon development application.
But we don't know if we would require that now?
Not until we see what is being built there. This is simply a zoning
see.
designation for a property. So we have areas around town that are zoned right now for residential development. They're vacant and they're not developed. We wouldn't go to those sites and require a traffic study until we knew the extent of what the development would be.
So if we didn't like the way the traffic study happened later on, because of the density, we could then pull back and go with something with a lower density.
If they don't comply with the standards, we wouldn't be able to approve the proposal. So they'd need to go back to the drawing board, and if they couldn't make it work and maybe it didn't pencil to redo that whole area with traffic improvements, they may consider coming back and doing a different zone or not moving forward with the project.
Thank you.
All right, so let's jump to Councilwoman Blaisdell.
In my mind, what I'm thinking is Road 68, nobody anticipated the high traffic volume on 68. That's why I think it's so important that we look at things from as that is an example when developing Road 100. Now, I'm not by any means saying I have the answer, but Burns Road is already busy. So I would think that we would look at the traffic study before we start changing zoning. I could be wrong, but that's just my personal opinion.
Ms. Mattson, do you want me to chime in on that a little bit?
Yeah, Mr. Ferguson.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so we're kind of talking about two different things. So when there was the Broadmoor Master Plan, that was, and again, I'm going to get out of my school here, but that was a non-project EIS, an environmental impact statement. And so as part of that, a requirement was to have a traffic component that had to be analyzed. So you don't know, without knowing what's going to go in that area, you have to basically kind of pick it down the middle. That's what the traffic analysis has to go through. And then it's able to then go through their other steps for to complete the SEPA EIS process. So it's just that's why it's called a master plan, because it's very general in nature. And I think what Ms. Madsen is saying is that any time, while that is great for folks that want to come in and not have to, and then be able to rely on that already non-project EIS that's been done under SEPA, that's great. But when they don't meet that requirement, they're going to have to then go through a separate SEPA process, which could also entail a traffic impact analysis, and that could come up with a completely different result. So while it was a necessary component of the Broadmoor Master Plan requirements to already have the SEPA EIS in place, so that folks wouldn't have to come in and piecemeal it, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the only traffic analysis that's ever going to have to be done for any project that goes on in that area.
Answer your question?
Sure.
Okay. Let's move back to Councilman Cotton.
So isn't there an estimate of the amount of people that are going to be living in this area since it's moving to R4? Wouldn't there be a general framework that we would consider and apply that to the traffic study? I mean, I know maybe there might be a few less townhouses or whatever's going to be there, condos, but it would be more than what would be an R3. So wouldn't that come into play when you're considering the study? I mean, isn't there a range where we kind of know if we need to do the traffic study or not?
Yes, so when the project moves forward and develops, we would look at the traffic study for that. The assumption for density for this project can go up to 29 units per acre, and that multiplied by the site is 539 units, but then you want to probably deduct 75% of the site, and then you assume, so that would be 400 units, and then in each unit there's an average of, I think it's gone down since I've last checked the statistics, but around 2.3, between 2 and 2.5 folks per unit. That's just my anecdotal answer at this point. So you'd have 1,000 folks living there, and back to the...
That's the high end?
Yeah, that would be the average, I would say.
Okay.
Just based on it. And for 400 units, that typically generates 1 p.m. peak hour trip between 4 and 6 p.m., which is what our traffic impact fees are based on.
Would you mind telling me the density range? I apologize for not knowing it.
The density range, I just provided the max. So the max would be 400. I doubt they could actually get that many units on there. It just really depends if there's multifamily
How few
units.
can be on the property?
I'm sorry?
How few can be on the property?
20. I believe the density range is 20 to 29 units. 6 to 29. So if it's, got it. So 6. So the lower end of the range would be 100 units. So 100 to 400 units.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so I'm not seeing any other questions. So now we're going to conduct a closed public hearing. So, and anybody in the audience, I assume you're all not against the Mariners and Seahawks, so you're here for this. So, so who would like to be first?
I'm online here for this as well.
Okay, well, let's go with the online person first.
Mayor, just to clarify, every person needs to attest that they did speak at the open record hearing prior to speaking tonight.
Okay, did you hear that? Did you speak at the with the
Yes,
hearing
my
examiner
name
at his meeting?
Nathan Grimm, I spoke at previous hearing examiner meetings.
All right, well, please proceed.
So my concern was about Burns Road. I've written into Councilman Milne about the master plan and the transportation master plan and the comprehensive plan and the level of service on Burns Road. Burns Road just cannot handle it, and more traffic. It has not been able to handle more traffic. The county proceeded to add projects. Thus, I live in. We're going to continue to build. I understand that, but we have to do something about Burns Road. We can't just say, oh, we can't. The hearing examiner found the arguments that we made about traffic unmoving due to the issue had existed previously. Well, the issue exists, so when do we fix it? The answer is not to say every project just gets a pass and we never have to fix it. That is lunacy. And we know in Pasco, based on our previous experiences, that we've gotten traffic stuff wrong. And I have a grave concern, and I've expressed this to the hearing examiner, that once we zone this, the ship has sailed on our opportunity to do it correctly. The transportation master plan says Burns Road's supposed to be a primary arterial, which gives it four lanes of travel, 2 lanes in each direction. With the current right-of-way that exists, that is not possible. The current right-of-way and in the current places that Burns Road is developed, it's a single lane of travel in each direction with a turn lane. And to make that whole Broadmoor area medium density to high density, and you're relying on Burns and a future Sandifer, which isn't even designated in the transportation plan as a primary arterial, just an arterial, which means it's 2 lanes of travel and a turn. That is not enough traffic east-west in and out of that entire area from now into the future. So that's my concern. That's a summary of my concern. I know the hearing examiner said it's a pre-existing condition, but at some point we have to fix things that are not right. And just continuing to say because it didn't get fixed before, we're not going to fix it now. I ask staff to explain that logic. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, and just clarification, I was advised by staff to not read any emails, to only stick with what was in my packet, and so again, just clarifying, I did not have any ex parte communication, I didn't read any emails, I stuck with just what the hearing examiner, or else I would have been recused from this meeting if I was getting outside advice, so just making that comment that unfortunately in these cases I can't be involved and just go off what is presented. So I think that's the only online was Nathan Grimm. All right. So those are members of the audience that would like to make a comment or say something.
My name is Piper Barton, and I was at the hearing before. And
Okay.
I talked. So my main point was neighborhood compatibility is what I spoke about. And from a real estate point of view, because I've been a broker here in the Tri-Cities for about 40 years. So my concern, and I live in here too. I'm a resident here at Solstice. And I've sold a couple of homes in there, a couple of them back up to Road 122. And I had actually called into the city and asked for my clients, on my client's behalf, what that was zoned for. And at the time, I was told it wasn't incorporated. It was soon going to be annexed. Not soon, but it would be. And told that it was medium density. So a couple of people bought who are right on Road 122. So my main concern is if housing of lower value goes in there, that it will bring values down that are right next to, like right next to here. So just hoping there wouldn't be apartments. I know the application was for single-family detached, so that's where I was coming from a real estate point of view, was keeping the neighborhood comprehensive and not having anything go in that would take our values down.
All right. Well, thank you for your testimony. Okay. And comments? Is there anybody else in the audience that wants to speak on this issue?
Mayor, just a reminder to have people test or attest at the beginning that they did actually speak at the open record hearing.
Okay. I assume
Thank you.
Give your name and answer that question as well.
All right, I'm Robin Dillsworth. I do attest that I spoke at both hearings. And small notes. I had a half a sheet last time, so I'm going to keep it to a summary. I'll tell you what I talked about the first time. Primarily, and the second time I was just reiterating that I still stand behind that, plus what was said that night. A lot of other things were very good. So my first question that night was, why change the designation to high density 4 when 3 would accomplish what he says he's building? And that's still a huge worry to me, because density 3 should accomplish what he wants for single family homes that are standing and not in an apartment. So I really believe that we're opening it up wide open for an apartment. And I'm one of the ones that backs right up. My backyard views that lot. And our back, the way Polish makes their houses is the back of each house is almost all windows. And so you put an apartment back there and they're all going to be looking right into your home. And no privacy. Right now there are all those trees, and they're beautiful, and love the trees. And I'm afraid the trees are going to go. But if the trees could stay, that would be a huge help too, because that would render some privacy. But I was one of the homes that Piper sold, and she told me that it would be medium density, because I was, it's farm right now, but it's not going to stay that way. And so I thought, okay, that's good. It'll be good. And so this was not at all what we were foreseeing and what she had been told and what was told to me. We just bought there last July, a year and 3 months ago. And so my other concern that I wrote down here was crime. I left Road 40 because crime was encroaching on our area down by the river. And my son is a police officer, so I asked him, where is a really safe place to move to? And because I wanted to stay in Pasco, love Pasco. And he did too. So he said, you know what, Burns Road. And he told me about that Solstice down through there. So it was the first place I looked, and we bought right there. We loved it. And he said, very low crime. And then those 3 apartment complexes have come in that short time that I've lived there. And he says, well, crime's gone up. Theft is happening all the time. So that's a real concern. And then another thing, the fourth thing I wanted to talk about was, so it was the high density, why go with 4 when you have 3? High rise, you lose your privacy, crime. The fourth thing would be, I'm a CPA. And so I know that you all are looking for income to your city. I am too. I would love to see it thrive. And yet, whenever these homes go in, whatever the builder puts in there, they're going to make revenue for the city, and they're going to put their homes someplace. They're definitely going to build. A builder builds. They're going to find a place to build. So you're still going to get that revenue. But what is a concern is if these homes that are in that vicinity end up losing value, especially, ours are like 500 to 750, but across the street from us go upwards over $1 million. If they lose value, you lose revenue. So I just wanted you to think about that.
Thank you for that. I think I saw somebody else that was getting up, ready to talk.
Hi, City Council. My name is Cody Fielding. I am the applicant.
Okay.
And I did speak or testify in the first two public hearings. So, I just reiterate maybe what I mentioned in those meetings. The land use has been public for since the 2018 comprehensive plan, and Haley mentioned that as well. And so, from our perspective, this land use has been out there for some time. The land use does allow, I should say, the land use requires either R2, R3, or R4. And my next sentence is very important. Any of those zonings require 6 to 29 units per acre. Any of them. R2 can go up to 29 units per acre. R3 can go up to 29 units per acre. R4 can go up to 29 units per acre. Any of those zonings can also be down to 6 units per acre, but they have to fit somewhere in between. So I sympathize with the idea that the R4 high density, I'm using air quotes, because they're all the same density, R2 through R4 in this instance, because it's the Broadmoor Overlay District. And so I would like the City Council to consider that in this. The reason we chose R4 is because it allows the greatest level of flexibility for creating single-family lots, single-family residential homes for I would say the average citizen of Pasco to be able to afford to live in Pasco. And this area has been designated for that express purpose. And so we're honored and we're excited to be part of that, to bring that housing to the Tri-Cities, or to Pasco specifically. And so I hope that makes sense. Good. I think that's pretty much the summary that I wanted to share. Thank you for your time.
Can I ask
you? Want a follow-up question?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. If I could, Mayor. Thank you. You just said we want R4 because it allows flexibility for single-family homes. So we're not talking about townhomes, condos.
Technically, condos and townhomes are single-family homes, technically. Okay. What we're not referring to is, call it 3 or 4 story apartments where one doesn't own their unit, or rather they rent a unit, and those units are typically, in a 3 or 4 story building in typically 3 story in the Tri-Cities, which is what we see on Burns today. So in our instance, it would be builders that would be building 1 or 2 story homes. Detached or possibly attached, depends on the builders. To be just totally honest with you, there's likelihood for townhomes if those builders desire townhomes, because that's what the public wants. It's a little bit lower price point that makes it more affordable for a lot of people. Typically, a townhome is $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 less than a detached single-family home, and therefore sometimes builders prefer to build that because it gets more people into houses.
And how much is a townhome going these days?
$360 to $420.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to answer any other questions that the council might have.
Basically, you're saying, you're telling us that these are going to be townhouses, they're not going to be 4-story apartments?
Right now, correct. So to clarify, right now the builders that are interested, we're not the builders, we're developing for builders that want to come in and build. They are interested in single-family, attached and detached. What that means is single-family sort of standalone that you would see kind of in a traditional neighborhood where it's 1 unit per building. They're also interested in potentially townhomes, which are sort of like glued together type homes, but they're still single-family homes in the sense that they're on their own parcel. And so a homeowner can go and buy that specific townhome unit that happens to share a wall with somebody. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's go with our Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This might be a question for staff. I don't know who's the best to answer this, but what makes an R4 more flexible?
So the R4 allows single-family lots. It allows flexibility in how you can configure them. And it's escaping me all of the details. I think you can go down to 20-foot widths for a townhome as opposed to, call it 40 or 50 or something like that. Yeah, that's true. So the square footage. So to get to 6 to 29 units per acre requires a little bit of creativity, let's call it, for lot sizing to achieve single-family residential, which is what we're trying to do. It's really easy to get there on 3-story apartments. I mean, that's super easy. But to do single-family residential, which is what our plan is, you can go down to, I want to say it's 2,000 square feet for R4 per lot. That would be like a townhome lot. Whereas R3 and R2 are bigger than that. Off the top of my head, it's escaping me exactly those numbers, maybe 4,000 and 5,000, something like that. But that's pretty much it. So again, we're going to be less than half of the 29, like we just are. Because that's the only way to get there. It's impossible to get up to 29 units per acre doing single-family residential. And even 3-story apartments, they're hovering in the 18 to 22 units per acre. Maybe 24, 25 if they're smaller units. So, yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, that does. I may ask some follow-up questions of staff during discussion time, but yes, thank you. That starts me down that path. Thank you.
Very good. Anybody else?
I know member, I mean, I guess kind of like maybe a little off topic, but they talked about like a tree line or trees. Is there going to be any way, like say if you're building these townhouses where there's like trees, because I mean, say if you have 3 townhouses and you have another guy that has a yard, there could be maybe 3 to 4 townhouses in that one guy's backyard, you know, as far as if you stack them in that small of lots, is there any plans to separate the housing development that's the low residential development from the one that you're proposing? I mean, what would be like a tree line or something like where you don't have people looking down into your yard? Is that for consideration on this, or?
At this point, to be honest, we have not considered that. Yeah. So our viewpoint is you kind of have, 2-acre lots. I'm going to disappear from the microphone.
Okay.
2+ acre lots over here turn into 1-acre lots, turn into half-acre lots, turn into 1/4-acre lots, and then there'd be smaller lots here. And so there's already sort of a natural progression, and my understanding is that there's no requirement for any sort of transition other than the actual transition of the homes themselves. And so, that's kind of our stance. At some point there should be a transition, which is why we're proposing something that we are proposing as opposed to 3 or 4-story apartments. Yeah.
So obviously townhouse is better than apartments, I can guarantee you that, but, all right, let's go back to Councilman Connor.
According to the constraints that we are under, according to Growth Management Act, according to the comprehensive plan, what has to go here anyway? What are, or is there a possibility of going to less density here and still being compliant?
It has to be between 6 to 29 units an acre. Yeah.
And you're just saying you're already at the lower end of that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to be somewhere between 8 to 12 units per acre. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll just reiterate. So we feel like that's a reasonable transition as opposed to going, 25, 26, 29 units per acre right there. Yeah.
All right. I'm not seeing any other council lights on, so I do appreciate. Does Councilwoman Rojas have any questions, or?
I do not.
Okay, I guess she's good.
And I would say the previous zoning, I think it was 2 weeks ago with SG Land Management, that was approved. This is effectively the same ask. Just happens to be R4, but they're still within the 6 to 29 units per acre. And that was passed by City Council. So
Point of order, Mayor. This is a closed record public hearing where we're supposed to be taking in comments from individuals, including the applicant, and back and forth conversations and Attorney Ferguson can weigh in too, but I just want to point out if we keep doing a conversation, we might need to jump in and wait for those technical questions to happen after the closed record hearing is closed.
Okay, well, I think we're good, but I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Libert. I testified at one of the hearings and one of the applicants as well. The traffic has been brought up several times, and just reiterate that this is not a project-based hearing. This is a zoning determination, and as Mrs. Mattson clarified, that any traffic mitigations that would be required would come about when the project comes to City Council. We'll have a preliminary plat application, and so any needs to address traffic would come through the application after we've applied for that application, and if we need to have a traffic study and what the implications would be to that. But this is just for zoning, and I just wanted to clarify that.
All right, thank you for that. Is there any other member from the audience that? Going twice, going three times. All right, so we are gonna close close the record hearing.
I'm sorry, Councilman Milne.
Yes.
I just wanted to see if there's any questions for any of the other testimony.
We had a pretty comprehensive report, and you already had your 3 minutes, so I think unfortunately we're gonna have to move on.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so anybody have any other questions before we get a motion? I'm not seeing any. I would like to. So if we get a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. What's that?
Can I comment first?
I guess we're gonna need a comment then first.
Sorry, thank you. I was just hoping, just for the sake of just understanding, maybe just clarification for the public, more about, if I can lean into the R4 zoning just a little bit more, and why that is flexible and like attractive to the applicants here.
Certainly, and the applicant did cover most of what I will say. The R1, R2, R3, and R4 zoning does allow for apartments to be built. There's a difference in, and they all have the same density range. The difference between the R4 is that you're allowed to do a lot size down to 2,000 square feet. Not if the applicant did, and I'd like to clarify what I said. I'm sorry. R1 is not included in that category. So I'm going to restate my message here. R2, R3, and R4 have the same density range, 6 to 29 units, and then each of those zones do allow the same, different uses listed in there, including apartments. The key difference here is the lot size minimum. So in the R4, you can go down to 2,000 square feet. If you did every lot 2,000 square feet, you would exceed the density. So that's not really what it means. It just means you can have super tiny lots in some areas, medium-sized lots or larger lots, just more flexibility in lot size and some dimensional requirements, I believe, related to height and setbacks. That offers more flexibility so that you can maybe do more compact development in some areas and then less compact in others, but it does not result in a different overall density.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Of course.
I guess, just one of the, thinking about this from a couple different angles is, obviously one of the things that we heard last time was just the lack of a buffer. That is what we heard 2 weeks ago when we designated that to R3 that people had some concerns about. And one of the things that really stood out to me was how many people spoke against it last time, but yet this time it's exponentially even more. But however, I think what I'm kind of hearing from the residents is they're looking at the 3-story apartments up the road there and not wanting that, or just maybe especially what we have on the corner of Argent and 68 there, and suddenly just all of this, kind of appears. So, I'm going to probably struggle with this as much as Ms. Mattson, but I'm just wondering if, based on the testimony of the applicants, if a concomitant agreement might be better, if I pronounce that correctly, just might give some comfort to the residents of, the zoning that they're planning on, or the units they're planning on building per acre could match up to that, to give some of the citizens there the peace of mind that they're not going to end up with what they feel is a monstrosity right in their backyard.
You're saying that if it moves to zone or high density 4, you'd like to see it with like wording that as far as townhouses, is that what you're trying to?
Yes, sir. Yes, give them the flexibility that they're looking for with the R4 zoning that can, get them the flexibility they're looking at within their square footage and working with their lots. But perhaps, the designation keeping it to townhomes and others that will prevent, a massive apartment complex from going in next. I'm just trying to find a middle road here is really what I'm trying to find, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Mattson, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, Mayor, and I am going to just refer to it as an agreement. I really struggle saying that word for some reason, but the agreement that Councilmember Grimm mentioned, that is within council's authority, and Attorney Ferguson, jump in at any time if I'm giving inaccurate information, but I believe council does have the option to formulate an agreement with the applicant that could require a landscape buffer and a commitment to not constructing apartments, since that is within the current applicant's plan. The downside to that, if I were the applicant or someone who owns the property, is that if the property does sell to a third party, let's say the applicant doesn't move forward, then the next person would be tied to this arrangement, so it would limit it. And I believe the public did bring that up as a concern during the hearing. Well, they say they're doing single family, but what if they turn around and sell it or change their minds, et cetera, et cetera. That is possible. So approved as is, the applicant could change their mind tomorrow and do apartments, or they could sell the property and someone else could build apartments. So if council does want to go that direction, and I haven't, discussed this with the applicant in advance, the council could set it up to where there's an agreement with this applicant to limit the development to a specific type of development. From a land use standpoint, I usually don't recommend this as the first option, just so we can respect our long range plans and all the time and effort that went into the EIS and the overall plan for Pasco, knowing that we do need to densify, and apartments are not looked at highly by most communities or existing residents. And I understand that. I'm not, I do empathize with that. However, to meet our numbers, the apartments do eventually need to go somewhere, and we need to start somewhere, and Broadmoor has been identified as a high compact transportation area. But back to the original question, that's certainly within your authority, and Attorney Ferguson can jump in if anything I just stated was inaccurate.
No, that sounds pretty accurate. Concomitant agreements are, just to be clear, that is an exception. So that would be something. So this is because you're doing a zoning determination. You essentially have three options. You can approve the hearing examiner recommendation as recommended, adopting his findings and moving forward that way. Or you can go the other routes, which is to enter a concomitant agreement or which would include modifications, and then you can also potentially completely deny the zoning. Although that's not going to be a real viable option, because this is recently annexed property and it does need to get zoned something, but doesn't necessarily mean it has to get zoned what was applied for. So. There's some nuances, because this is not a typical rezone, which is where typically concomitant agreement are in effect. This is an actual zoning determination from an annexation. So I don't know to what degree that would be the most viable option with this, since it's actually new zoning. That most of all that language in our code is under rezones, not zoning determinations from annexation. So I don't think that is necessarily means that it's not an option. I just don't know what exactly those procedural steps would be. I do know this, that any option you choose other than to move forward with the determination or the findings of the hearing examiner and the recommendation won't be able to be done tonight because the council will need to make its own findings either by determining that it needs to be modified and then enforced through a concomitant agreement or through denying it. So the option tonight is to move forward with the hearing examiner recommendation and approve the ordinance, which does that, adopts his findings and then his recommendation, or do your best to come to a conclusion on what the majority of council wants to have staff work on and draft to bring back to you for findings, which are obviously able to be amended, but we can't do that on the spot right tonight, not knowing whether it's going to be what the council's decision would be.
All right.
Attorney Ferguson, I'm not sure what the answer is to this question. The applicant has asked if they're allowed to state their position on this matter.
No, not at this time. This is a closed record hearing based on the recommendation from the hearing examiner. So the hearing examiner has, sorry, let me pull up here just 1 second. I lost you here. Okay. So the hearing examiner recommended, if I'm saying this correct, Ms. Madsen, please correct me if I'm wrong here, but the hearing examiner recommended approval with no conditions and not entering into a concomitant agreement.
That is correct.
Okay, got it. Okay. So I think I'm trying to, so yes, if that is the recommendation of the hearing examiner, then I think that the applicant could speak on that matter.
Okay, so the applicant's permitted to go up and speak on this matter at this time?
Only if that was an issue that he addressed at the previous open record hearing.
So would I need to open up because I did close the record hearing, would I need to open that back up?
No, since this is a closed record hearing, and I appreciate you going through the machinations for that, but this entire hearing is a closed record hearing, and that's why the applicant or the folks, when they come up to speak, are only allowed to restate the claims, or excuse me, the statements that they made at the open record hearing. So it's from a technical standpoint, it doesn't have to be open and closed that specifically, but at this time, I don't think that the applicant addressed that at the hearing examiner level. So I wouldn't recommend him being allowed to address that at this time. We can certainly, staff and I can certainly work with the applicant separate and apart from this hearing. But at this time, I don't think that's advisable.
Yep, I concur with Attorney Ferguson's recommendation on not allowing the applicant to speak right now, because it was not brought up specifically at the original hearing, and we haven't permitted anyone else to bring additional information. So the applicant, that applies to the applicant as well.
Okay. All right. Let's, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you. I guess just, to empty the thoughts, I guess some of the thoughts that I'm working through as we think about this, beyond what we've even mentioned already, is I think it's important for the public to know, as I get reminded frequently, that I believe we are only one of 4 states in the whole union that has a Growth Management Act. And what that means is the state basically dictates how we are to build and the density and all that. And those requirements, like I think Ms. Madsen was trying to get to, is that density has to go somewhere. And, no one kind of wants it in their backyard, and that's what makes this really difficult. And my heart goes out, definitely the people that, no one wants to see their quality of life or their property value go down. But at the same time, to attract businesses out to the Broadmoor area, they're going to want to see more dense housing out there too. And so I think that's another side of this, we do need to consider at the same time. So, there are, I know the onion illustration gets way overused, but I think there are a lot of layers to this that are worthy of consideration.
All right. Any other comments? All right. Well then, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, can I get a motion?
I move to adopt ordinance number 4796, assigning R4 High Density Residential District to the Desert Bloom LLC portion of the annexation area as recommended by the hearing examiner and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. Let's do a roll call on this.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Councilmember Cotta.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Yes.
And Mayor Milne.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
All right. Well, thank you for that. All right, let's move on to the other quasi-judicial one. Item C, ordinance number 4797, Department of Natural Resources rezone from RT to R3 and RT to C1. And let's also start off with Mr. Ferguson before we move it over to Director Mattson.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So this is, again, another quasi-judicial matter where proceeding is to render a final decision on the materials that are presented. It's a proceeding in which council defines the legal rights, duties, and privileges of specific parties in a hearing or proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies and must be fair in three respects: form, substance, and appearance. Council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to the hearing, whether there has been any ex parte contact, and finally, any other conflict a council member believes that would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. Any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make them known. Hearing none, are there any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in the proceedings? Hearing none, please proceed.
All right, if we get Director Haley Mattson.
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to pass this off to our Planner 3, Ivan Barragon, and he will be presenting this matter. And this is not a closed record hearing. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. So Ivan will take it from here. And Ivan, when you're changing slides, you can use the arrow on the keyboard. And if it doesn't work, oh, it does work. Okay, turning it over to you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's a pleasure to be here. As Haley mentioned, my name is Ivan Barragon, Planner 3. Tonight, I will be presenting the rezone proposal submitted by Habitat for Humanity on behalf of the Washington State Department of Natural Resources. The request seeks to change the zoning from RT, residential transition, to R3, medium density residential, and from RT to C1, retail business district. I will be covering the Pasco Municipal Code, the comprehensive plan map, and the proposed city zoning map. A rezone petition must clearly justify the proposed zoning change, address potential impacts on nearby properties and the comprehensive plan, and include any additional information requested by the hearing examiner. Following the public hearing, the examiner evaluates whether the proposal aligns with the comprehensive plan, provides community benefits, avoids negative impacts, requires any conditions or agreements with the city. A public hearing was held on September 10, 2025, and the hearing examiner issued a recommendation for approval on September 25, 2025. City Council consideration. Council may choose to approve the reclassification with or without modifications, enter into a concomitant agreement with the petitioner, or deny the reclassification. No appeals were received on this proposed rezone. The proposal is located south of Burden Boulevard, west of Road 68, and north of Interstate 182, partially within the area planned for future Road 76 overpass. The existing RT zoning functions as a transitional designation and does not align with the comprehensive plan. Under the comprehensive plan, parcel number 117530015, the western parcel, this large portion, is designated for medium density residential use, which sets a density of 6 to 20 dwelling units per acre. This is outside of the Broadmoor overlay district, so that's why it's 20. A portion of parcel number 117500118, that's this sliver here, is designated for commercial use. And this center line is the anticipated Road 76 overpass. If ordinance 4797 is passed, the zoning map will be updated to reflect this change as shown. As noted in the agenda report, we are ahead of schedule on this rezone application, and we anticipate this will serve as the pattern for future projects reviewed by CED. Based on City Council considerations previously discussed, both staff and the hearing examiner recommend approval of the reclassification without modifications. Thank you for your valued time. I'm open to any questions or concerns you may have.
All right, does anybody on the dais have any questions?
No questions, just a comment, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
No, just looking forward to this. You know, I was at the site when the Director of Public Lands for the state of Washington, Hillary Franz, came out and met with some other leaders in the community and talked about this project. Councilman Harpster also let me sit in on a Habitat for Humanity luncheon he was at, where they kind of unveiled the project officially, and so it's going to be the largest, their largest build in the entire continent of North America is going to be right here in Pasco. And I know one of the goals of this council was to find a way for more affordable housing. So, you know, really looking forward to this. And, you know, I love that red line there that also represent the Road 76 overpass. So I eagerly support this, Mr. Mayor.
All right, sounds good. Anybody else? I'm not seeing any lights. All right, well, I guess you're off the hook there. So thank you. Can I get a motion?
You can, Mr. Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4797, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located south of Burden Boulevard, west of Road 68, north of Interstate 182, in part within the area between the planned Road 76 overpass in Pasco, Franklin County, Washington, from residential transition RT to R3 medium density residential and RT to C1 retail business, and further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
All right, so we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we got a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. All right, did we hear from Councilwoman Barajas? Be able to vote? I don't know if we lost her.
Did you get that? Nope, I'm here. Did you get that?
So what was your vote, yay or nay?
Yay.
All right, thank you for that. All right, that moves us on to item D, ordinance number 4798, approving Fat Beam franchise agreement. And this is going to be by Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This item pertains to the renewal of a franchise for Fat Beam. They are a fiber optic provider within the city of Pasco. They currently serve the school district. They do not serve any residential areas. And this franchise will allow for them to construct, install, operate, maintain, repair, remove, do all the things that they need to do with their underground fiber optics within the city's right of way. There was a public hearing held. Of course, I have the slides from our public hearing. I think you've seen all this information, so I don't want to delay this meeting unnecessarily. But I will go through. This is the area that they're serving on their installations, and those items in dark blue are the schools, which is what they're serving currently. This franchise is a 10-year agreement for them to, again, operate their infrastructure within the right-of-way. It is non-exclusive, meaning that there's others, other utility providers that may have a franchise within the same area, and all that is coordinated. These are underground infrastructure. And the public hearing took place on October 6th. There were no comments. And there were a handful of questions which have been answered now through this packet. They do not serve residential customers in Pasco, and they are not a disadvantaged enterprise. And with that, tonight's request is for action on this item, approving the renewal of the franchise for Fat Beam. Thank you.
All right, do we have any comments or questions for Director Maria Sarah? All right, so if I could, motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
I move to adopt ordinance number 4798, approving a non-exclusive franchise to construct, install, operate, maintain, repair, or remove fiber optic cables within the public ways of the city of Pasco and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, all those opposed say nay, so that passes unanimously. All right, so it moves on to E, ordinance number 4799, water and sewer revenue refunding bond ordinance. And this can be interim Director Garcia.
I'm going to be covering for Director Garcia. Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
And evening, Council. The action in front of you is refinancing approximately $10.5 million of outstanding bonds. There's about 12 years left to the debt service. Traditionally in municipal government, if we have outstanding debt and there's favorable conditions where we can reduce the interest rates or other conditions, then we refinance it. It depends on what the interest rate is at the time. There's also cost to refinancing, so we consider all of those factors as any homeowner, let's say, would when they're looking to refinance their mortgage. The proposed, as we're going into this, we request counsel on their agreement on the matter, but there's also parameters within which staff can move forward in. And in this particular case, the parameters would be not to exceed $11 million in refinance debt principal, not to exceed 5.5% in interest rates, and a payment structure of semi-annual payments, and only move forward if the net savings is 3% of the debt service. So net savings would be just the total savings over the next 12 years minus the cost of issuing the debt. If it's not less than 3% of the debt service, then staff would not move forward. So at this time, staff is looking for your approval on the action in front of you. You do have a choice to vote this down, at which point staff would just not be refinancing the debt service that currently exists.
All right, is there any questions on this, or? All right, well, it looks like, let's get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4799 relating to the waterworks utility of the city, providing for the issuance, sale, and delivery of not to exceed $11 million aggregate principal amount of water and sewer refunding revenue bonds to provide funds to A, refund and redeem outstanding water and sewer revenue bonds of the city, and B, pay the costs of the issuance and sale of the bonds and the administrative costs of the refunding, fixing, or setting parameters within respect of certain terms and covenants of the bonds, appointing the city's designated representative to approve the final terms of the sale of the bonds, and providing for related matters, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion, first by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right, all those opposed say nay. Looks like that one passes unanimously as well. Let's move on to item F, resolution number 4666. Interagency agreement with Washington Traffic Safety Commission grant funding, the 2025-2026. And, well, you don't look like Chief of Police Ken Roski.
No, sir, I'm filling in for him.
All right, well, thank you for doing that. He's probably watching the Seahawks game, so.
Oh, good thing I'm a Baltimore fan. So, Lieutenant Matthew Decker, I'm the lieutenant for patrol, one of them for Pasco Police Department. I'm here in front of you again, make another request, so I'm going to give my usual dissertation to tell you what the Washington Traffic Safety Commission does, and then I want to just compliment the good work that the Pasco police officers have been doing, which is why I'm asking for your support again. The Pasco Police Department actively participates and cooperates with the Washington State Traffic Safety Commission meetings and enforcement programs. During these meetings, the PD obtains crucial operational data regarding current vehicular collisions and the enforcement programs designed to address this issue. These state-funded initiatives provide financial support to local law enforcement agencies for conducting specialized traffic details focused on DUI, distracted driving, seatbelt compliance, speed regulations, and public education. Notably, the state program spearheads the Target Zero campaign with a primary emphasis on educating high school students about the perils of impaired and distracted driving. The state-funded program has enabled Pasco police officers to tackle specific traffic concerns within the city while being financially supported by the state. To continue to participate in this enforcement that is reimbursed by the state, a letter of understanding or interagency agreement must be signed and submitted to the commission. This year, we saw the Washington Traffic Safety Commission was reduced our funding by about 20% statewide, but Pasco was actually able to get about $2,500 more in funding to do what we usually do, what we do best is go out there and enforce laws and make the roads safe. And I think that's in part, and I want to pat the men and women that have helped out this year with the dedicated DUI patrols, that we were picked out from the state. Out of everybody, I think only 5 departments in the entire state got this program for a grant for $43,000 that you guys also approved that interagency agreement for. During that, 379 total grant hours were used for that. 265 were in active DUI patrols, guys out there hunting for people on the roadways that were driving drunk. 114 of those hours were doing mentorship, meaning they were training new officers, those that aren't as good at that craft as others. They received $5,000 in new equipment to go help patrol. Officers made around 658 total contacts while they were out. That included stops for infractions, but most of the time just being visible and stopping vehicles that they believed to be drunk driving or speeding. They made 18 DUI arrests plus 32 other criminal arrests. That is just for the patrol that was out there working. That doesn't include the other officers who were out there doing these other patrols, which Pasco right now saw an increase in 32% in drunk driving arrests just this year. We're at about 150 arrests for DUIs. That is a 5-year high for the city of Pasco, and we haven't finished the fourth quarter yet, just began it. DUI-related crashes, because of this enforcement and the actions of those police officers in this program and others like it, have decreased DUI collisions 36% since this program started. Unfortunately, that's not happening anymore. This program only ran from May to September, but this Target Zero program we're talking about does the same enforcement action. That's why we think we've got about $2,500 more than what we did last year to handle this. So I just wanted to tell you guys that, to let you know that the men and women who you guys support and help me get things done in the city did a heck of a job this year. I'm very proud of them.
Appreciate that, Lieutenant Decker. Thanks for the good report. So anybody on the dais have a comment or question? Mr. Decker? All right. So if I get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4666, authorizing the city manager to execute the interagency agreement with the Washington Traffic Safety Commission and the Pasco Police Department for grant funding to support high visibility enforcement activities during federal fiscal year 2025 to 2026.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye, all right, we heard that one. All those opposed say nay. So again, passed unanimously. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so let's move on to G, which is resolution number 4667, hearing examiner professional service agreement. And we'll get, it says you got Regis Adele, and then it also says city attorney as well, so.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Attorney Ferguson will be helping me as needed or correcting me as I'm getting things wrong. The agenda and item in front of you is authorization of for the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with Andrew Kottkamp and Jay Eyestone from the law offices of Kottkamp, Yeti Mac, and S. Worthy PLLC for Pasco hearing examiner services. Mr. Kottkamp has been Pasco's hearing examiner since 2021, where he was selected after a request for proposal, where we got some qualified hearing examiners. He was selected as the best. Since then, he has performed a significant amount of services for the city, especially around, let me get my notes here, around special permits and rezones. Usually there are an average of 40 hearings a year or items a year, and so far staff has heard great things from applicants and also city staff alike regarding his professional conduct and in the impartial way that he conducts business for the city and the community of Pasco. At this point, the reason the contract is in front of you is there's been some changes to the indemnification languages that I will let Attorney Ferguson speak to if council has questions on. And we're looking at a contract that is hours-based, so essentially $225 per hour for hearing examiner services and about $150 per hour for travel services or travel time. And with that, I'm open to any questions that you might have, but I will also ask Attorney Ferguson if he has anything to add to this presentation.
Thanks, Ms. Sigdell. Yeah, the biggest concern with the need to bring this back in front of council was there was some language in with regard to the indemnification provisions, so that it didn't seem, or there were some people that believed that it wasn't as expansive as it needed to be to cover all the performance of the hearing examiner while serving as the hearing examiner. The city, obviously, the hearing examiner does those hearings on the city's behalf, and one of the things that obviously the city does is indemnify their contractor to be able to engage in that activity in case somebody wants to try to sue related to their performance as in their official capacity as the hearing examiner. So there was some cloudy language that needed to get cleaned up. We've got that all squared away, and everybody agrees that it says what it says, which is that the hearing examiner is covered for all the functions related to the hearing examiner official capacity, not just a final decision. So that was the big thing that needed to be ironed out. So we got that squared away, and then there were a few just cleanup items that needed to be done, and then also just a minor increase since it had been quite some time since there had been any kind of assessment.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Does anybody on the dais have any questions for either Ferguson or Risha Siddell?
I have a comment, Mayor.
All right. We'll start off with Councilman Prowse.
Yeah, I brought up a couple of questions in email. I just want to know that I understand that, I guess essentially what I'm hearing is that this firm is doing a good job, but it's been a few years, and so I don't know. I thought we would put out another RFQ and see if there's other firms interested in doing this. I was made aware that I guess hearings examiners are hard to find, but yeah, when we're in a budget crunch, maybe there's a cheaper version that provides quality services, and so I thought it was odd that, and I won't bring this up because in the report it said this is of the essence, we need to approve this as to not to delay hearings that are coming up, and that's when I brought it up in my emails about, well, shouldn't this have been on a workshop? We talked about it. So those are just my comments. I'll be voting no just because I feel like we should put out an RFQ and see if there's anyone interested in providing these services and see if we're truly are getting the best services, best quality, and honestly also look at per hour rates and stuff because again we are in a budget crunch and so we should be looking at every dollar that we're spending. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? I'm not hearing any. If I get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Yes, sir. I move to approve resolution number 4667, authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with Andrew L. Kottkamp and J.I. Stone for the law offices of Kottkamp, Yetamack, and Esworthy, PLLC for Pasco hearing examining services.
Second.
So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right, and all those opposed say nay.
Nay.
All right, so let the record show it was 5-1. All right, so let's move on to H, which is resolution number 4668, setting date and time for McCarthy Street right-of-way vacation public hearing. And let's go with Director Haley Matson.
Thank you, Mayor. The item before you tonight is resolution number 4668, and this would set a public hearing date for consideration on November 17th, 2025, here in front of City Council. And during that public hearing, we would consider the vacation of portions of McCarthy Street and adjacent alleyway and North Idaho Avenue within Fry's addition to Pasco. So tonight's action is purely procedural, where council is not deciding on the vacation ordinance itself, only scheduling the required public hearing. Happy to answer any questions if you'd like, recommending that council move forward with scheduling the public hearing.
All right, I am not seeing any lights on with this, so it looks like we, for the most part, concur. So let's get a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4668, setting 7 p.m. Monday, November 17, 2025, as the time and date for a public hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of McCarthy Street alleyway and North Idaho Avenue in Fray's addition to Pasco.
Second.
So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Councilwoman Rojas, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
What was your vote
Sorry,
on that?
Did you not hear that?
Okay, I heard an aye on that, so, all right. Looks like it passes unanimous. Let's go on to item I, resolution number 4660, health insurance inter-fund loan. And this is gonna be by interim director, well, she's not here, so
Yes.
let's go with
Thank
Rachel
you.
Siddell there.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This topic we've discussed quite a bit in the last couple of weeks. This is an interfund loan. Essentially, as a reminder, the city has many different funds, and other than general fund, everything else is restricted in its use, as in there's a specific purpose for it. Some are councilmanic, as in council makes the restrictions for specific purposes. Some are defined by state. So I'll give an example of traffic impact fee. You can only use that for very, very specific purposes. Just because it is in the city's bank account doesn't mean that it can be used for any purposes. So we kind of view them as separate bank accounts for, or at least different funds for management purposes. And so when one fund is in need, there might be opportunities in other fund to be able to loan the fund in need as one entity would to another. In this particular case, our proposal is for the Economic Development Fund to loan $6.5 million to Medical and Dental Insurance Fund. This would be mutually beneficial for both funds because the city has fairly limited opportunities to invest. We're not allowed to take taxpayers' money and put it in the stock market. We have to be really conservative per state and federal laws. And so being able to get a little bit more interest rate than what we might be able to get with treasury bonds and some limited mutual funds is a good opportunity. All of the Economic Development Fund has a fairly healthy fund balance. And we believe that any projects and investments that council needs to make in near future, this action would not impact that. And as the staff has proposed of increasing premiums, the increase in premiums will be paying off the debt service. And so the Health Service Fund will be paying Economic Development Fund on a yearly basis. So Economic Development Fund will be making some interest from this transaction. So at this point, we are recommending the approval of this loan. And we've discussed alternatives in the past with council as well. So with that, I'm open to any questions that you might have.
All right, is there any questions by the council? Let's start off with Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. How much money, how much economic development funds do we have currently?
So there's two big categories of economic development fund, and I do apologize. I wish I had pulled up that email that I had sent to council last week. But let me speak on just large and don't quote me on exact numbers, but it is about $88 million. But 66 of that is something that is restricted for use. Any interest on that, council can use it for any other local government purposes. And then the additional $25 million are for economic development purchases. There are projects that are probably upcoming as you're looking for economic development throughout the city. Purchasing land, purchasing buildings, infrastructure investments, things like that $25 million would be used for.
Okay, and so I guess what's the difference between that and our general fund reserves?
At one point, so Economic Development Fund and General Fund is the most closely related funds. And Economic Development Fund is where there was a $12 million transfer from General Fund to Economic Development Fund about 4 or 5 years ago. So there's a lot of General Fund balance that is kind of sitting out there for economic development purposes that was done via council action. So you can choose to move that out. But Economic Development Fund is specifically set up in Pasco's municipal code to do economic revitalization, economic development.
Yeah, so what's our general fund balance right now for reserves?
I want to say, you're putting me on a spot here. I can get back to you on that. Sometimes I confuse between that $12 million from Economic Development Fund and add it up, but I want to say somewhere around $28 million.
Yeah, I just kind of want to figure that out because it seems like some money isn't, that's maybe perhaps economic development funds that's also being portrayed as, well, that's also general fund reserves. And so I want to know what the difference is, how much money do we have in both. But I'll be supporting this endeavor tonight, so I appreciate you answering those questions.
We can give you that breakdown this week.
All right, and if you could give it to the whole council, I think that's something that I'd like to see as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, thank you for that. Let's jump to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just wanted to comment, that obviously our options is, the balance or the fund needs funds no matter what. And I know some of these were external factors. There was a data breach. I know in my own personal family, we received a letter from Lords that said, excuse me, there was a data breach. We don't, a bunch of people didn't get their bills, and so we're going to be sending you extra bills. And so I know we received some of those personally as a family ourselves. And I know there were some other, obviously post-COVID and some other issues that related to this. And, it is kind of a catch-22 where, we believe in taking care of our employees here at Pasco. But at the same time, going 11 years without some of those contributions increasing, probably, at least in part contributed to this. But I think of all the options that are before us today, I think approving this is by far our best option. And I will also be in support of it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, well, thank you for that. Good comment. All right, so I'm not seeing any of the lights, so if I could get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4660, authorizing interfund loans from the Economic Development Fund to Medical Dental Insurance Fund.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, all those opposed say nay. Again, passes unanimously. Appreciate that. Let's move on to J, resolution number 4669, the 2026 collective bargaining agreement with the International Association of Firefighters, Local 1433. And we got Director Sarah Matson.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight, I'm here with Pat Herron, the president of IFF 1433 and our firefighter. I'm presenting resolution number 4669 for the 2026 collective bargaining agreement between the City of Pasco and the International Association of Firefighters Local 1433. This agreement will cover just next year, so it's only a year-long contract, and was ratified by the union membership on the 17th of September. Negotiations were productive and collaborative, and they concluded with a tentative agreement on the 15th of August. Some key updates to the contract. There was a 3% base wage increase that'll be effective January 1st. Additionally, there's a $110 monthly city contribution into an employee health reimbursement account. There's going to be new vacation and sick leave cash out provisions that provide flexibility and long-term planning options for employees. And most importantly, there's clarification on our medical Article 19.1, which now aligns medical coverage with our plan summary plan description. This resolves a prior ambiguity that had placed the city at significant financial risk for out-of-pocket claims. Out-of-network claims. The overall fiscal impact for 2026 is estimated to be about $1.277 million, representing a 9.21% increase to the fire department labor costs. This is higher than normal increase, primarily reflects the correction to that article that I just mentioned, Article 19.1, which previously required the city to pay all out-of-network claims at 100%. That language, combined with a grievance settlement, had exposed the city's self-funded medical plan to unlimited and potentially fraudulent out-of-network costs. The revised contract language now aligns with our SPD, protecting the plan's financial integrity moving forward. Because of these negotiated changes and related benefit costs adjustments, staff will be bringing forward a mid-biennium budget amendment to account for the additional 2026 fire labor expenses. Ratification of this agreement provides clarity, stability, and financial safeguards heading into 2026. I provided some options in the agenda report, and I was very silly because I don't have my computer on me and don't have it in front of me, but I am recommending that council approve and ratify the IFF 2026 contract. I believe the other options, if I can recall, to summarize, if we don't ratify, they are interest arb group, and we would ultimately end up in interest arb, and the risk would then be the decision of the arbiter, or we can take this and to another council meeting to discuss further if we need to discuss this. And I'm going to conclude by taking a moment to recognize Pat. Pat's job, to be perfectly honest, is one of the most difficult jobs. He's a strong advocate for his members and consistently brings their priorities forward with professionalism and persistence, while still working collaboratively with the city to find fair and sustainable solutions. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Pat.
Thanks, guys. I want to thank Sarah and Chief Crowley. Our negotiations are always, they're negotiations, right? We know how those goes. I will say I've only been here 8.5 years, but I will say from my perspective and my body's perspective, we feel like this was the most equal. We've always been taken care of. You guys have always given us everything. We feel this one we're pretty 50-50. So that's kind of how it should be. For some reason, it hasn't been that way here, and I'm happy to say it hasn't been that way here. But I want to thank them. It's, having your guys' support as well has been great. Working, Dave's last time with us, we look forward to working with Mr. Stewart here. I'm not, because I'm done with the union after the end of this year, so I'm not going anywhere, but time to retire from union stuff for a while. My wife said it's time to retire, so. So I want to thank you guys for the consideration, and like I said, thanks Sarah and Chief Crowley for working collaboratively with us, and I think this is a fair contract on both sides. So, thank you guys.
All right. Well, thank you for that presentation. Do we have any members of the council that would like to have a question or comment? I'm not seeing any, but I do know you guys do an amazing job, and probably one of my best things on council I've ever had the opportunity of doing was going out to the training center and being a fireman for a couple days. And I came home one time in the whole outfit and surprised my wife, but I don't think she was too so. Wasn't like you see it in the movies where the women are totally gung ho that you're in a fireman's outfit. So that's the truth. So anyway, I guess a little embarrassing story there. Anyway, since I'm not seeing any questions, can I get? Now I'm embarrassed. Can I get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Yes, sir. I would like to move to approve resolution number 4669, approving the January 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2026 collective bargaining agreement between the City of Pasco and local number 1433 International Association of Firefighters.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, all those opposed say nay. Looks like that passes unanimously, so thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Much appreciated. All right, so we're going to move on to number 10, unfinished business. I'm not seeing any, so we're going to move to 11, new business. And not seeing any, so we're going to move on to 12, miscellaneous discussion. And I did have something before we hear from our city manager that basically this is kind of a thing that about our city boards and commission vacancies, kind of announcement that the city is seeking qualified applications for positions on the following boards and commissions. The Arts and Culture Commission currently has 3 vacancies, 2 for art professionals and 1 for an artist. The following boards and commissions will have openings in January of 2026. The Planning Commission will have 2 open positions. Code Enforcement Board will have 1 open position, and Civil Service Commission will have 1 opening. If you're interested in applying for one of these positions, contact the city clerk's office at 509-544-3096 or go online to the City of Pasco's website and select government and then select board and commissions. And we'd appreciate anybody that would like to get involved and make a difference in their community. And please submit your applications by November 3rd to be considered in the first round of candidates. So with that, let's go on to our city manager, Harold Stewart.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Just a few things to cover this evening. The first one would be if there's any questions on the report that's prepared and in the agenda. This will be the second one, so in the month of October, you should have received a report from all department heads with regards to projects, and those will be updated in future reports as well in the coming months. But first and foremost, if you have any questions on anything outlined in the city manager's report.
Does anybody have any? I think we're good with that. So.
Okay. Just a public announcement that on Wednesday, the 22nd at 1:30 p.m., we'll have a business watch meeting, which will be located at the Franklin County Historical Museum. So we invite everyone to come out to that. And then last meeting, the Parks Director and I talked about the upcoming 4th of July, and we talked about getting feedback from council at this meeting because we need to be able to order supplies and potentially enter into contracts quickly with regards to that. So I think Jesse and I would entertain any feedback the council would have right now over your ponderings over the last couple of weeks with regards to what you would like to do for the, I won't pronounce whatever sesquicentennial, whatever that celebration is that was coming up on the 250th anniversary birthday of the United States. So we would like any feedback the council would have at this time.
All right, well, let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think America's worth celebrating, and so, yes, I would be with what you guys had in mind. Thank you. America's definitely worth celebrating.
All right, well, I love that comment as well, so let's go on to Councilwoman Blaisdell.
I agree as well. My only question, I don't remember if you gave this information at last meeting. How much do we normally spend?
So for the last several years, we spent $30,000 a year for a 20-minute fireworks show. So the increase this year is going to be about $6,000 and take that same show to about $36,000.
Thank you.
All right. Is that enough feedback, or you want more in-depth, or?
I think that's great on the fireworks option as far as maintaining the traditional length of show and style that we have out at the Geisa Center. I guess the next question would be, is there any additional items or areas I could research or bring to you about expanding for the 250th anniversary, and what those items might be, whether that's additional entertainment or drone show or anything along those lines to help better, better celebrate next year being the 250th. And if we're not quite ready for that question, we can come back again in a following week, or we can look at, see what some other cities might be doing as well.
I mean, yeah, if you could send us maybe some, to the whole council, send us some ideas. I know sometimes, like last year at Geisa Stadium, it seemed like the neighborhood was competing against the city firework display, which is a little shocking. So maybe if we do a drone show, I doubt the residents around there could compete with that. But other ideas, I'm all for it. I'd like it to be spectacular, if at all possible, without breaking the bank.
Okay, I'll query our recreation team and see if they have any ideas, and we'll get those submitted to you through the city manager.
Okay,
Thank you.
sounds great. All right. Well, appreciate the report there. So let's move on to exec session. And I assume we still do have the exec session. It's a long night. So I assume we should probably take like a 7-minute break, just for the ease of my math. So that would get us at 9:20. The exec session is to consider site selection or acquisition of real estate purchase or lease if likelihood will disclose would increase price per RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection B, and it says 15 minutes. So,
Mr. Mayor, staff would like to request to reduce that to 10 minutes instead of 15.
Oh, 10 minutes, okay.
Yep.
So if we take a break for 9:20, and then, so that would bring us back to 9:30. So all good with that? All right, we are now in exec session. All right, so we are done with our executive session. So with that, we're moving to number 4. Thank you. All right.
Good night, Mayor.
What I need to,
Close out.
okay,
You're done.
okay.
Got it. I just go in there or? Yeah. Good job. Yes. Good job. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm breaking snacks. Oh, yummy. I need to figure that out. All right. Well, have a good night. Okay. Write this up and get out of here. I'll be home at 10, so I'll probably get you by then. Okay. Oh, yeah, 10, yeah. That's actually pretty fast, so I know. Have a good night.
attended the Pasco Aviation Celebration. Yesterday marked 99 years of commercial aviation, starting with mail, which went from Pasco to Elko, Nevada, back when there was obviously no GPS, really rudimentary, if any maps. And so these guys were real cowboys of the West, willingly taking what was a 5.5 hour flight, which I'm sure now would probably be an hour and 40 minutes, give or take. You know, and really were that innovation. And my message to the community today was, and especially to our next generation, is as the Port of Pasco looks to expand, as the city is looking at, you know, with our RNG facility, with the PWRF, there's opportunity to be on the cutting edge of innovation here in the Tri-Cities. You can leave, that's great, but hopefully you'll come back with something more, or you can stay and there's opportunity for you. And I think that spirit of innovation that we had 99 years ago as the port and as the Aviation Museum seeks to, you know, share that 100-year flight over the course of the next year. Hopefully that spirit of enthusiasm, excitement, and innovation, and maybe a little bit of Wild West cowboy resides in, you know, the leadership here, as well as the next generation. And I'm hopeful that our kids can get that message that, sure, go ahead and go off, but come back and bring something, or again, stay here and be on that cutting edge as we look to expand what the city offers. So I'm excited to see what the Aviation Museum is going to do over the next year. The culminating events will be April 6th of 2026, as well as May 15th and 16th. And I look forward to our partnership with them. So with that, I think that's all I have. And I did ask for Mr. Prowl. So moving on to item 8, hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. I've got a single item here. Item A, public hearing and resolution number 4586, surplus and transfer of city-owned personal property to a government agency. And Chief Crowley, or it's Captain, right? Deputy Chief. I'm sorry, Mort.
That's okay.
I just like Mort. Deputy Chief Mortensen, I apologize.
That works too. Mayor, Council, thank you for allowing me the time tonight to talk about a couple of fleet proposals we have out of the fire department. Before we do that, I do want to thank you again. I haven't had a chance to talk to you too much about the your presence and representation at our push-in ceremonies. That was a really big hit, and having your representation there meant a lot. It was a highlight. So appreciate the speeches and the extra effort too. I think we needed every last bit of muscle. So with that, though, we wanted to talk about our transition with some of those pieces of apparatus and some of the analysis we've done. And tonight we have, let me make sure I can do this. We have 2 pieces of apparatus that we want to talk about tonight. And when we were doing our analysis at the beginning of the year and getting ready for the biennium budget proposal, we really were taking a look at what we need in the department versus what we want and where we want to go in the next couple of years. And what we found out is we have a couple of pieces of apparatus that were heading towards the end of their life cycle, and then a couple that are in reserve. And it's nice to have that reserve, but we really do need some funding in the future for some new apparatus. And given the state of our budget and the economy, national economy all the way down, we're trying to be responsible with what we have and plan out the future. And we saw an opportunity to move a couple of pieces of apparatus that's going to allow us that opportunity to take a look at some newer pieces in the future. First one I want to talk about tonight is our we call our spill response boat, and we got this on a Department of Ecology grant in 2020. And the purpose of the boat the council approved was to carry what we call boom on that, and that's to go out and contain any oil spills or any spills out on the river, waterways that need mitigated, and it kind of just confines that and keeps it in place. What we found was, while it is very useful, we haven't really had that opportunity. The numbers haven't been there to really demonstrate that we need this vessel still in our fleet. Now, we did put in the electronics on that, so the grant covered the motors, the power plants, the vessel itself, and then the rest of it we had to take care of. So all the electronics and everything were borne from the City of Pasco budget. And that was about $45,000. So we're taking a look at that, and what it's turned into is more of a backup boat for us, just because those numbers on our responses aren't quite there. So with that, when it comes in, we do have to start budgeting and planning for its replacement. And it's roughly a 10-year life cycle before we start having to take a look at the motors, and then taking a look at the electronics and getting those updated. So while the boat didn't cost us anything, the replacement plan in the future is something that we have to save for. Ongoing maintenance costs, there's not a whole lot to it, but it is maintenance costs that we have to go through. The oil changes, making sure all the pumps and everything are working. So there are costs associated with that, taking a look at what we can eliminate, that's something we can do. I do want to go back. So before we say, hold on a second, we don't have any deployment capabilities now, or we don't have the ability to mitigate a spill response. Our primary vessel can carry the boom that I was talking about earlier. Plus, it's kind of a dualistic purpose. It works really, really well as a rescue. Plus, we have the ability to go out there and handle some of those spills. And that's what we did before 2020 when we got this grant. This was just really a boat that was designed more towards that and not necessarily towards rescue. So our primary vessel right now does both, and we feel comfortable with that. So when we're going through this and saying what could we do with this, we got a hold of the Department of Ecology, and they said there's a couple different options you guys can take a look at. The easiest option for you, just for simplicity, is to transfer it to another agency, either governmental, somebody who can go out and their job is to clean up spills or have that for that capacity. So started asking around, and Chelan County Fire District 7, who's up there, they take care of the fires, the shoreline of Lake Chelan, they expressed a lot of interest. And so they went to their commissioners and said, hey, what would this look like? And what we did was we also, let me see what that's going back to. So they went up there, their commissioners took a look at it. I did want to recover some of the funding on our electronics, and it's probably in the PowerPoint here in a second. But we did make a deal. So looking at the depreciation value on those electronics, what we did was we took some of the newer equipment off of the boat we're talking about right now. We refreshed the electronics on our older one. And so they're getting a boat that does have electronics in it, but in the whole process we were able to upgrade ours, and they're going to give us some money on that. We have a deal to get $20,000 in recovery on the electronics, which is the depreciation value on those. So legal considerations, obviously, I'm sure you're well aware, to be able to transfer equipment with this value on it, or to be able to sell, we do need council authority, and we went through the legal requirements with the RCWs as far as putting it in the, or advertising it in a local capacity. So we put it in the Tri-City Herald on March 23rd, so that the public was aware that we do have two pieces of apparatus. I'll talk about the ladder truck here in a little bit, but we had two pieces of apparatus that went into the Tri-City Herald. The public hearing is scheduled for tonight as we're here, and public comment period obviously will be afforded as well. Fiscal impact, like I said, there's no value. We're not going to be gaining any money from the vessel. That was something that they said was very problematic, even though we do own it, and the reporting period, the grant period is over. To sell this, given the fact that it was grant dollars, would be pretty problematic, and they said this would have to go up through the Washington State Supreme Court to kind of get a settling on this, and that's nothing that I was really interested in doing. So again, at $20,000 recovery for the electronics that we're going to give to Chelan 7 will be there, so we're not completely giving it away. We are recovering a portion of the cost that we put into it. And then the funds that we are collecting, we are asking that those be put back into our equipment reserve to cover some of the fleet expenses, which I'll talk about briefly coming up. So policy decisions. What we're asking council for is to declare the vessel surplus, and that will allow us to transfer the vessel to Chelan County Fire District 7. Their commissioners have already met, and contingent upon your decision tonight, they've accepted the transfer and the monetary displacement back to our fund. So I'd like to ask you to authorize the city manager to execute and negotiate the transfer after we're done, and allocate the proceeds from the electronic equipment towards the Fire Fleet Fund. I'll move forward. In addition to the vessel, do I need to pause for that, or can I roll both pieces of apparatus together? I can keep going. Okay. Okay, in addition to the transfer of the boat, we are also looking to sell our reserve ladder truck. And just a little bit of history on this. This was purchased about 4 years ago.
Deputy Chief, I think we need to take public comment separately. So with that, I am going to open the public hearing on the first vessel, which is the boat. I'm going to call it that. Do we have any public comments on this? The declaration of surplus of this vehicle? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we can move on to the second vehicle, or second item of surplus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The second item that we want to discuss tonight is our reserve ladder truck. In a little bit of history, we purchased this reserve approximately 4.5 years ago, and it is served in a reserve capacity. We do have our primary ladder truck.
Sit tight, I'm getting some side eye here. Were we supposed to conduct the hearing and to take action on each? Okay. So with that, now that the hearing is closed, I will declare the hearing on the first vessel closed with no public comment. I guess, Mr. Milne, can I get a motion on that? Sorry about this.
All right, you can, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4586 declaring certain city-owned personal property as surplus, approving the method of disposal, and further authorize the interim city manager to transfer the property to another government agency.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Oh, thank you. Sorry. That was an aye, correct, Mr. Prowse?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Since we've all spoken, I'll still say any opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. Okay. With that, we'll move on to the second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a picture here of our reserve ladder truck, and again, I'll just go back through that. We've had it for about 4.5 years. It serves as our reserve ladder truck in the event that our primary ladder truck needs maintenance, has a mechanical issue of that nature, so it'll go into its place. The reserve ladder truck is 20 years old, and about that time frame, NFPA is advised.
Deputy Chief, I apologize. So this is listed under resolutions with no public hearing for this one. That's correct? Okay. Hold on. Let me make it formal. So we're going to move on to item number 9, which is ordinances, resolutions not relating to hearings. There's a single item, item A, which is resolution number 4587, surplus sale through consignment of city personal property. This is going to stay with the Deputy Chief. I apologize for these fumbles here. But here we are. You can move back into your presentation.
No problem.
Sorry about that, sir.
No problem at all. Thank you. So again, here's our reserve ladder truck, and again, when we were going through our fleet and considering the outlook and the future and what our needs are going to be, we realized that we are going to be needing a new ladder truck within the next 4 years. Our current ladder truck is going to be reaching the end of its life cycle, which for the NFPA is about 20 years. So this vehicle, this ladder truck is 20 years old. The maintenance costs on it are increasing as they naturally do with age. So we have two. What we need to do is try and focus on the purchase and acquisition of a new ladder truck. And right now, talking with our manufacturer, the build time on that is about 3.5 to 4 years. So if we ordered it today, we wouldn't see it until about 2028. So at hopefully the earliest. And they are rising in costs. Our equipment replacement fund is healthy in that reserve right there. We have about $1.6 million in the bank. Don't have a heart attack, but the ladder trucks right now, the newer ones are going for about 2.4. So we have a gap there to cover. And what we found is that we believe if we were able to sell our backup ladder truck, and right now the average on what we're seeing would be around $300,000. We still think that we could collect on the ladder truck even with its age. That would close that gap just a little bit closer, so that when we do need to go through the sales agreement for a new ladder truck and actually begin the build, we're that much closer, and then we can work with the financing options on what that looks like. So again, this is a 20-year-old ladder truck. We're feeling comfortable not having a reserve at this point. Richland and Kennewick run their cities without a reserve, and what we really rely on is that master mutual aid agreement, which helps us in the event that we need a ladder truck to come into our jurisdiction. If the current one has a mechanical failure or needs maintenance or anything like that, we do have that ability to pull from different agencies within the region. So we feel comfortable after an analysis with Chief Crowley and Deputy Chief Harkins. We feel comfortable that we will have the operational capacity from our neighbors if we need it. Our current ladder truck, it is incurring some more maintenance costs, which is going to be normal, but we feel pretty comfortable that the one we have right now is going to carry us through for the next 3 or 4 years until we can get a newer one put in its place. So with that, my ask and proposal tonight is to put this through the sales process. We want to use a company, it's a consignment company, to assist us with this sale. What they'll do is advertise it nationwide and then work through the sales process with us. But that's the request we have for tonight, is the ability to sell our reserve ladder truck as well to close the gap on the purchase of a new one.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Prowlis?
Yeah, the only question that I had was that we bought this a few years ago, and now we're trying to sell it to get some money. And so I hope we're buying equipment that we're going to be needing for a longer duration of time. So I guess if I can get some insights on that, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can certainly speak to that, Mr. Prowse. Appreciate the question. The new ladder or new aerial trucks, new fire engines that we just purchased, they're good for that 20-year mark. And that process of planning, we really try and start that 5, 6, 7 years out. But with the proper maintenance, and our shops do a very, very good job. And we have additional contractors in the area that can help us out that specialize in these apparatus. So we feel comfortable that moving forward with these new engines, they're designed to last a long time. We do beat them up, but they do last. The predicted lifespan on these is that 20-year mark. And when we go through, like I said, we're taking a look at technology, what will last, and we sole source with Pierce. And it's the biggest name in the industry, and you know they're workhorses, so we know we can rely on them. But well understood, and I think going forward, the next ladder truck is going to last us quite some time.
Thank you. Mr. Prowlis, that satisfy?
Appreciate it. Thank you for the insight.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4587, declaring city-owned personal property as surplus, approving the method of disposal, and further authorize the interim city manager to sell the property through consignment.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that too passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council.
Thank you. With that moves us on to item number 10, which is unfinished business. See none, and I don't see a light from staff, so I'm assuming there is none. Then that moves us on to number 11, which is new business. Again, not seeing any lights from staff, so I assume we're good there. And that moves us on to item number 12, which is miscellaneous discussion. I do see Mr. Zabel's light on.
So good evening, Mayor, Council. Apologies there on 8A and 9A. The difference between those is the boat was a value of over $50,000, and you were transferring it to another agency, so it required the public hearing. The other one is just an outright sale, the engine itself, so that's why the difference. So, and then secondly, a couple of things. I did get a note out earlier today, but all of you may not have received it, but the contractor's been hired to work on downtown cleanup. That work started today, already making an impact downtown, and I know that's something council had expressed concern about in recent weeks, so staff's been working on pulling that together. Thank you to Director Rice. And then secondly, city participated in the State Department of Agricultural Japanese beetle spray program, so all of our city properties, or a number of our city properties, were sprayed with the beetle containment area on late last week. So, in case you get a question from a community member or what have you, so that's all I had.
Thank you. Do we have any, Mr. Prowse, do you have anything?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from council? I'll just simply note that I do know that in a couple weeks we have an Easter egg hunt coming up. I don't have those details right in front of me. I know it's the 19th, I believe, at noon, one of the parks. We'll get more details on that, and I just I'm excited to be part of that. I know my kid's got a baseball game, but I'm hopeful to run over and catch, and celebrate something that's critical in my life, which is the resurrection of my Savior Jesus Christ. And I'm extremely grateful for that opportunity that the city has to celebrate Easter as a community, and so I'm excited for that. So I appreciate the staff putting that together. With that moves us on to, are we still intending to do our exec session?
Yes.
Seeing our
Yes.
is our legal counsel joining us electronically?
Electronically, yes.
All right, so I just want to make sure I got the right folks. So we are on to number 13, which is executive session. It's discussion with legal counsel about current or potential litigation under Revised Code of Washington 42.30.110, subsection 1, Roman numeral 1, or I, listed for 8 minutes. We're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager?
We're going to have the assistant city manager in the first to represent staff, the first item.
Okay.
And then the second item, it'll be myself and the deputy city manager.
Okay, so.
And the chief.
And the fire chief or
police chief? Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so in the first, we're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager, police chief? Okay. Just the assistant city manager in the first. Okay, so in the first, we're going to have the assistant city manager. In the second, we're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager, and police chief in the second. Legal counsel being both. Slated for 8 minutes. We are going to call that 7:47 since we're halfway through this minute. So we'll be back roughly at 7:47. It is 7:55. We have returned from executive session with no action taken. And with that, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you for joining us. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council special meeting on Monday, April 14th, 2025. The council thanks you for being a part of your city government. At special meetings, the council takes formal action in specific items, and during workshops, we only discuss items with no formal action items taken. So with that, you'll hear that we have a special meeting shortly thereafter, followed by a workshop meeting. Agenda packets are available at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda for those following along online. For those present, there's a little table with a blue arrow that says agendas. This meeting is being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191 and Spectrum Cable in Pasco and in Richland. It's streamed on the city's Facebook page, on its website, on its YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting agenda and video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Council members, Barajas.
Present.
Blaisdell. Here. Grimm.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Morales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
With that, if you'll stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, again, we're in the special meeting portion for anyone following along. We've got a single item, well, 3 motions. Under new business number 4, resolutions number 4588, 4589, and 4590, use of temporary staff services, and it looks like the Assistant City Manager, Angela Pashong, will be presenting this.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the purpose of the item tonight is we are seeking council approval for the 3 resolutions to authorize personal services agreements with the following temporary staffing agencies, Advanced Services, Inc., Infogenie, Inc., Persona Employment Solutions. These contracts will support seasonal and project-based and hard-to-fill roles across departments, primarily in the Parks and Animal Services divisions. There's many reasons why to use temporary service or temporary staffing agencies, including flexibility. They enable the city to quickly scale staffing for seasonal or emergent needs without the overhead of permanent hires. Cost savings, they reduce long-term employment costs as the city is not paying benefits or payroll taxes directly. Efficiency, agencies handle the recruitment, screening, and onboarding, saving time and resources. It reduces our risk. Agencies bear the burden and liability for compliance for several requirements, including those of family leave laws and L&I. Speed, agencies provide a pre-screened talent pool, helping us fill needs faster. Expertise, we bring in specialized skill sets without long-term training commitments. And then trial opportunity. Temporary roles can serve as a vetting period for potential permanent hires. We have seen particular use of this at our animal services for our kennel tech positions. Those positions are, you may think you're in for walking dogs only, but it's a lot harder than that. So that's been a very beneficial setup for us. So a little background on agency selection. To align with procurement best practices, in February 2025, the city issued an RFP for proposals, which we received 24, and we have selected 3 agencies based on their capacity, pricing, and qualifications. These contracts are for 2 years with an optional 1-year extension, so it gives us an opportunity to build a relationship with them, see how it's going, get the reporting mechanisms and requests that we have for them, and then if we see that it's a good fit, to continue with that opportunity. So fiscal impact, expenses are budgeted in departmental operating budgets. So annually we hire primarily for our park seasonals. So those are the individuals out mowing the grass, our boulevards, and doing that. We hire 16 of those positions every year, and that's about $300,000. And then we also have 1 role out at our cemetery because as irrigation's turned on, the grass grows, and we need to make sure that that is maintained. These annual needs align with our irrigation season. And in 2021, there was, we had a higher budget for seasonals for our parks crew, but we converted 7 of those into permanent positions with the expansion of our facilities and our needs. We did have the need for year-round. We just don't have need for year-round for this many individuals. So the request to council tonight is approval of the 3 resolutions, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Barajas.
Thank you. Quick question. You probably do have this, what is the overall savings on going this route versus hiring full-time jobs through the city?
So the biggest savings is going to be, and I'm not going to give you a flat dollar amount, I can definitely get that for you, but without the need of full-time 16 additional staff, it would be exponentially more expensive to bring them on. You'd be paying salary and benefits year-round. And so there is a markup when you do a temporary staffing agency, but it's less than if you had them full-time with benefits.
Do we have any further council discussion on this issue? Seeing none, do we have, it's a special meeting, do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we're going to close public comment. With that, Mr. Milne, can I get a motion?
Yes, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4588, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal services agreement with Advanced Services Incorporated for temporary staffing services.
Second.
Give that to Ms. Barajas. Got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Barajas. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none. Go ahead with the second, and bless you, Mr. Officer.
I move to approve resolution number 4589, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal services agreement with Infungi Incorporated for temporary staffing services.
It's going to be a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Barajas. All in favor, say aye. 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 Any opposed, say nay. That too passed unanimously. Let's go for a third time.
All right, third time's a charm. I move to approve resolution number 4590, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal service agreement with Persona Employment Solutions for temporary staffing services.
We got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Barajas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Sounds like we got a third unanimous. With that, we are going to adjourn our special meeting. I'll give the clerk a few seconds to make sure she has time to crane her neck to the clock. I think we're good. Okay, did I see the signal? We're okay to roll. With that, I am going to open our workshop meeting. It was listed for 7:05. We're 3 minutes late, so Chief Roski, I apologize. We've consumed that extra 3 minutes. I'll make it up by skipping items 1, 2, and 3 and moving on to item number 4. Do we have any verbal reports from council members? Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Benton Franklin Transit Board of Directors meeting. We talked about the strategic plan and ridership and had a lively discussion about trip costs per person, management of the fleet, and it was really a fruitful discussion, fruitful meeting. The day before, myself, Councilmember Barajas, and Councilwoman Blaisdell all attended online the Tri-Cities Public Facilities District meeting, where the group voted me secretary of the board. The interesting thing about that is they had not called a meeting in nearly 2 years. It was, I believe, March or April of 2023 was the last time they had called a meeting. And there's various reasons and things going on, but that is something for me really to dig into in coming weeks and months and find out, well, what are we doing if, we don't need to meet that often? And I know the idea is obviously to serve as a regional public facilities board, but once again, I have a lot to learn, a lot to dig my teeth into, Mr. Mayor, and I also joined the Mayor Pro Tem today at the Pasco Chamber of Commerce lunch with a fair amount of staff, where we got to hear our own Fire Chief Crowley give an update about really the fire department. And it was the first time that anybody knows the fire department ever presented at the lunch. So it was really good to have one of our own heart and soul there talking just the core of Pasco. So anyways, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended my first night with the Pasco Police Academy last Tuesday. Very informative. I was pretty impressed. I've done a couple of them, not for the Pasco, but for other municipalities, and just the breadth of knowledge and the presentations was really well done. So yeah, I'm really excited for the next couple weeks. Then I attended the JoJo's freeze-dried goodies ribbon cutting. I wasn't there for the ribbon cutting initially, but I ended up going about an hour after. A lot of people already had left, and I talked with Sarah, and she had some really good treats, and it's cool to see that she has stuff in the White House. I thought that was really interesting, and really, should make us all proud that something like that is actually making that much of an impact. And then I went out and gave out some VIP patches to some of our Girl Scouts this weekend. I think Sunday was the last day for them to sell cookies. So that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was there for also the JoJo's freeze-dried goodies, and phenomenal stuff. I can't say enough about it. I didn't think that a freeze-dried pickle would taste so good, but it was really good. All the stuff she had was really good. They had a lot of candies and freeze-dried, was it this pickle Skittles? I didn't think that was big good, but it was actually pretty good as well. So I would recommend people that if it's by the Berkshire Aircraft is on the back side and the railway yard is on the front side, but it's that whole row, and it's just some unique places in there. So I'd recommend if you get a chance to go check it out. And then I also did have a COPA meeting also on Friday, and they talked a lot about how to move the organization along, but not asking for the city for money at the moment. And one thing they're talking about doing is fundraising. In October, some students from Kalima will be coming and visiting the Pasco. And again, just different ways that we in the COPA organization can make it better for Pasco and for these kids, the cooperation between Kalima and Pasco. So it was a good meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Mr. Harpster.
I thought somebody else would have mentioned this, but I attended a council retreat on Saturday and saw a few of you there. Just want the public to know your council's doing work on Saturdays and discussed our priorities and spent a lot of time on budget. So again, appreciate staff's time that was there and everybody else's time up here.
Thank you. They were certainly well prepared and well armed with information. So hopefully we'll be able to nail some things down here over the next few months, and we appreciate that. Seeing no further lights, that moves us along to item number 5, which is items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. The public comment is limited to an aggregate of 8 minutes. It's going to be two minutes segments, pro and con. So if you have a position, please state that when you come up and offer your name and county of residence for the mic. So aside from that introduction, we have a few items. The first one is item A. Pasco School District is here to discuss their district impact fees. Looks like Mr. Zabel, you're going to kick us off there.
Good evening, Mayor Council. Just to kick this off a minute, the school district, through in its very, very regulated process, is allowed to work with the city under the city's authority to impose school impact fees for new growth, new development in the community. And in the case of Pasco, that's been occurring since 2012. Back in March of 2012, city imposed ordinance 4046, which set rates for single family and multifamily residences $4,700 per unit and $4,525 per unit each. And those have been in place since. Annually, or I think semi-annually, is it? Yeah, semi-annually, the district's been to us, and part of that process is a capital facilities plan. So the district goes through a very public process, has consistently invited city officials to participate in that process of school needs for schools and a process that accounts for growth, the impacts of growth. And through that, in a very, I think, a very tightly designed formula, you basically crank out an impact fee, and that's been a pretty steady thing throughout. This school district just went through this process over the past several months, and this evening Denise Stiffarn, who is the legal counsel for Pasco School District, and Michelle Whitney, the superintendent, are here to talk about the results of their latest efforts. I believe they've already met with the school board and shared that, but want to share that with council. Ultimately, it'll be up to council to consider the input they hear tonight and make a determination on future impact fee schedule. So with that.
All right. Thank you so much for having us here again this year. It's been a couple of years since the last time we came and talked about school impact fees and the district's capital facilities plan. I appreciate the city manager's intro and also the staff report in your packet. And I'll try not to be too repetitive as I walk through, but just some history on why we're here, what the capital facilities plan is. So, there we go. So again, the school district has been preparing this capital facilities plan since 2012. The last time we were before you was in February of 2023 with the 2022 capital facilities plan. And just as some additional background, the school district's board of directors goes through a process, as the city manager explained. They go through a SEPA environmental review process, and then at the board adopts the capital facilities plan and forwards it on to the city council for review. So being back here this year establishes that 2-year review. What the reason why we are here at the city and talking about school district capital facilities planning is that the Growth Management Act requires that to the extent a school district wants to request school impact fees, it works with its local jurisdictions by providing a capital facilities plan, and in turn, if that jurisdiction chooses to collect school impact fees on behalf of the school district, That jurisdiction adopts that plan by reference as a part of your own comprehensive plan, and then of course adopts a fee ordinance. So coming in every 2 years, we've gone through this process, and in that capital facilities plan since 2012, the fees have remained consistent. And that's something I'll touch on a little bit more in this conversation tonight, because for the first time this year, the fees look a little bit different. Now, when I say the fees have been consistent, every 2 years, the district has updated its plan. It's had different projects related to capacity needs and different impacts related to growth. But as they've run that through the formula, they've applied a discretionary discount in addition to the city's 25% required discount to get to what's been an even fee across the years. This year, for the first time with new projects in the 2025 capital facilities plan, the fee is actually decreasing below what that threshold has been in the past. And I'll dive a little bit more into that in the coming slides. So from the Growth Management Act, we know that there are 5 basic requirements. And in the school district context, the elements of that capital facilities plan first are establishing a locally adopted level of service. For school districts, that level of service is based upon educational programming standards. And so essentially this is how many students per classroom based upon the educational program, and in turn how many students per building the school district has across its service levels. We then look to existing inventory. So you'll see that the capital facilities plan delineates all of the different school facilities, including the non-educational facilities. We compare the district's 6-year enrollment projections, so looking out towards the 2030-31 school year in this case, looking by grade level, and comparing that specifically to the existing capacity to identify what, if any, needs there are related to that expected growth. When we've identified expected needs in the financing plan, the district identifies projects planned to address those needs, what they're expected to cost, and how the district expects to finance those projects. And then that finally establishes the basis for the impact fee. So talking first about enrollment forecasts and capacity, this district has been a strong growth district since 2012 and even before then. And that growth has continued fairly consistent over the years, with some slight dips happening or some lowering in the rate of growth during the pandemic and then immediately thereafter. That has started to pick back up to pre-pandemic levels, and the district over the next 6 years is planning to see about 200 students or a little bit more per year coming into the district, and that's growth at all 3 grade levels. Now, in determining growth projections, the district looks at various demographic needs related to projecting. They look at the experience in their district of the cohort survival, so students progressing traditionally through their grade systems. They look at development data across the district from both the county and the city. They also look at the rate of the birth rates. How many new students do they expect in those kindergarten grades? They've worked with outside demographers and have taken information from 2 outside demographers for purposes of this study to pull together all of that information to generate their 6-year enrollment projections. So a lot of work goes into looking at what realistically is expected in terms of growth, and in this case, continuing to see growth and seeing growth at all 3 grade levels. This district has been very fortunate in that the district's taxpayers have been quite generous over the years in funding capacity projects and non-capacity projects. So in 2017, of course, the Three Rivers Elementary School and the Columbia River Elementary Schools were funded and constructed. There were also expansions at the middle school level and some portable adjustments. And then most recently in 2023, the 2 new high schools were funded, and those are moving along and will be open for instruction in just a few months in the fall of 2025. There's also been modernization at the Chiawana and Pasco high schools and some athletic field improvements and land acquisition. All of these projects are starting to have either come to an end or soon will come to an end. And so for purposes of planning the next 6 years, the district has started to look at what's next on their agenda. And so that really is the basis for this capital facilities plan. It's looking to see, based upon that projected enrollment growth, their existing facilities, what do they need to plan for? And what they've identified, and this is discussed more specifically in the capital facilities plan, is a need for middle school capacity. And that's where we turn to looking and thinking about that middle school capacity and that planned project now as a basis for school impact fees. So thinking about school impact fees, basically school impact fees at their highest level are a one-time charge on new residential development. They are intended under the Growth Management Act to address the capacity needs created by new residential growth. That's specific to schools. They can only be used for capacity-related projects related to growth. That's why enrollment projections and capacity analysis is so important. They cannot be the sole source of funding. There must be other funding in the mix, and that typically is your school construction bond. It could be a capital levy. It also could include state school construction assistance program funds. Impact fees are one of the funding sources, but they typically tend to be not the primary funding source. Impact fees also must be spent within 10 years of collection, so they have to be linked to that growth in a way that they are providing, if not at the time the home is sold, soon thereafter to provide that capacity. And they must be designed to be proportionate to the impact of each new dwelling unit. And to do that, we rely upon a formula that's been developed over the years and that's been recognized as consistent with those Growth Management Act proportionality requirements. Now, the formula is in the capital facilities plan, but just to high level, try to break it down for you. In looking at the formula, the first step is to identify that growth-related project. So here again, we're looking at a new comprehensive middle school needed to serve growth. We use what's called a student generation rate to measure the impact of each new dwelling unit. What the student generation rate is, it's looking at recent history of new development, actually pulling building permits, comparing them to student addresses, and identifying on average how many new students reside in newly constructed units. The district looks at single-family units as one category and multifamily units as a second category because they each have a little bit different in terms of demographic reach. The student generation rate then compared to the cost of the new high school capacity per seat drives a construction cost per dwelling unit. So that's the proportionality that's required under the law, meaning that you're not charging new development more than its specific impact based upon that formula. Once you get to that point, you need to apply credits. So you have to apply credits for any state school construction assistance program dollars expected to be applied to the project. And then importantly, credits that a new homeowner will pay towards that same capacity improvement. So you need to anticipate bond payments that will be made towards that new middle school project and credit that against the impact fee. Once we get to the bottom, after applying those credits, we then apply automatically that 25% discount to bring it to a final fee. So, I've alluded to this, but there have been changes between 2022 and 2025 in that the fee has decreased for both single family and multifamily dwelling units. And there's some important reasons for this. In the 2022 capital facilities plan on which the existing fee is based, there were projects at the elementary grade level and projects at the high school level. Those projects all identified to serve new growth that was happening within the 6 years. Those projects all, again, are at completion or near completion. And while they've all been built in such a way that they will continue to provide new capacity over the next 6 years, meaning that any new students coming into the system at the elementary or the high school level will benefit from the voters' front funding of capacity at those schools. Because those projects are near completion, the district is removing those from the fee formula and now looking to that near-term future planning, which is the middle school project. So now there's just a middle school project in that formula. And the important thing to keep in mind is that the middle school student generation rate on its own is much lower than an elementary school project and a high school project. So just in the fact that it's just a middle school project, that drives a lower cost per dwelling unit. And what is even more curious here, but it is the operation of the formula, is that the cost per dwelling unit for a single family unit is less than the cost credit that the single family tax payment will provide against that fee, meaning that the tax credit component nullifies the fee in its entirety. So you have a fee of 0 for single family. And then for multifamily, the impact per dwelling unit is lower than what it has been in recent years, but the tax credit does not nullify it in the same way that it does for the single family dwelling unit. So where we get to through that formula are fees that look, instead of $4,700 per single family unit, which you've seen in the past, we're at 0 per single family unit. And instead of just at about $4,500 for multifamilies, we're just under $2,600 for multifamily units, and that's per dwelling unit. This is something that I think really validates why school districts update these plans regularly, because you want them to be current to development impacts at the time that you've adopted the plan and at the time the fee is charged. And so this is something that in 2 years, it may look different, depending on what projects the district has identified as growth related at that time. This was in your packet. It's the School District Policy 9223, and this is just the school district statement that it will seek school mitigation through all legal means, and it has applied this with both the city and the county over the years. And the policy itself recognizes the City of Pasco's school impact fee ordinance, and it also recognizes that while Franklin County does not currently have a school impact fee ordinance, it will continue to request that they adopt one. Obviously, we're here for review by you at the Pasco City Council. The district will continue its requests to Franklin County related to adoption of the Capital Facilities Plan and a school impact fee ordinance. And until the time that the county should do that, the school district will continue to seek school mitigation through the State Environmental Policy Act process, which it has been doing now for several years. And touching on that, just the difference between Growth Management Act impact fees and State Environmental Policy Act mitigation fees, there's some key differences I think that are just important to highlight. For impact fees, they're applicable to all residential units. They are something that happens when building permits are issued. They are known when a fee ordinance is adopted, so there's planning that can take place for payment of that along with all other permit fees. With SEPA mitigation fees, they are secured through the SEPA review process, and so there is some uncertainty at the front end. Often a developer will have to wait to see the school district's comments. There may be some negotiation, there may be an appeal process, and so there is less predictability through that process, in addition to the fact that there are SEPA exemption levels, meaning that there are only certain projects that the district can actually request mitigation fees for, and those are projects that are subject to SEPA review. So I am happy to take any questions. I know that was a lot of information.
Excellent. Mr. Harpster.
One question, excuse me, related to the end of that discussion. The fee is assessed at time of permitting. So then let's say there's a plat that was approved last year, but the building permits aren't applied for until this year. After this date, do they then pay the fee that's in place at the time of building permit, or is it retroactive when the plat was applied for?
They pay the fee at the time of building permit. So impact fees don't vest in the way that other development regulations do.
And so then that would be the same case for projects or developers that have done mitigation agreements?
A little bit different for mitigation agreements. They actually are locked in place earlier in the process.
Okay. Similarly related, sort of off topic, besides the new construction of middle school number 5, are there plans to remodel any existing middle schools like McLaughlin?
There are plans. I might ask one of my school district friends to come up and talk a little bit more about that, but there are plans to do some elementary school modernization work, and then there is at least 2 middle school related projects. Yeah, you want to jump in, Michelle?
So thank you for the question. We are currently working through the process of obtaining our long-term facilities management plan, and in that plan, it does focus on modernization and replacement of elementary schools, potential modernization of McLaughlin Middle School. So that plan will go to our board at the end of June with scheduled adoption at the beginning of the fall. There will be a public process that's coming up within the next few months where community will have an opportunity to give us feedback around that plan. But the board's direction to us is to have a long-term facilities management plan that outlines 3 bonds 4 years apart from now until 2040, which I will be retired by then. So.
Okay. So it sounded like it's for sure elementary schools, potentially McLaughlin. Is that right? Okay. And how is that? Again, I know I'm getting a little off topic. How is that identified? Because Ochoa was only built 20 years or so ago. Stevens has been essentially rebuilt, and then the other ones are newer. McLaughlin, to my knowledge, has had no significant remodels since it was built.
Sure.
So it would seem that's a greater need than elementary school remodels. I was just wondering how that's determined.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So we go through a process where there's an outside third party that comes in and does basically an analysis of every school site, and it has multiple factors that's considered, and there's a building condition score that's assigned to the building, and those building condition scores really do drive plans for modernization or replacement.
And then for Mr. Ferguson, since nothing has changed since the ordinance was initially passed in 2012, with the fee being changed, do we need to revise our ordinance at all?
So yeah, that would be a first for us, obviously, because we haven't done it since 2012. So yeah, I was just looking at how that process would look like, but it would certainly need to be by ordinance because it was enacted by ordinance.
Yeah. Okay.
And I would rely heavily on Ms. Stiffarm to help us with that process. So.
Cool. No, I'm just excited that this should hopefully reduce housing costs just a little bit for at least a couple of years, and appreciate the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Stiffarm, for your presentation. This seems, I was going to save this for miscellaneous discussion, but this almost seems like a better time to bring it up. Everybody, on Wednesday night, Maya Angelou is celebrating their 20th anniversary. They're going to have food trucks, activities, knocker ball, other activities. I was invited out there in my official and unofficial capacity, but 20-year anniversary Wednesday night at the elementary school from 4 to 6 p.m. So, sorry, but thank you. With that, and maybe I should have asked this in advance. I was just having a hard time finding it on the interwebs. How many municipalities on behalf of school districts utilize impact fees across the state of Washington, roughly? If you're not prepared to answer that, I totally understand.
I'm not fully prepared,
Okay.
and it's a really good question.
And I apologize for putting you on the spot like that.
I can get more specific information later. What I can tell you is in Western Washington, most of the jurisdictions, cities and counties have GMA school impact fee ordinances. And so coming further over the mountains, there are fewer, but in terms of actual numbers, I'm not entirely sure, but I can get that for you.
Okay, that's fair enough. And I guess my follow-up question to that would just be the dollar amount. And I heard what you said, there's a formula that goes into it and all that, but I was still curious where, I guess maybe where we fall in that.
A really good question. Based upon, and I work with several districts throughout the state who do this work, and this fee is definitely on the lower end, particularly at the single family. I have not seen a zero single family fee.
The proposed fee? Pardon me for interrupting. Okay,
yes,
I just want to make sure I'm following you. Yep.
For a school district proposing fees in a recent year. What I do know, and what is true, is there are some school districts who have had fees in the past who have had growth turn a different direction, or they have more than enough capacity they've gotten to a point where they've built enough and their growth has plateaued where they are not requesting fees. So there are definitely several school districts who are in that position currently. But in terms of those asking for impact fees, both the proposed single-family fee and the multifamily fee are at the lower end.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Rim. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. Was the school district expecting this outcome based on this review?
I would say not at the front end. When we started preparing the capital facilities plan and knowing that there was ongoing growth and that growth was expected to continue, in many ways, I think there was an expectation that probably the fee would stay status quo as to what it's been. But then when we started looking at project status, particularly given the soon-to-be conclusion of the high school projects, and looking at what's planned in the next 6 years, still not entirely sure that the fees would drop in the way they have. But then when it was narrowed down to just a middle school project and looking at that middle school student generation rate, that's at the point where it became very evident that the fees would be going downward this year.
Thank you. Is there a possibility that the single-family home fee could come back?
Definitely.
In a time frame, you had to go by years. What would that be? 4 years, maybe 6, 8, 10?
What we would do is, pursuant to the schedule with the city, in 2 years, the district will update their capital facilities plan again. So they'll take another look at growth. They will see whether or not their existing elementary capacity, for example, is still sufficient over that 6-year period. It may be that they've identified they need to start planning new elementary capacity, and so that project could be added, or a project could be added into the fee formula. That in itself may cause that single family fee to go back up.
Now, the school district is to do every 2 years do a review and then essentially redo that formula.
Correct.
We have been doing that every 2 years, or we have not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So is that something the school district does, or is that something that the city needs to talk to the school district to initiate every 2 years?
The school district does it, and they are proactive in doing it. It's an important planning tool at the school district level, and they also know that you expect every 2 years to have an updated plan come before you.
Okay, and so the next one would be in 2026?
Probably towards the end of 2026, just to be on the same cycle that we're on now.
Okay. That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I was going to want to get back to where you talked about Franklin County, which talks about the process that it's negotiated between the developer and the school district. How has Franklin County, have they been paying their fair share? Are they paying, do you think, more or less? What are your thoughts on Franklin County overall? Can you just kind of shed some light on that?
I would say that the school district has a really good system in place for ensuring that they're looking at all of the development notices that come from Franklin County. So when Franklin County gets a new subdivision application, they're required to inform all affected agencies of the application, the subdivision approval process, and importantly, the environmental review process. They provide a comment period. School district, as a matter of course, always provides comments. And always provides comments that are contingent on reaching a negotiated mitigation fee. If they don't meet that negotiated fee, then they'll file an appeal through the hearing examiner process. To date, they have not had to actually go through that appeal process because they've been able to reach agreements with developers for those subdivisions. And they use the same fee that is in the capital facilities plan. So they want equity throughout the school district in terms of what they're asking for. So if it's 25 single-family homes in a plat, currently they would ask for the $4,700 fee for each of those homes. So the only deficiency in the process is where there's a SEPA exemption and the subdivision does not go through environmental review. So in that case, the district doesn't really have an avenue to seek school mitigation.
Okay. You kind of answered it, but I've always heard things that the county doesn't pay, nor do they want to pay, but they want to use our services. So, as a law-abiding tax citizen, you want, if people are using the service, you want them to pay. And I was just trying to get your thoughts on that because it doesn't seem fair if we're all having to pay and they're not, and then eventually sometimes these divisions get annexed into the city. So basically, everybody's kind of getting a free ride on all this. So I do kind of appreciate your clarification on this. So thank you.
And it's a good point, and it is the reason that every time the district updates this capital facilities plan, they renew that request to Franklin County for purposes of trying to get a school impact fee in place.
Thank you. I see your light. I have a couple quick questions, and I'll circle to you. Running on that theme, what's the SEPA exemption? Do you know offhand? Is it 10 units?
It's 20.
It's 20.
20 for single family, and it's 4 for multifamily.
Okay. Do you have any sense of idea of how many applications have gone through exempt?
I don't.
In the past? Okay.
I don't.
I think that'd be. I don't necessarily need to know that. It'd be helpful to know. In particular, if they tend to break up subdivisions in a smaller parcel to exempt from SEPA for, I suspect it wouldn't be just for this, but whatever purposes of, look, SEPA's not easy. It's cost prohibitive, and there are lots of reasons to do it. But I think that would be helpful to understand where we may be, to Mr. Milne's point, missing out on some parity there. I do appreciate the information given. Do you get a sense of how this, where our fee stands from our neighbors across the river?
Your neighbors across the river.
Benton County school districts.
Sorry, I missed that part.
The Benton County school district.
I don't. I don't know that they actually collect school impact fees in those school districts. I think that they only go through an avenue of SEPA mitigation, and I'm not sure what fee they're charging.
Okay. Again, probably not absolutely need to know, just helpful to know, just kind of what the background. We tend to do what we can to compare. It's always nice to know that businesses on as close to equal footing as possible with the local jurisdictions. I think that's it for me. I appreciate this information. I appreciate to know. It's always good to have someone coming and asking for less rather than more. So I appreciate that continued effort to have this kind of equitable solution. Mr. Harpster, I know you have a couple quick questions, or hopefully one.
Yeah, just some quick follow-up. My experience in my day job as a developer representative, we're doing every single development project in the county, and we've done probably half a dozen mitigation agreements with the school district. In total, I think there's been only one project over the last 3 or 4 years that was exempt, that there were no fees collected for, and that was 9 lots. So there's, in my experience and to my knowledge, there's not a significant amount of revenue that's being missed out on. Then Richland and Kennewick, and that was part of my question. They don't have a school impact fee, and that's been a point of frustration for some of us up here. Is developers come in here and say, "You guys are the most expensive place to develop." You guys being the city of Pasco, and we'll try to show them the data and say we're actually not. We're even with Richland and Kennewick, except for the school impact fee. And so a source of frustration has been, we're collecting this fee on behalf of you guys, and is that because other than SEPA mitigation, you would have no recourse to collect that?
That is correct. So under the way the impact fee statute works, districts have to rely on their local jurisdictions to collect, or they have the SEPA process. What occurs to me, and I don't know this information, but I think it's worth obviously trying to find out, and the mayor's question prompted my thinking on this one. I don't know the status of growth-related needs in those other school districts and whether or not they even qualify for school impact fees. And so that would be a first question, is they may not have a capacity need related to growth, so they haven't went to the second step of actually requesting a school impact fee. I don't know if that's true or not. I think it's just something that occurred to me to think about and how you think about comparisons to your neighbors.
And that was a follow-up question I had that I wasn't clear on the answer either, is Richland and Kennewick don't have a school impact fee, and they don't seek mitigation agreements either through SEPA, as you mentioned may be the case. And so my understanding from doing projects over there is they're getting all their revenue through bonds. And so is that not an option to ask the voters for increased bonds, larger bonds we've asked for in the past?
It is an option. It's always an option up to debt capacity to ask voters for more dollars. I think the voters in the Pasco School District have been very, as I mentioned, very generous over the years in funding these projects. And in some communities, the existing community residents, when they're supporting school bonds, look to another avenue for new development to pay a portion of the school capacity that is being paid for by those bonds. So in some ways, they go hand in hand in that regard, is they are, while they're a very small part of a project, they demonstrate that not all of the need is falling to the existing taxpayers to fund.
Okay, appreciate that.
Seeing no further lights, you're off the hook, but that does open us to public comment. Do we have any comments on this issue? Going once? Going twice? Third time? With that, thank you to our friends at the school district. Appreciate it. And I'm sure we'll continue to work with you. And again, like I said, I always appreciate someone coming to ask for less, not more. So you get a gold star. Yeah, I know. Man, I'm straight back to kindergarten here. So really appreciate it. Thank you for spending your time. I mean, you're welcome to stick around, but I suspect you have other things to do. With that, we'll move on to item B, which is development fees discussion. And this looks like Deputy City Manager Sigdell.
Thank you, Mayor, and evening, Council. This is an item that we've discussed a few times in the past, and we, as a reminder, you had asked for staff to go back and do some outreach with the development community. The topic is in terms of inspection and plan review of public infrastructure when it comes to development. And we had proposed several options. One of them was a 3% of the project cost, so it would be the project cost on the public infrastructure. So the cost of putting in that public infrastructure. And also we discussed our current state, which is the hourly fee. And during our outreach with the development community, a few things that came up was the fact that they would really like for us to do a more comprehensive rate study that includes not just this rate, but all of the other planning and building permit rates as well. And that is a very valid ask and something that we should be doing. And they would really like for us to stick to the hourly rate and just update the hourly rate to reflect the current cost of labor and providing such service. This is a pretty complicated area. One of our hopes with going with something that resembles our neighbors was to be able to receive the funding in a way that is most efficient for the city. And also be able to get a little bit more funding so that we can staff up a little bit more, invest in our technology and our processes a little bit more. However, we understand the fact that while it might not be completely predictable, an hourly fee is something that this community highly desires rather than the 3% or a percentage-based rate. So what we're coming to you with today is a simple escalation of cost, which would be instead of $60 per hour. So right now we have $90 per hour for the first hour. I like to not even think of that as a rate. It's just, the first hour. But really $60 per hour is our current rate. And we're proposing we move it to $100 an hour. As I mentioned in the staff report, this is only as direct of costs as you can get only. And so this is not a comprehensive cost increase, but we're also trying to be mindful of not increasing the rates significantly all at once. But also at the same time, and this is not included in your staff report, but we've been working with few consultants to see what it would cost to do a full, complete study of all of our planning, development review, building permit fee structures. And we received an estimate late in Friday, and that estimate is about $90,000. I do believe it's a big number, but I do believe that it is worth the effort for the expertise that they bring to the table, and also the fact that we are overdue for a comprehensive review of all of our rates and see what needs to be eliminated, what needs to be changed, what needs to be added. And so with that, what I have for you is an interim increase in that $60 per hour to $100 per hour, and then a request for direction from council on if you'd like to move forward with doing a more comprehensive rate study that would include a lot more other components as requested by the development community.
Thank you, Ms. Signal. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was thinking about this a lot yesterday, going through the packet and everything. I don't really have an appetite to do a huge, drawn-out rate study. I don't think the development community, from which I heard at a meeting, it has an appetite for the percentage. And don't get me wrong, that it was 6 times, 10 times, and if you did the math, it was about $400 an hour. And so I think when they did that, it really wasn't justified. And so I think $100 is a good starting point, but I think if we're just going to go ahead and make a change, I say we just go ahead and add a little bit more. And so I would like for us to entertain at like $150 an hour. And a portion of that has to go towards putting money away to hire more people, build the capacity, put money away for technology. I think that's the best thing to do right now. I don't see a reason why to go through this whole study, pay someone $90,000, and then turn around, present it to the development community, and then they're still going to be against the 3%, 2%, whatever percent. I just think it's such a big jump. I think we can work that way over some time. I don't see the benefit of it. So that's the reason why I sat down and was kind of look at the numbers and playing around a calculator. And I just looked at this way. I was like, you know what? I think $150 an hour rate for all the time spent. And then I looked at the couple meetings ago, I looked at that little table you guys gave, and it gave comparisons between City of Kennewick, Richland, Pasco. And if I did that, it'd be about like, for that example you guys gave, it was close to like $17,000. So it was about 10 grand more than what we, I guess, in theory, charged originally, which was close to 7. So that at least gives the City of Pasco money to put away for admin support, looking for other people like planners, reviewers, invest in technology. So that's what I would like to see, and that would probably just be long-standing. And again, if we have to do a study to look at all our rates and stuff, I'm fine with that. But this essentially should just be left alone at this point, and then eventually, if inflation and stuff catches up with us again, we look to increase that hourly rate. But I think that would be fair. I mean, $100 an hour would only cover the cost of labor, right? And so how much money are you getting out of that to invest in the department? It's not a lot.
It only includes just the hourly labor, which not every hour that a staff works is billable. So there's a whole component here. But we also have to be very mindful of development fees and ensuring that there's a very strict calculation of those costs and ensuring that we can fully defend them. And that is where doing a more comprehensive rate study, because we have managers who don't just do one thing or supervisors who don't just work in one area. So looking at it comprehensively is definitely beneficial, especially given that we've not really done that in the past. Mm-hmm. And we are at a size where that should be an expectation of our customers and our residents. So that is why you're seeing a $90,000 price tag, because there's really nothing to build from and there's a lot to look through.
Then I guess why did we go ahead and just suggest a copy in Kennewick then, if we needed to provide a study and provide a nexus and all that stuff? I mean, it seemed like we've been just dragging this on for months then at this point. And I guess why didn't we just get presented with an option just to do a study at that point?
You're correct, and I believe we did discuss that. One of the ideas was that we would do something for our most painful areas very quickly and be able to copy something that exists across the river and then be able to tackle the other areas as we are resolving some of the issues. So we're not waiting for 9 months, 12 more months for a study, but And that we believe was a consensus, at least with staff and development community at some point. However, the increase in the rates was something that was a lot more surprise than I was anticipating. And so the request now is for us to do a more comprehensive rate study.
So the $100 an hour is just to stop the bleeding, I guess?
That is correct, yes.
That just seems interesting. Okay, and that's what staff believes was best. I think we should go for a little bit more. Again, I guess I don't remember being presented with doing a study. I guess correct me if I'm wrong. I just don't remember that. It looked like we were going back and forth with the development community, trying to figure things out, and then now we're having to provide a study to justify what we're doing, which I'm in favor of, but it just seems like we're just kicking the can down the road again. And so we're not really getting anything out of what we're trying to do now. And I mean, how long is this study going to take?
My best guess is about 9 months to 12 months. And just to clarify, higher you start taking the rates, more you have to justify your rates. And so more you need better math behind your numbers. So $100 is something that I can defend at any given moment. Now you start getting into 150, 200, whatever that number comes up to, then you have to, then there's a whole lot of other components that comes into play, very much like what you would see in our utility rate study. There's so many components, and we have to be able to defend every part of that. So $100, or maybe even more, and more than happy to hear from council overall. We can go for that, but we have to be able to really defend it and do a lot more work on the back end to show that.
Right. I guess I'm trying to grill you, but we were going to do this percentage, and it went up to 70,000, and we really didn't provide any justification. And now we're let's go and provide a justification. It just seems if we went along with it, we wouldn't be doing this. So, but okay, I'll go ahead and stand down. I still think it should be a little higher. I stand with $150 an hour right now as an interim rate, and then we do the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Herbster.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Appreciate your time spent on this, especially being that it's not your primary role. With the discussion happened just now, I want to make sure I understand this. $100 is easy to explain, for lack of a better term, for a temporary stopgap solution for as long as it takes to do a rate study. And what was proposed as one option a few weeks ago on a percent base, that would have required the study, correct?
Not necessarily,
Okay.
because that's something that is a practice that we've seen in other places. However, when you're starting to update rates and you've got development community who would like for you to step through those rates slowly, you have to be able to justify the hourly rate or even the percentage base rate. So the 3% would be a really easy one. Now, if we came to you and said it should be 7%, that's kind of where you have to really be able to show your numbers. 3% is a low percentage for most of the industry as you look around the state. Whereas if you start getting into the higher end, then you have to really be very sure of your numbers and make sure that what you are charging is very defensible. Mm-hmm. And I would say that there's a range between 100 and 200 where staff could probably come up with a defensible range. We're only proposing 100 at this time because right now the dollar amount is 60. If council would like to do the rate study, more comprehensive rate study, then you've got about 9 months, 12 months, and then we can come back to you with something that is much more studied and defensible on all fronts rather than just this one.
Okay, appreciate that. Yeah, I think I share Mr. Prowse's confusion that 3% was going to be a massive increase. And so going from current rate to 150 doesn't seem like that much. And I was nervous when I opened up the agenda, thinking, I hope it's not $400 or more. And so I was pleasantly surprised to see it wasn't anywhere near that. But my position would be the same as Ms. Prowse, that we start with 150. That's just slightly doubling it, but that's still significantly lower than the previous options that we discussed. A few other comments. I do agree that we should start the comprehensive fee study, and I sat in online on the developer meeting, and that seemed to be the consensus of everybody there. The conversations I remember having was, let's get this fee increased now while we do the study instead of waiting, and so at least we can get some extra revenue coming in the meantime. And then of the bullet points in the discussion paragraph of the agenda report, just yes to all of it. Yes to the comprehensive study, yes with an increase to 150, and then yes to evaluating incremental fee adjustments over time, and then of course yes to enhancing transparency. So again, appreciate the work that's gone into this. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Officer. Mr. Grum.
Thank you. I have similar thoughts. First of all, I just want to say, Ms. Sigdell, you have taken this on, and like Mr. Harpster said, just kind of ran with it as really from a council request. It's one of the bigger items of feedback that we heard from the development community. So I really, really appreciate you working with us on it. If you would remind me one thing, these fees, they just can't be used for anything though, correct?
They can be only used for permitting and development related activities.
Just within that, we can't put more police on the road with it or anything. Okay, I always got to ask. I'm always there. So, just a couple more thoughts here. Looking at this, and you gave an example here that shows a huge disparity between the city of Pasco and the other municipalities by tens of thousands of dollars. Was this example picked? I mean, I guess, would this example be more favorable than other examples? Or is this pretty much kind of an average? I mean, I guess what I'm asking is, if we picked a different development with a different fee, would it show just still as lopsided, or would it be a little more even, do you think? Or
I do think that it would be fairly lopsided based on this particular type of activity. And the reason I say that is our building permits. So the permits for building, they're pretty similar all across the board. But there might be some other activity where we might be a little bit more expensive. School impact fees are part of that. So that's why, and I apologize for not attaching the slide that shows some of our impact fees and a little bit more effort to do apples to apples comparison. But every development is different. It comes with its own challenges. But I do believe that overall, we are in line with other cities when you include school impact fees, and we are less with other cities when you exclude it.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Looking at this, obviously, one of the biggest complaints several of us heard from the development community was the process, was the time, how much money it was costing them, having to wait and everything. And I guess, just to be blunt, did they kind of look at the bill of what it would be at 3% and say, hey, this would actually be financially better for us? That trade-off is really the feedback you heard?
Yes.
Okay.
I do believe there is a desire for things to be better, and I think we can definitely accomplish that. We're looking at transportation impact fee, which is a key area that is the biggest challenge. And so if we are to reduce the scope of the traffic impact analysis, because right now it includes everything and anything, a large volume of projects might be included in that. They might be big dollars, like sometimes Road 76 overpass, and those are big dollar projects. And so it's a sticker shock, and then it's a long drawn out negotiation process. Whereas updating the transportation impact fee is going to get us to a lot more localized safety access around the neighborhood, and maybe an intersection kind of discussion rather than the interchange discussion. And so that is the one area that is a big issue that that we hear and we experience as staff as well, that extends the timeline a lot farther out. And so once we resolve that, then you're going to see the process be a lot better. There's definitely many other things that we need to do. Increasing the SEPA threshold is one that we've been talking about, and I will just apologize in advance. We've been too busy to be able to kind of move that process along, but our newest CED director is going to be arriving here in 2 weeks, and she's going to fix everything. So, but there's a lot of those key things that that are a challenge right now that are outside of the cost, as you mentioned, and so we're working on that.
Okay, no, I really appreciate that, and I appreciate all the work you've done on. I mean, the last thing I want to see this do is, for lack of a better phrase, just stick it to the development community. I mean, these are people who are investing in our community. These are people who live in our community. These are people really we're in partnership with to build this community. And so, yes, as much as we can work with them and partner with them is great. But on the other hand, we are all, to be stewards of the community too, and to make sure that, we have the resources to provide the assets and the infrastructure for the communities. So I would definitely be supportive of some kind of middle of the road approach that gets the development done, allows the city to have the resources they do, but makes us more attractive than our neighbors across the creek. So I thank you so much, Ms. Sigdell, for all of your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Mo.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be somewhat brief. I just want to say that when I saw the $100, I thought that was also quite low. I'm also amendable to the 150 or in that range, depending on what staff thinks is the best course of action on that, and then spending the $90,000 on the study. So just let you know where I'm at, and I again agree with all the council members that have spoken so far. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. I see your light. I want to get in a couple comments before I circle back to you. I think, if we're going to stopgap this, one of the concerns I consistently heard was when we do the hourly rate, there's time that's spent that's on administrative work that takes away when we're billing. And then from the development community, what I hear is what they're really most concerned about, and obviously an exorbitant increase, they were concerned about that. But the primary concern was consistency in our review process and in our review timing. Now, I understand that this is a question of what it should cost, but I do believe that that's some of the cost-benefit analysis that needs to be driven here. I suspect the rate study is not going to achieve that, will it?
No, the rate study will give, what we have is a rate that has been built up over time, and so it does need some fresh eyes. It is not going to fix the process, but it might allow us, I do believe actually it'll allow us to think about our processes and how our rates are charged and what does it truly take to do something and if it's worth doing or it's worth doing differently. So I do believe it's going to help us think about our processes differently, but not necessarily if we, it's not going to change the process unless we think about the process and how we're going to change it.
So realizing that your joy begins in 2 weeks, when we get the CED director and this falls onto her plate. My admonition, my comment, I guess my individual direction, see if council supports it, is if we're going to go ahead and increase the rate for a stopgap. I'm fine with that. Quite frankly, I'm not sure the full utility of the rate study. I understand that it helps support if we modify or restructure our rates, but it sounds to me the most important things are, one, making sure that the bank account's adequately funded so that we could spend some time bettering our process, giving more surety and direct path to the development community who's coming in here and paying these fees. I think I would be more inclined to increase the rate, hit the stopgap, and put that same effort, maybe not into a rate study, but into a process streamlining. I can't remember the stupid crap they do out on site, the Kaizen stuff or whatever. Yeah, Six Sigma. I mean, I didn't buy into it, but some sort of study like that where you're looking at your process, determining what's broken and what's fixable. So I think for me, if 150 is justifiable, and I don't know that it is, and I don't know that it isn't, and that allows us to set aside some money or utilize that to look hard at our process while making sure we're not expending too much. My preference would be to increase the fee, hold on the rate study, look at the process study or study the process, maybe whether that means hiring someone to do that or whatever, purchasing new technology. I think we need to get that process moving before justifying an even greater increase. So I'd like to see an increase to get the support. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And Mayor, that is an effort that it's been ongoing, but it's a really big ship to turn around.
I understand.
We are working through some of the staffing and locations and also our technology, which is quite old and doesn't quite meet our criteria, but it's not easy right now to move on to something new either. So we're trying to find a good space to maneuver in some and have a long-term plan. So I do want to assure you that that's on top of mind for staff.
And I appreciate that. And I guess just my kind of parting comment is if we can bank the money to fix that or streamline or improve that, again, to me, that seems to be a priority rather than really understanding the rates, especially if we were bringing at least to quasi-market value. Mm-hmm. If we're losing out on money, so be it. It's not going to bleed us. But if we have more money than we have today for the same efforts, that's money that we can use either for staffing or understanding what part of our process absolutely needs to change, what should change, and what can change. And I think, again, from my perspective, from what I'm hearing from both staff and the development community, is that's almost a higher priority. So we can recover our funds and work towards that. Again, that's my personal kind of direction. But again, you're asking about a different study that sounds like folks are supportive of. I'll stand by whatever we decide. Mr. Prowse, a couple quick questions.
Thank you, Mary. No, I'll put a bow on it. I mean, so I pulled up Northwest Co-Professionals. It's probably not apples to apples, but I mean, one of their rates for commercial fire plan review is $125. Isn't that, I mean, they're essentially an arm of that same department, right? CED. Mm-hmm. And we're only going to charge $100. Again, maybe not the same thing, but I mean, residential plan review is $85. I mean, I want to be able to cover the cost of the labor, at least put some money away, rainy day fund, so we can employ more people, do marketing, do whatever we got to do, upgrade technology. I mean, if we're going to go through a percentage, then if I understand, again, across the river they're doing 3%, 2%, 1%, then 0.5%. I mean, we have to increase this, but again, I'm not in favor, I guess at this point, for doing a $90,000 review for some consultant that's going to take 9 months, and then before we know it's going to be a year, and then we're still talking about this in 2026. I think we need to get presented with some different options other than that. And if that's the case, then I would like to see something coming back to us. What rates are we talking about then? But it just seems like we really need to put money into that department, and $150 is a drop in the bucket. I'm sure those developers would be okay with that. They were concerned about the percentages and then going up to $60,000 to $70,000 to $80,000, $400 to $500 an hour. That's what they were concerned about. That's what I heard. That's what they've talked to me about. And I think $150, they would be happy with that. $200 probably wouldn't even bat an eye. I mean, we're charging $60 an hour, $9 for the first hour. I don't know who made up those rates, but man, they really put us in a hole going forward. And so that's the whole point, I guess, why I'm so passionate about it. Let's do something correct so that at least it makes it so that we're stable for years to come. If that's a study, then be my guest. But I'm just not in favor of these consultants. I don't know why we waste our money on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I was just going to add my support for the mayor's position on maybe spending some of that $90,000 on working with staff. So again, like you said, whatever council wants to do, I'd be open to going with. But I just think it's an interesting idea instead of doing a rate study to I know, as you said, Mr. there's already a lot of effort going into that with the Lean Six Sigma stuff, of which I'm a certified expert. Thank you very much. But maybe some more effort could go into that. And I'm sure we can't do both. And so I think my priority, if we had to pick one, would be more time spent with staff and not preparing, but bettering their processes. But again, if we could only pick one, that'd be my priority. If that's not the way council wants to go, then I'd still be in favor of the rate study.
Thank you. I'll watch out for my black belt friend here. So you don't have clear direction at this point, and you need that. I guess the question is, do we believe that 150 is a justifiable market rate, or do we need more information on? Do you need to uncover more information on that?
No, we can definitely get to 150.
Okay.
And we can have a plan for an update down the line.
So with that, I'm going to ask for a non-vote but supportive council. Are we good with the 150 by either head nod or yay or golly geez? We got enough heads and thumbs that it's an informal support of that approach. So again, come back please if 150 is not justifiable for some reason. Bring it back to whatever is between 100 and 150 the staff sees fit. So two of us have pitched the idea of looking at process improvement before going out to a market rate. Okay, I see enough head nods. Is that something that's clear enough to staff, or do we need to hash that out? I mean, I think, quite frankly, you're the ones that ought to lead that.
No, I think that we can definitely forego that. I will just say that probably in a year or so, we do want to look at that, just given that these rates have not been looked at for a very long time. And they need to be looked at holistically all together rather than one by one, if we can do so.
I think we're all in agreement with that. I think if we can focus our immediate efforts on improving the process, you come back, hopefully maybe you uncover something in 2-3 months and bring back, hey, look, we're going, or even a quick email to council. It doesn't have to be in one of these presentations. Hey, we uncovered this. There's a new product out. It's going to cost blank and whatever, right? And we can talk about it if it needs to be, or if it's under the threshold, we give you the go ahead to purchase, right? So my take is, again, and I think this is, hopefully I articulated this, let's figure out what we can band-aid, what's broken we can fix, and very quickly thereafter, having a direction of a process improvement, then commence the rate study, or at least bring back that request. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Any questions?
No.
Okay. I see no further lights with that. Do we have any public comment on this issue? Sorry for anyone napping. Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we'll move on to item C, Resolution Second Amendment to RH2 Professional Services Agreement for Northwest Irrigation System Upgrade. This is from Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We are presenting to you an amendment for the irrigation system upgrade project. We had talked recently about irrigation system. Next slide, please. And this project is the project that will make possible receiving water from the South Columbia Irrigation District and pushing that water through a pump station into our system. So this pump station is proposed to be located in the Broadmoor and Iris Lane vicinity, and as you're seeing in the screen, there is a set of parcels that are yet to be created through a plat, and the city would be acquiring some of those. So through the past several years, we've been working with the Bureau of Reclamation, USVR, to get an agreement with them for the municipal and industrial water contract in which we would be able to lease water from them. And the district, the South Columbia Basin Irrigation District, would be the ones basically delivering that water to us. And RH2 was selected to do design of this pump station. They have helped with the coordination and permitting for it. We had worked through the special permit to locate a pump station within a residential area, and due to the extensive work that has taken place and some changes with planning requirements and permit requirements, we are in need of increasing the dollar amount for this design to allow for stepping back from a 90% we had prepared, go back to 60, and accommodate the changes that are needed to make this project happen. We are very close to having the M&I contract in front of you. Actually, it was preliminary scheduled to be tonight in front of you. There were some edits that were expected, so we are expecting a new draft agreement from USBR, and we hope to be back with that agreement to you in 2 weeks. And at this time, what we're focusing on is getting this project designed and ready to be advertised in the summer, should all the other agreements come to fruition, so that we are able to be operational in 2027. And with that, I think I have one more slide. Thank you. This is some of the changes that you're seeing. The previous site plan accommodated parcel shapes and roads and other things. There are some big changes in the plat that need to be accommodated, as well as changes that were imposed through the special permit process. Next slide, please. And finally, a summary of the original PSA and the changes that are needed. Again, this new PSA would get us through support during construction. And you are seeing the dollar amount. So this amendment is for just under $234,000 for RH2 services for the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, 3 times. With that, that moves along to item number 6, which is miscellaneous council discussion. Seeing Mr. Milne's light, we'll go there.
I just want to make a point that on Thursday on my agenda thing has the April 17th at Chihuahua High School, the International Night. And I'm hosting a Japanese exchange student, so I'm sure I will be there. But just letting everybody in the community come out, and these things are really good to get to know different cultures, and yeah, very excited about this. So just wanted to share. That was my point.
Thank you. City Manager, I skipped you. I didn't see your light at first, sorry.
It's okay, I was a little slow on it. Good evening again, Council. Deputy Mayor, thank you for announcing International Night. I did get an email out to Council from Kim Lerman today that you all should have, gives you a little more specifics. So, following up on the Mayor's comments last week, I wanted to just another reminder on the spring egg extravaganza. That's a Jesse word, but it'll be Saturday the 19th at the Pasco Sporting Complex. The city is partnering with God's New Generation Church. Games and prizes, 55,000 Easter eggs to find out there. So kids of all ages, and we're noon to 2 p.m. So should be a pretty well-attended event, as it has in the past. And then we mentioned a few minutes ago about Sergeant Gregory's retirement. And I wanted to just, Council indulge me a minute to talk a little bit about his career. So Brad's been here since 1992 as a full-time officer. So 33 years of service. He was a reserve prior to that. He's received actually 8 unit citations. He's been the employee of the quarter. He's received multiple commanding officer citations. And then from the Pasco Kennewick Rotary, the John Goldsberry Award back in 2012. And that goes to officers in the Tri-Cities that put service above self. So in the Rotary tradition, so it's a pretty unique award for law enforcement officers, at least in our region. Brad, since 2021, has been Detective Sergeant of Investigations. He was promoted to Patrol Sergeant about 10 years before that, 2013, and he's been a detective. He's been on the Metro Drug Task Force. He's been a Traffic Safety Officer and our Gang Task Force. And as I mentioned, started off here as a reserve officer back in 1991. So I think you all have it on your calendars, but retirement celebration will be 16th of April at 3 p.m. So would encourage council to attend. It's a pretty significant career to honor and celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to celebrating with Mr. Gregory. Hopefully I'll be there, and I look forward to celebrating Easter with the spring extravaganza, whatever it's called. With that, Mr. Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to bring up the issue that I'm seeing across the city of Pasco with these corner side vendors. I saw one really close to my house, and I have nothing against people trying to make a living, I would celebrate the entrepreneurial spirit of anyone, but I have a problem when they're like right around the corner from my house, just on the block, standing there aimlessly with oranges or selling snow globes. And I would think we're doing a disservice, because I think eventually they're going to cause an accident. Some of them do stand on the corners, like right there on Road 68, Court Street. And so I just wanted to field the council for direction to the city about what we're going to do about this, because they're selling oranges. I don't know if they're insanitary to sell. Again, I haven't bought in anything, but I think we're doing a really bigger disservice to the brick and mortar businesses who pay utility taxes, sales taxes and all that stuff, and all their overhead costs and employees. And then we have people just really almost seems like a group across the whole city selling on almost every other street corner. So if Mr. Zabel has any information to share on that, if we need to just start making complaints to code enforcement, please let me know, and I'll use the Ask Pasco app. But I have fielded phone calls from residents, and for me, the trigger was, I'm just driving down 44 in Burden, and lady's just standing there with oranges on the sidewalk, and again, she's not hurting anyone, but it's just, we don't need people doing that in our neighborhoods. There's places for that. If we need to create a place at Peanuts Park where they can come, and, it's farmers market, maybe give them an application to farmers market. It seems like there's appropriate places for that, and it's not on street corners.
Thank you, Mr. Perales. Mr. Zabel, I see you're late.
Yeah, I'll just note, and we've been talking about this at the staff level for the past couple of weeks, what actions the city can take that preempted over the years in terms of local control. This is one area where some of that has been preempted. For instance, if it's a Washington grown or made product, there's really not much the city can do. But what I think would be helpful, and what I was kind of kicking around today, was to be able to how legal our police and codes here in a workshop setting, perhaps our next workshop, and council have the opportunity, give you a presentation on it and what we can and can't really do, and have council the opportunity to ask those kind of questions. I think that would, one, help council understand some of the challenges of this, and two, it would give the public something that they'd be able to see, where we have our subject matter experts in a position where they can advise and discuss this issue with council in kind of a comprehensive manner with all three of those disciplines represented. I will say that if anybody is blocking or causing traffic problems specifically, that is something the police can do something about right now. So ask Pasco or call 911 if their behavior is dangerous or presenting a danger to the community. I would encourage people to call 911 and deal with that. But I think if council can be patient and give us a couple weeks to come back with a kind of a detailed presentation, and I think that'll be beneficial rather than trying to solve it tonight.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Herbster.
Thank you. I wanted to add on to Mr. Zabel's comments about Sergeant Gregory. I thought I'd share sort of a humorous first interaction. My dad started with PD in the late 90s, and at the time, and I could be mistaken on details, but what's burned in my memory is Brad Gregory, not yet a sergeant, was working undercover and had a mullet that was permed and a cut-off Raiders jersey. And I remember my dad introduced me to him. I'm like, this guy's not a cop. Like, something's going on here. And was very intimidated by him for several years. And so that was the beginning. And then the end, sort of his career, I had some interaction with him last year where we were dealing with some things at our house. And it was kind of cool to come full circle, no longer scared of him, and having him help me and my family, my kids out. So he's, I've always enjoyed seeing him, and it not always, I guess, in the beginning I didn't, but I've really, we're lucky as the city of Pasco to have somebody like him who has worked for this city for 33, 4 years. And so I'll be there Wednesday and hope to see you all there as well. On the vendors selling the oranges and tomatoes, I would definitely love a workshop presentation. I think that'd be super helpful. Not just for my own knowledge, but folks reached out to me last week on two things. One, the smell that was going on whatever day that was, that seems to have been asked and answered. And then these vendors, and I don't have a good answer for them. And so the workshop would help me to be able to have an answer. And I also, like Mr. President, I want to know what can we do and what can't we do? Where are the limits? And, explore what we can do. For instance, several months ago, maybe this time last year, I think Chief Roski indicated that if they're blocking sidewalk traffic, then now there's an issue. And, some of them on Route 68, you guys might have seen, will line up their flowers along the sidewalk and then stand there. So if I'm walking by and they move out of the way, are they no longer blocking? I've just got a lot of questions like that would be great for a workshop discussion. A couple other questions. The city manager update, there was an email that indicated that, can you help me understand what exactly does that mean? What does that entail?
So part of that, thank you. Part of that process would be individual conversations which you had scheduled with council members as well as department directors. And so it's really to kind of get your individual take on characteristics you might want to see in the next city manager experience, those kind of things, as well as your thoughts on the goals and objectives, the major challenges, opportunities you see ahead for the city on the near term and maybe the midterm, things that you're expecting the manager to weigh in on immediately. It's helpful to have that information. Well, the other piece, the third leg of that really is, what is it about the city that brought you here and keeps you here? Because part of this is marketing and trying to describe this opportunity in a way that, prospective candidates are going to look at it and say, this is a place that I want to be. This looks really exciting. And it's a reflection on, the corporate outlook of the city council as well. So the next piece of that is, after we have that kind of information, is this meeting that was going to happen tonight, talking to council about corporate view and very similar questions. And also, I think the other piece of this is, Greg was going to talk to you about market and salary range and things like that too. I shared with Councilmember Perales before the meeting that unfortunately the consultant couldn't be here tonight due to illness, but we'll have him back at workshop in a couple of weeks. But we're not going to slow the process down or let the schedule slip by 2 weeks. We're going to continue those interviews. Probably will be me instead of Greg, and Greg will then talk to council at the workshop level. But we'll continue that out so we can start to develop that profile and maintain the schedule that was provided previously to you. So the other piece of that is your key staff talking. We have the city manager has a number of direct reports, and so those similar kind of questions will be asked of key staff. I mean, this is your employee, and your stamp needs to be on it. This is their boss, their supervisor, and having an understanding of the perspective of the directors, I think, is really important too. And not only is it important in the profile, it's important for the recruiters, because when you're talking to prospective candidates, understanding where council or staff are coming from, understanding what they're hopeful of seeing, whether it's reasonable or not, is worth knowing when you're talking to prospective candidates. And I'll just say, having been in here now, a couple months, this is a council that is very action oriented. That's going to attract a certain kind of candidate. It'll probably not attract candidates that are more process oriented. So those are the kind of things we want to communicate in a profile to them, is how this council operates and what their expectation of their employee is.
Okay, appreciate that explanation. That's very helpful. And then last time was short-term rentals. It's been like 8 or 9 months since we first gave direction to staff to prepare a presentation on that. And I know we've discussed it via email or whatever a couple times, but what progress has been made to that and so far, and when is staff currently anticipating to bring that to council?
Well, not a cop-out, but I wasn't here for short-term rentals, and it's been on our list, and I know I've mentioned it in a couple reports to you that we want to have that discussion with you. Our real hope was that we could have had some time in the past couple of times, the 31st or this past Saturday, to have that discussion. What I think what we can do now, and we had talked a little bit about, we have some Fifth Mondays coming up at the retreat. Remember the last agenda on the item was, or that last item on the agenda was to discuss with council a potential second retreat where we'd get into budget and some of those other issues. I think where council was at, or where I kind of sense we left it, was we're not probably necessarily looking at more Saturdays, but let's maybe have a little bit longer workshop. I heard the idea of starting at maybe 6 on a couple of those, and that might give us some opportunities to dig into an item, for instance, like short-term rentals. It seems to me that we're probably a half hour from having some pretty good direction from you. We just need to have the opportunity to have that discussion, give you the presentation, get some feedback on what you're looking for that'll be concise enough that'll give legal and our planning staff the ability to go put regulations together and bring them back to you.
Yeah.
So I would suggest, if council, following up our conversation on Saturday, if their desire to try to move up next couple workshops, maybe not the next one, but the one after, to 6, maybe that's a great opportunity to add that as an item.
Yeah, I for one would love to do that because, like I said, it's been 8 months, and I bring this up because yesterday, front page of the paper was the headline: "Why 2,000 workers were just hired at Northwest only nuclear power reactor." In the subheadlines about how most short-term rentals are full, and unfortunately, City of Pasco didn't get to take advantage of that. So, like we've mentioned tonight, regarding the other cities around Kennewick and Richland are doing it, and so really think we're missing out. When we talked 8 months ago, there was not a consensus to allow short-term rentals through a code amendment, but there was consensus to discuss it, and so I'd definitely be in favor of doing that in, I think you said 4 weeks or so. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Blaisdell.
I just have a question regarding the vendors on the side of the road. If that would qualify under a peddler's license, and if when you do present that, if you could include peddler's license, so we understand what that is versus people selling on the side of the road. Thank you.
We will certainly go over that discussion.
Thank you. And Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to add what is now a fourth head nod that, yes, I would love to see that vendor discussion as soon as possible for really all the reasons Mr. Perales brought up, but also it's just becoming an eyesore. I mean, a lot of us are here because we don't want to be in California, but it's things like this that kind of make us look like that. And as much as, we can get away from that as possible, yes, and I would love it at staff's the earliest time they can bring it back, because we're in springtime and they're just going to get more entrenched and into the community, and as soon as we can get them out, for lack of a better phrase, would, I think, behoove the quality of life of our community. So thank you, and I would also, yes, love to have that short-term rentals discussion in 4 weeks as discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further lights and nothing from staff, that moves us on to item number 7, which is executive session. None is listed, which puts us to adjournment. It is 8:41 and we are now adjourned. Thank you for sticking around.
Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the City of Pasco Council meeting. The City Council thanks you for being part of our city government. At meetings, the City Council takes formal action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191, on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meetings video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Pasco Ask Pasco app. And with that, we are going to do a roll call.
Councilmember Barajas.
Raha is supposed to be online, I believe.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Here.
Councilmember Grimm.
Here.
Councilmember Harpster.
Present.
Councilmember Perales. He is also supposed to be online.
Okay, and then Mayor Serrano is excused.
And Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
And I am here as well. So yeah, I know Mayor Serrano's with city staff, and the interim city manager, and they're at a conference to promote the city of Pasco. So very pleased that they're willing to do that for us. So did we get response from the other two councilmen? Are they online or no? Okay, well if we get a chance, maybe they could chime in later, but we will mark that they are trying to chime in. So with that, I'm going to roll on to number 4, which is the consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by roll call vote as one motion. There will be no separate discussions of these items. If further discussion is desired by the council members, the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. So do we have any council member that wants to pull it? Well, how the heck did I miss that? Well, thank you, Councilman Grimm. I guess I missed the Pledge of Allegiance. This is embarrassment. Most important thing we need to do as Americans. So let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, well, sorry for that. I was, I guess, too anxious to get a lot of business done for the city of Pasco, so my apologies. So with that, going back to, do we have any council members that would like to pull anything from the consent agenda? I'm not seeing anything, so on 4A, we have approval of meeting minutes for May 5th and May 12th. We have B, which is bills and communications, approving claims in the total amount of $4,909,379.11. We got C, resolution number 4600, surplus and sale of city personal property. And with that, Councilman Harpster, can I get a motion?
Yes, I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Got a motion from Harpster and a second from Blaisdell. So with that, can I get a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Barajas, if she's on. Blaisdell.
Yes.
Grimm.
Yes.
Harpster.
Yes.
Perales, if he's on. Milne.
Yes.
Great. Then it passes 4-0.
So yeah, so it's good that we got that passed. So anyway, we'll move on to number 5, proclamations and acknowledgements. So right now we have part A is a Public Works Week proclamation, and we're gonna.
Give me 1 second, I'll get it to you.
Okay.
And we're also being made aware that audio is something that we're looking at, so we're working on it on our end. So we just need a minute.
Okay. Thank you. Before I read the proclamation, did Director Maria Serra, did you want to have any words, or do you want me to go right to the proclamation?
Actually, if I may, I would like to invite the members of the Public Works Department to come closer.
Okay.
And then Mary Heather Ames, the Deputy Public Works Director, will have some words after the proclamation, if that's okay.
Okay. Well, let's have where you guys. I'll come up front and I'll come down and read this, and we'll get the ball rolling here. So.
Stand here?
Yeah, let's stand in front of the council. Whatever feels comfortable for you guys. All right. Hopefully everybody can hear me just fine. So I'm pleased to pronounce that May 18th through the 24th of 2025 is Public Works Week. And whereas the Public Works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and service that are vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people. And whereas these infrastructures, facilities, and service cannot be provided without the dedication effort of public work professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees of all levels of government and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. 100% true. You guys are doing a great job. Whereas it is the public interest for its citizens, civic leaders, and children of Pasco to gain knowledge and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public work programs in their respective communities. And whereas in the year 2025 marks the 65th annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Pro Tem David Milne, in the city of Pasco, Washington, do hereby proclaim May 18th through the 24th Public Works Week. So it's a great honor, and you guys do a great job. So thank you. And so, do I give this to you, or all right? So. Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to comment, or?
I came prepared with a speech, but it's quick. So, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. My name is Mary Heather Ames, and I am your Deputy Public Works Director. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here tonight for the proclamation of National Public Works Week in Pasco. I've been a fan and supporter of Public Works since I learned what it meant while working as an intern watering street trees and entering customer concerns in a database during the summer before my senior year in college. And I appreciated the idea that I could use my skills to make the place where I live better for all the people who live and work around me. So when I graduated, I started a career in Public Works. The theme for the National Public Works Week this year is people, purpose, and presence, which really resonates as public works professionals. Each of the people here find their purpose in meeting the needs of people. You and I know that public works makes communities safer, more vibrant, and a better place to live. So whether we're sweeping the streets, producing clean water, installing signs, treating residential or industrial wastewater, or making roads and sidewalks passable after a winter weather event, Public Works is always there when people need them. So our department is divided into 3 divisions, and we have representatives from each here tonight. So first we have the engineering division, led by Andre Avedisian. Next, we have Michael Henao, who leads the Environmental Compliance Division. You want to raise your hand or something? Andre? Yay! Michael, thank you. And finally, Kent McHugh heads up our Operations Division with close support from Derek Wiedela, who could not be here tonight, Jason Etzler, Steve Brewer, and Tom Holmes. I would also like to note that our 2024 Employee of the Year is here, and that's Colby Lindgren. He was nominated and awarded for his work ethic and great attitude. So on behalf of this entire group, which includes the one unmentioned person, Ryan Mahaffey here, on behalf of this entire group and our Public Works Director, Sarah, I would like to thank you for the recognition and support both this week and year-round.
Thank you very much. If we could get maybe one more picture, we could get Director Maria Sarah and Mary Heather Ames. And I'd like to have the council down here as well. Sometimes they're up higher and they kind of feel disjointed. So if we could get everybody down here, that way we could show that we're one big community. So if we could maybe have you guys closer here where it says, yeah, well, if you two could be in the middle. If we could have the council members. We got, all right, we got Grimm and Harpster, so got the whole gang here. Well, again, thank you, everybody. Thank you for everything you do. It's always impressive, your hard work. All right, we'll wait a quick second here. All right, now they're good. All right, David. Okay, well, just to clarify, we do have both other council members, so there's actually 6 of us online here, or total. So with that, done with 5A, we are going to jump into 6, which is public comments. So the public may address council on any items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of the city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or for the purpose of questions with the expectation of immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberate process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed to staff members who have access to specific information. Citizen comments will normally be limited to 3 minutes each by the mayor and the city clerk. There's a timer up here. These with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and the city of county residency into the microphone before providing your comments. And I have heard that we do have a Hispanic interpreter, so if anybody needs his services, I believe he's right over there. Was that correct? Yeah, okay. Just making sure I want everybody to be heard. So with that, anybody would like to give public comment?
Mi nombre es Santos Echeverría. Yo vivo en la calle Bonneville, frente al Parque Memorial, que es la 1516 West Bonneville.
My name is Santos Echeverría. I live on 1516 West Bonneville Street, in front of Memorial Park.
Y mi comentario es que el parque ya no veo que es un parque calmadito, es un parque lleno de gente de la calle. Hay mucho fuego en una parrilla de 10 a 11 de la noche, mucha gente en la calle y muchos carros ahí vienen por 2 años con tanates adentro, se hacen pipí afuera, un desaseo, vienen muchos carros en la noche y paran allí, se detienen, no sé qué está pasando, pero para mí ya no me siento que es seguridad el Parque Memorial. Y quiero saber si así va a seguir o así es, o hay reglas o no hay reglas.
My concern was with Memorial Park and how it's not a calm park anymore. It's lately full of street people, and there's a lot of fire. They have a fire pit going from 10 to 11 p.m. There's cars out there that have been there for 2 or 3 years. There's a lot of people peeing outside. I wanted to know if this was something that was going to keep going because I don't feel secure anymore.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't aware of that, so I appreciate you bringing that to the attention of the City Council, and we'll definitely direct staff and see what we could do. So thank you.
Otro problema con el
Can I
vecino.
add something?
Quiero que
Okay.
a ver si me ayudan. Hay mucha bulla, celebran fiestas cada 8 días, cada 15 días. Una música bien en alto, hasta me vibran los vidrios y ya ando buscando ayuda. He venido aquí y me han mandado cartas a ellos y no han hecho caso. Yo voy y les digo que no quiero esa bulla. Se empiezan desde las 12 de mediodía y a veces son las 10, las 11, hasta las 12, 1 y la gran música alta. Yo sé que ellos como que no son dueños de la casa, han llegado a rentar esa casa porque el dueño ya no vive allí. Pero yo quiero acudir a donde me pueden ayudar porque me han robado mi tranquilidad con esa gran bulla de música. Digo yo que no va a haber aún algo que pueda ayudarme.
I wanted to add that there's a neighbor that has constant loud music every week or every other week. They have really loud music where the windows shake. I've gone to speak with them. I've sent letters. They've sent them letters, but they start from like noon up until 10, 11. One time, 1 in the morning, and it's really loud. I think they're renting there because the owner I've never seen, and they've stolen my peace. I don't know where to go. I've come here, and I want to know what I can do.
Okay, I appreciate you. Again, we only have 3 minutes. So what I would suggest is call code enforcement and then go from there. But usually code enforcement would be your best option, or Pasco Police Department for noise violation if it's after, I believe it's 9 o'clock. All right, thank you. All right, do we have anybody else? We got the gentleman in the back. If you could push the red button, or the button there. Yep, now you're on.
Good to go. All right. My name is Brian Tuckisvik. I live at 4202 Road 105 in Pasco.
Okay.
I'm here tonight because I wanted to express my family's concern on the increased residential density in zoning for housing in the area and how it affects our current low-density neighborhood. My wife and I moved from a smaller neighborhood to our neighborhood in Wilson Meadows because of the larger lots and the space between homes. There's currently a neighborhood going in behind us that's really small with duplexes, townhomes, and very small residential lots that are very disproportionate to the lots that we have in our current neighborhood. My concern with that is because we wanted the space and the peace of mind that Wilson Meadows has delivered on all counts, really. Currently now the equipment is rattling our homes. We get the dust and the view and the beeps of the equipment going through and doing all the construction, and that's going to be taking place for probably the next 5 to maybe even 10 years, depending on how long it takes. It feels to us like the neighborhood we moved from is coming right back to us. The reason I came down here, and I know that that's not everything that's the city's responsibility. I know the state is driving some of this with their current growth management plan or their Urban Growth Act. But what I wanted to offer was, after looking through some of the residential zoning documents, I wanted to offer there's no bridge between low density residential and medium density residential. And my concern, even from the start of this planning, it was that there's no transition. There's no ease of from smaller lots to bigger lots and vice versa. It's just, cram-packed right behind us. So what I was going to offer was a addition of like an R1 to R3 zoning classification that could allow for from bigger lots that could blend in with the smaller lots that would help would maintain the characteristic of our neighborhood and also ease that transition from the bigger lots to the smaller lots. Unfortunately, we feel like we're the ones getting left holding the bag. The city's going to make money on property taxes. The developer's going to make money on selling the homes. And my increased property tax, I get to watch a small, tight, packed neighborhood go in behind me. I don't feel like that's a good deal for me and a good return on investment as a taxpayer. Road 68 is super busy. I see Road 100 being just as busy because the growth of the city is moving to the northwest corner. And I just feel like, from my point of view, things are closing in around us. So I just ask the city consider a zoning density that would allow for low density and medium density blended in a zoning category that would help ease the congestion and allow for a general transition of residential zoning to help maintain the character and the quality of life that we have. So looks like my time's up. So thank you for your attention and your.
I will say that there's members on the council that agree with you 100%. I don't want to get into a debate, but you're more than welcome to contact me.
Okay.
I'm pretty much on your side on this, but you know, if you write it out, definitely and send it to the whole council so we're all transparent. But
okay.
Again, there is. It's not just. We want certain things. Again, you move to a certain area, you want the best you can for your community and your own family. So, just letting you know that as a council, you know, the majority rules, but there is people up here that think the same way you do. But please feel free to. I'm willing to definitely more time, kind of explain things a little bit better.
Okay.
But please reach out to me. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I will do that.
Thank you.
3 minutes goes by quick.
It does.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any other public comment? I think we got the two ladies in the back, and then we'll jump to Mary there.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. My name is Emily Maloney, and I'm the Taco Boss or
Could you
chair.
move it down just a little so I can hear you a little better?
Yep.
You.
That better?
It's better.
Okay. We have just completed our 9th annual Pasco Taco Crawl, so we thought we'd celebrate our winner and share the impact we've had on Pasco. This year, Trejo's Mexican Restaurant is our winner, making them our only 4-time champion. Rounding out our top 6 are second place El Habanero Mexican Grill, or Taqueria, excuse me. Third place, Tacos Las Tres Hermanos. Fourth place, Taqueria Las Marias. Fifth place, Mexican American Restaurant, or Kitchen, excuse me. And sixth place, Tri-Cities Afghan Food. Since the event started in 2016, we have paid more than $130,000 to local businesses for the over 80,000 tacos they've made for taco crawlers. That is enough for about 1 taco for every man, woman, and child currently living in Pasco. We think it's important to pay our vendors for each taco, and we increase our payment amount to keep up with inflation. Our businesses have reported increases in year-over-year revenue of 10 to 15% after participating in the taco crawl. So far, 8,171 taco enthusiasts have bought into the Pasco Taco Crawl. Most taco crawlers are from across the river in Kennewick and Richland, and we have folks make trips from the Seattle area and beyond to participate. One taco crawler shared that he was out of the Seattle area and that he shut down his chiropractor practice for a week each year to come in and taco crawl. The Pasco Taco Crawl is grassroots tourism at its finest. On top of all of that, we have raised almost $90,000 for Boys and Girls Clubs. We are a volunteer committee, and our major expense is paying the small businesses and printing the Taco Crawl booklets. Everything else goes to support the Boys and Girls Clubs. We have some big things in mind for our 10th anniversary this next year, so we hope that you'll keep an eye out. Thank you for your time, and I'd like to introduce Megan Sharks from the Boys and Girls Clubs to tell you more.
Thank you so much, Council, for your time. The Boys and Girls Club serve over 12 sites across Pasco, and we are committed to empowering local youth, and with the great support from the Taco Crawl and sponsors alike, they help us serve more Pasco kids and teens in meaningful ways and giving them the tools that they need to be successful in life and in this thriving community. The funds raised from the Taco Crawl directly help support over the 1,600 youth served in Pasco, and we are so grateful for the continued support from this award-winning fundraising community event. We look forward to celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the Taco Crawl next year and provide even more meaningful programming to the youth of Pasco. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, and Taco Crawl is an amazing event, so thank you for all you do, and please tell your husband we said hi as well.
I will.
Thank you. All right, I think now it looks like Mary wants to tell us some important words here. Not yet. Now it is.
It's on. Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56. Add the following to my comments made to the Pasco City Council on 5/5/25. Provide the fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers, Hayden Homes, for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets. I have over 500 photos. And provide a permit number 404 that allows Pasco to develop our floodplain and destroy our wildlife habitat and more. regarding the Pasco Aquatic Center, provide ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins and or Watkins Endeavor LLC provide his total travel costs for the search of the Wow Factor wave machine that costs anywhere from $22 million to $280 million, include passport entries and trips on cruise ships. Reminder is that Yakima's Aquatic Center opens in June for a total cost of $10.8 million. Provide the YouTube video of the Pasco City Council meeting on 4/1/19 with comments made by Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr. Include a copy of the termination agreement regarding the contract between WSU and Animal Control. Mr. Kerr stated he would provide a copy of the termination agreement, and Mr. Kerr has not provided that copy. Provide all communications between Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr and the Washington State Bar regarding Mr. Kerr's self-reporting of his authorization of no due process at Animal Control, now called Tri-City Animal Services. See the YouTube video 4/1/19. For the year 2024, provide the number of dogs and cats that the Tri-City Animal Services has sent to WSU for research and the money that WSU has paid for those dogs and cats. Contact the Washington State Attorney General and Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr and provide the results of the 48 counts of animal cruelty, the theft of $375,000, and the missing rainy day fund. See Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Zeiler. Provide all past and present LID and or ULID designs for my Pasco property, include LID and or ULID start dates and costs, include also all Pasco officials' communications regarding harassment and retaliation to me and to my property. I reserve the right to amend this request upon further discovery. Reference number P001447-051625. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience that would like to comment on anything? All right, I'm not seeing anybody jump up. So with that, we're going to move on to number 7, which is reports and committees from our council. We got Councilman Grimm.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Attended this last week, the groundbreaking for the CBC new housing unit for student housing. Dr. Woods hosted, I don't know, it seemed like there were 50 or so people there for this new housing unit right on the corner of Argent and 20th there. Going to house 156 students. Apparently there's a waiting list already, and it's affordable housing for kids going to school, and looks like they're just doing great things over there. And then also this last Friday, it was our Ben Franklin Council of Governments meeting where I was going to forward on the packet to the rest of the council like I did last week at my other meeting, or some pertinent screenshots, but it was over 500-page packet. Few of the kind of highlights were Daisy did a presentation on safe routes to school, just looking at every school in the entire Tri-Cities area and looking at the safest way and mechanism of getting kids to and from school, and all the way down to looking at where maybe trees need to be added in high concrete areas to make it more, I guess, appealing to kids to walk to and from school. It was very, very comprehensive. And speaking of comprehensive, we also talked about the comprehensive action plan, which really just has a lot to do with traffic in the area and accidents in the area. And just a couple things worth noting is this says statewide crash numbers mirror the data of Benton Franklin counties. The overall number of crashes is decreasing, but deadly crashes are rising. Just a couple footnotes real quick. Statewide crashes were down 10% in the last 6 years, but up 5.5% in Benton Franklin counties. Fatalities were up 48.2% statewide, 86.4% in Benton Franklin County. Serious injuries were the only one where we were slightly down from the state average. We were 50% even. They were 52.5. But overall, what they call FSI, fatalities and serious injury crashes, 51.7% up statewide in 6 years. Benton Franklin County up 58.3%. So then we went on, without going too deep into this, about what steps are taken to mitigate some of those through whether it be traffic calming measures or just training drivers better, and just how can we get better on this. And I thought that would just be a great point to also make a plug for our dedicated traffic unit for the Pasco Police Force that I think would help deter some of that I will keep fighting for. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, thank you, Councilman Grimm. A lot of statistics there. I appreciate the honest report, and then also thank you for attending the groundbreaking. It's always good when a council is active in our community. So, Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to go to Persona Employment Solutions for their ribbon cutting. They have actually Pasco is their third location, and they chose Pasco out of the whole Tri-Cities. So, interesting fact, they also support farm labor for Pasco, so it's definitely much needed here. So, welcome to Pasco.
Well, thank you for that. Also, again, thank you for taking time out of your day to attend the groundbreaking. Means a lot. So do we have anything from, we'll start off with Councilman Perales first.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Perfect. I attended the grand opening of Stack's Mobile Bistro right there off of Cord Street. So they have a brick and mortar there. They have another one over in Kennewick, but this one's very special. It's unique to them, and I can tell they're very proud for opening up their first really unique and just a lot of culture in there, and the art in there was amazing. It was all done by hand by a local artist, and so yeah, I had a good time there. Went through this weekend with my family, so I definitely recommend the Chilaquiles. If anyone's looking for a new place to go try them out, and that's all I have.
Well, thank you, Councilman Perales. Appreciate that. And do we have anything from Councilwoman Brajas?
Nothing to report on my end. I'm still out of state with family.
Okay. Well, hopefully you'll be able to come back next week. So thank you. With that done, we're going to move on to 7B, which is 2025 Washington State Legislative Session Update. And
absolutely, I will introduce Breon Murray, partner of Gordon Thomas Honeywell Government Affairs, our lobbyist, and she will provide you a recap.
Well, thank you, Brianna, for making it all the way over here. We always appreciate you making the drive and not doing this by Zoom. That does make us feel special. So, again, thank you for being here to present us what you're able to tell us. So
what
thank you.
I can share, absolutely. Well, good evening, and yes, anytime I'm able to make the drive, I do, and then on those times that I'm not, I always appreciate your all's flexibility to allow me to appear before you virtually. This evening, I'm going to provide you with an overview of the 2025 legislative session, review for you the outcome of your 2025 legislative priorities, and then also identify next steps. In your packet, you have a fairly comprehensive draft report from me. That report will be finalized, and you'll get a final version of it after the governor takes final action on all budgets and bills, which is supposed to occur tomorrow, late in the day. It will take me some time to wrap up all the actions, so don't expect it on Wednesday, but within the week we'll get you a fully final version of those written materials. The legislative session included a lot of action, so my goal this evening is to hit you with the highlights. Start with an overview of just the high-level context for the 2025 legislative session. You'll recall from some of our previous discussions that the legislature operates on a 2-year cycle, and This legislative session was the first year of that 2-year cycle and was a long legislative session scheduled to last 105 days. During long legislative session, the legislature focuses on developing their biennial budgets, operating capital and transportation. Unlike the city's budget, they separate out capital and transportation. Transportation's in a separate budget and all other construction is in capital. In addition to doing their budgeting work, they also consider all legislation. There were over 2,500 bills introduced this session, 431 of those passed into law, and so far the governor has not vetoed any of them. Any legislation that was introduced that did not pass into law automatically carries over and will be considered in 2026. The political context of the session is important to understanding why what occurred. And following the November 2024 elections, we saw 24 new legislators join the Washington State Legislature. That was significant turnover, about 30% for the Washington State Legislature, and is on par with what we've seen the last 3 biennia, which means in the last 5 years we've seen over 50% of the legislature turnover to be relatively new elected officials. Also, this year was the beginning of Bob Ferguson's first term in office. Democrats not only had control of the governor's office, but they had strong majorities in both the House and the Senate. The House was 58 Democrats and 40 Republicans, and the Senate was 29 Democrats, 20 Republicans. As the majority party, Democrats controlled not just what bills and budgets advanced, but also floor schedules, floor action, and generally set the priorities for the legislative session. So that's the broad context. The other really key component of the shaping of the legislative session was driven by budgets. Leading into the legislative session, we heard legislators indicate, a lot of the budget writers indicate that the state was facing a multi-billion-dollar budget shortfall. As the legislative session carried on, the budget shortfall began to be articulated by a variety of different numbers in the $10 to $16 billion range. The shortfall is articulated as being driven by slowing revenue growth and rising caseloads. One of the key components of the rising caseloads was the collective bargaining agreements that each of the state's unions negotiate each year that are then funded, as well as other statutory obligations that the legislature had passed but not yet fully funded. So some of the rise in cost is actually commitments that the state had made to fund certain things that had never received funding before. There were how to address this budget shortfall and the debate over whether or not there was a budget shortfall really was all consuming throughout the legislative session. There were concerns during the final days of the legislative session that there would not be an agreement on a final budget and it would trigger a special session. However, they were able to reach an agreement and adjourn on time. The governor played a key role in the budget development. The governor signs the budget into law. We're waiting for that action tomorrow to see if it will indeed occur. But he issued several press statements asking the legislature to be more conservative in their budgeting or to select various revenue sources, some indicating he liked some more than others. At the end of the day, the legislature approved a $77.8 billion budget for 25-27 with $2.3 billion in reserves, which is slightly less than what the state treasurer's office recommends. As part of that, the legislature raised $4.3 billion in new taxes for this fiscal biennium. If you make that into a 4-year outlook, it's over $9 billion, which is the number that most of the media grabbed onto, was $9 billion in new taxes. This is one of the largest tax packages we have seen in state history, and the governor has yet to sign it into law. The capital budget was much more stable and not facing the same level of shortfalls. The capital budget supports infrastructure like schools, housing, libraries, behavioral health facilities, and is also the budget that we tend to ask for city projects funding for. Within the capital budget, while there was not a shortfall, it was more constrained than in previous biennia. In 2023, $231.8 million was allocated to various community projects, and this year we saw $30 million less, $201.3 million. The average local and community project award going out to various communities was $604,000. I want you to remember that number when we get to the next slide and we talk about how well you all did, because it was better than average. The third budget was the transportation budget. The transportation budget faced an over $1 billion shortfall in the 25-27 biennium and a multi-billion-dollar shortfall over their